Welcome to Washington Today on C-SPAN Radio for Friday, April 23rd, 2021. Here are some of your headlines. Maryland Governor Larry Hogan hosts a bipartisan infrastructure summit in Annapolis with U.S. House members and senators and says he believes Republicans and Democrats can reach a compromise on a federal infrastructure spending package. President Joe Biden, day 2 of his virtual global climate summit with world leaders, saying that combating climate change could bring plenty of new jobs, including in fields we haven't even conceived of yet. White House COVID-19 response team acknowledging the number of daily vaccinations in the U.S. going forward will moderate and fluctuate because the still unvaccinated include those who are more hesitant or indifferent to getting a shot or simply harder to reach out to. NASA and SpaceX, Elon Musk's commercial rocket company, launches an astronaut crew to the International Space Station, first time ever using a rocket booster recycled from a previous space flight. Now to Annapolis, Maryland, where Governor Larry Hogan, a Republican, brought together governors and members of Congress, both Republican and Democrat, try to work through an infrastructure spending plan that both sides could accept. Governor Hogan says that after 2 days of meetings, no final agreement yet, but a very good start.
Although we come from different parties and different levels of government, all of us are united in our commitment to bipartisan action to rebuild America's crumbling infrastructure. And I want to thank each and every one of these leaders for their willingness to come together in a spirit of bipartisan cooperation and to explore ways that we can find common ground on this issue, which is an issue so fundamental to our economy, to our environment, and to our way of life. And I'm pleased to report that we had a terrific summit yesterday and today, and we reached agreement on a series of principles that should guide any federal infrastructure package. The first and most important thing that we agree on is that any infrastructure package should be both developed and passed with the support of both Democrats and Republicans. Second, we agreed that this bipartisan package must include investments in existing physical assets to make our communities more livable and enable us to more safely and efficiently move people, water, energy, and goods across America. Any infrastructure package must also include investments in new physical assets, broadband and digital and energy technologies to position America to create good jobs and out-innovate our competitors around the globe in the 21st century. We agreed that any federal infrastructure package must be focused on physical and digital infrastructure. And we also had a frank and productive and open dialogue on some of the biggest sticking points for any infrastructure bill, including the scope of the package, the overall cost, and how it should be paid for. We recognize that forging a bipartisan compromise on these issues will not be easy, but we all believe that it can and that it must be done.
Maryland Governor Larry Hogan in Annapolis. Among the attendees at his summit, a group of 58 U.S. House members from both parties, known as the Problem Solvers Caucus, which today released an infrastructure report that endorsed raising the gas tax to pay for infrastructure spending, recommending indexing it to inflation or to highway construction costs or to fuel economy standards or perhaps a combination of the three. The federal gas tax at 18.4 cents a gallon has not been increased since 1993. Reporters at this Annapolis news conference asked, so what happens now? Here are the answers from two of the participants, Senator Joe Manchin, a Democrat, and Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick, a Republican.
The president put out a conceptual plan. A bill's not been written, but it's a conceptual, $2.25 trillion. You've seen that. It's not only infrastructure, which we think is conventional infrastructure, but human infrastructure. We believe that we should take step by step. So we're going to do infrastructure. When I say infrastructure, this is what we have come to understand, and what we think the greatest need we have now that can be done in a bipartisan way is conventional infrastructure. Whether it's the water, sewer, roads, bridges, internet, things that we know that need to be repaired, be fixed, and basically the deferred maintenance has been going on for far too long. We can move into those other areas also. Now, whether there'll be as much of a cooperation on that as there is on this, so why don't you take the greatest need that we have and do it on something that we all agree on? That's what we've come to an agreement on, I think, more than anything else today.
Last question, please.
Wait, Brian's going to jump in.
Yeah, and I wanted to offer an additional GOP perspective on it. I just want to emphasize, so we have, as the problem solvers, we are on the House side, 58 members. We have 29 Democrats and 29 Republicans. We have a caucus rule that if 75% of us agree to a concept, or in this case, an infrastructure framework, we as a 58-member centrist bloc in the House agree to together get behind it. And we have that framework now. So the question now's the hard part. Now that we have the framework, we got to start doing those 3 buckets, as Josh and I talked about. We got to come up with the number that we need and then figure out how to raise the revenue or close the gaps in order to cover that, because we want to be responsible about it. If infrastructure is done the right way, it is an investment. It's not an expense. If done the right way, we got to figure out what that right way is. And it takes a lot of work to come up with the numbers and the scope. It doesn't happen in a day or a week. It's going to take a lot of work to get there. But if done the right way and we make smart investments, it will yield a return for us rather than being an expense.
Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick referring to Josh Gottheimer, another member of the Congressional Problem Solvers Caucus. Before that, you heard Senator Joe Manchin at Governor Larry Hogan's Infrastructure Summit in Annapolis. The Hill newspaper writes, Democrats are divided over a $568 billion infrastructure counteroffer to the president's $2.3 trillion proposal, unveiled Thursday by Senate Republicans, with some calling it a good starting point for bipartisan talks and others dismissing it as a slap in the face and totally inadequate. The rift boils down to a difference over strategy revolving around the importance of winning a bipartisan deal and the risk it could leave certain Democratic priorities on the cutting room floor. At the White House, Press Secretary Jen Psaki said that this bill is different than the coronavirus aid bill, and it's okay to take some time to hash it out.
Jen, on the Republican counteroffer, now that you've had a chance to peruse it, does the White House have any public reaction to what they're putting out there?
Only a day.
So there's an initial reaction?
As we said yesterday, Nancy, we are the president's only red line is inaction. We want to have an exchange of ideas on both sides and from both sides of the aisle. In our view, this is an example of that. We're reviewing the details of the proposal. We're starting to have conversations at the staff level today. We expect those to proceed through the course of next week. We'll ask questions. We'll exchange additional ideas. But our view, this is a good start, and we look forward to having the conversation moving forward.
But it sounds like you have a bit of a different posture on this counteroffer than you did to their counteroffer to the American Rescue Plan.
That's true. We do. The American Rescue Plan was a plan and a proposal that was meeting what we felt was a crisis situation, which was getting the pandemic under control, putting millions of Americans back to work. The president felt, as he said many times, as I said many times, there was an urgency in moving that forward, and there was less flexibility because he felt the size of that package needed to meet the moment. We are quite open to the mechanisms of how his ideas can move forward. It can be in a number of different proposals. It can be worked through negotiating between members of Democrats and Republicans. There are a lot of ideas, including the Frontiers bill that Senator Schumer has put forward, where we feel there's an opportunity to move forward in a bipartisan manner, and there's some overlap with what's been proposed in the American Jobs Plan. So we do see it as different. We do think the process will be different. There's more time to move forward. There's more time to discuss and negotiate, and we'll take advantage of that time available.
The White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki at her daily briefing. This from CNN. President Joe Biden on Friday highlighted the economic opportunities of climate action a day after announcing an ambitious new goal to reduce greenhouse gas emissions at his Leaders Summit on Climate from the White House. Biden said he had directed Secretary of Energy Jennifer Granholm to speed the development of critical technologies to tackle the climate crisis. President Biden spoke to the leaders from the White House East Room.
Today's final session is not about the threat of climate change poses. It's about the opportunity that addressing climate change provides. It's an opportunity to create millions of good-paying jobs around the world in innovative sectors. Jobs that bring greater quality of life, greater dignity to the people who are performing those jobs in every nation. For a line worker, electricians, utility workers, line transmission lines, connecting battery storage, and making our electric grid more modern. For automotive workers, building electric cars, trucks, and buses. Skilled workers installing and charging stations to accommodate them throughout our countries. Construction workers, engineers, insulators, upgrading our schools and commercial buildings and constructing new energy-efficient homes. Manufacturing workers building nuclear and carbon capture technologies, solar panels and wind turbines. And people working in the fields that we haven't even conceived of yet, on farms and on factories and in laboratories and universities, with things we haven't even thought of so far. This challenge and these opportunities are going to be met by working people in every nation. And as we transition to a clean energy future, we must ensure that workers who have thrived in yesterday's and today's industries have as bright a tomorrow in the new industries, as well as in the places where they live, in the communities they have built. When we invest in climate resilience and infrastructure, we create opportunities for everyone. That's the heart of my jobs plan that I proposed here in the United States. It's how our nation intends to build an economy that gives everybody a fair shot.
President Joe Biden from the White House. He also told world leaders at this virtual climate summit that the U.S. will partner with other countries on climate-related innovations to reduce carbon. With Sweden and India on the industrial sector, he mentioned, the United Kingdom on the power sector, and United Arab Emirates, among other countries, on agriculture. President Biden also said he was heartened by Russian President Vladimir Putin's call to collaborate with other countries on advancing carbon dioxide removal. President Biden will be giving his first speech to a joint session of Congress next Wednesday, April 28th, and we're learning more about what it's going to actually look like. White House says that only about 200 people will be allowed into the U.S. House chamber, and no House member or senator will be allowed to bring any guests. There'll also be no traditional First Lady's box with guests, and most White House staffers will be watching remotely. Of course, it'll be on television and here on radio. C-SPAN's coverage, April 28th, begins 8 p.m. Eastern with a preview. The president's speech begins at 9 p.m. Eastern. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, one of the president's cabinet members given the task to promote the president's infrastructure plan. Today, during an interview with Axios, he was asked about autonomous vehicles, also known as self-driving cars, and some recent high-profile accidents in the news.
There have been some crashes recently with Tesla's autopilot system and a fair bit of controversy about their rollout of so-called full self-driving software that's still in development. I'm wondering how the DOT will deal with those issues.
Well, the main reason that the DOT exists is safety, and that's our top priority. Now, the truth is technology has been developing maybe faster than policy in this regard. We've got a lot of very detailed authorities for regulating where a mirror ought to go. They don't even contemplate a scenario where we're talking about sensors doing the work that mirrors or human beings used to. But these are technologies that are still being developed. I do want to emphasize that right now, no matter how sophisticated the technology in a car, we expect and require the presence of an attentive driver behind the wheel. Technologies exist to assist drivers, but in the vehicles available today, not to replace them.
Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, an interview today hosted by Axios. Following the latest fatal Tesla crash, Senators Richard Blumenthal of Connecticut and Ed Markey of Massachusetts wrote a letter to regulators that reads in part, "We fear safety concerns involving these vehicles are becoming a pattern, which is incredibly worrisome and deserves your undivided attention." On Wall Street today, the Dow was up 227, NASDAQ up 198, and S&P up 45. Washington Today continues in a minute.
Having your own home is awesome, but it's also a lot of work. The good news? Finding help for your projects is easier than ever. Introducing Angie, the app that puts all your home care needs at your fingertips. Need a pro to fix that emergency leak? Maybe find someone to build a deck, or even set your seasonal tasks on autopilot. Angie can handle all that and more. Expert pros, hundreds of home projects, clear pricing, and the easiest way to book and pay in seconds. This is Angie, your home for everything home. Download the app today.
And welcome back to Washington Today. A few more headlines. The White House says President Biden will be taking his first overseas trip in June to the United Kingdom for the G7 summit and then to Belgium for the NATO summit. Bloomberg News reports that President Biden told the Turkish President Erdogan today in a phone call that he intends to recognize the 1915 massacre of Armenians by Ottoman Empire forces as a genocide. That's according to people familiar with the call talking with Bloomberg. The President Biden expected to use the word genocide in a statement Saturday recognizing Armenian Genocide Remembrance Day, making good on a promise from the campaign trail and becoming the first U.S. president to do so in 40 years. Imprisoned Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny says he's ending his hunger strike after 24 days. This after he got medical attention and was warned by his doctors that continuing it would put his life at risk. In an Instagram post, he said he'll continue to demand a visit from his doctor to address a loss of sensation in his legs and arms. And former Olympic decathlete and reality TV star Caitlyn Jenner filing her initial paperwork to run for governor of California as a Republican. She is seeking to replace Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom in a recall election. And now to the coronavirus pandemic. Some breaking news. This from the Associated Press. A U.S. health panel says it's time to resume use of Johnson & Johnson's COVID-19 vaccine, despite a very rare risk of blood clots. Out of nearly 8 million people vaccinated before the U.S. suspended J&J's shot, health officials uncovered 15 cases of highly unusual kind of blood clot, 3 of them fatal. All were women, mostly younger than 50. But advisors to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention said Friday the vaccine's benefits outweigh that serious but small risk, especially against a virus that's still infecting tens of thousands of Americans every day. Earlier, during the White House COVID-19 response briefing, CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky said that COVID-19 cases in the U.S. have gone down 10% over the past week, a hopeful sign. Hospital admissions and deaths, which are lagging indicators, rose slightly over the past week. Dr. Walensky also praised a specific vaccination achievement.
Today, I'd like to take a moment and celebrate one of the tremendous milestones we as a country achieved this week. As of today, 66% of the U.S. population age over 65 and over is now fully vaccinated. This is over 36 million Americans who are protected from COVID-19. And it's so important that we're protecting those over age 65. They have borne the brunt of the pandemic and, without a vaccine, are at high risk for severe disease, hospitalization, and death. We are well on our way to have one of our most vulnerable populations fully protected against this deadly virus, and that is a reason to celebrate.
Dr. Rochelle Walensky, director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. At the same time, though, she also gave a closer look at the breakdown of vaccination data for seniors across the country and found some signs of concern.
As we look at the data on vaccine coverage, it's important for us to dive deeper into what we are seeing across the country. We see on this map that vaccine coverage is not uniform across the country. Please note we have state-level data, but not county-level data for Texas and Hawaii. Otherwise, looking county by county, there are some unsettling gaps in our coverage. Some areas are doing very well with greater than 65% coverage for those over the age of 65, as indicated by dark blue. But many areas have far less coverage, less than 47%, as indicated by the lightest shaded areas. Because this virus is an opportunist, we anticipate that the areas of lightest vaccine coverage now might be where the virus strikes next. And with modest protection of our oldest population, many more deaths could ensue. So while we have many reasons to celebrate, we also have the potential, indeed the need, to do more to protect people now.
CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky at today's White House COVID-19 briefing. We have the video if you'd like to see the chart she's referring to. You can find them at cspan.org. Also at the briefing, the White House Response Coordinator Jeff Zients, who spoke about the daily overall vaccination rate in the U.S., which has been going up steadily for weeks, but has now come back down a bit in recent days.
As you can see on our vaccination report, our current 7-day average is 2.9 million shots, nearly 3 million shots per day. Going forward, we expect daily vaccination rates will moderate and fluctuate. We've gotten vaccinations to the most at risk and those most eager to get vaccinated as quickly as possible. And we will continue those efforts, but we know reaching other populations will take time and focus.
Jeff Zients, White House COVID-19 Response Coordinator. And if vaccine supply may soon exceed demand, so has some personal protective equipment. Biden administration changing a recommendation that had allowed hospitals to ration and reuse N95 medical masks, which are vital to protecting frontline workers from the coronavirus. Throughout the pandemic, many doctors and nurses were issued one N95 mask per week. Now, stockpiles replenished. The Food and Drug Administration says they should go back to the pre-pandemic standard, one N95 mask per patient. This from Newsweek. China has offered to help India fight its worsening COVID-19 crisis as the United States continues to ban exports of vaccines for the coronavirus disease. India marked a world record surge Thursday of more than 300,000 new COVID-19 cases in a single day, as the nation of some 1.3 billion people scrambled to curb the spread of the illness and treat those already infected despite dwindling resources. Today's White House briefing, a question to the press secretary, Jen Psaki.
India saw the biggest number of new cases in a day ever yesterday. Are there any plans to send any of the U.S. stockpile of AstraZeneca vaccine or any vaccine to India?
Well, let me first say that the United States offers our deepest sympathy to the people of India who are clearly suffering during this global pandemic, and we are working closely with Indian officials at both political and experts level to identify ways to help address the crisis. We've made vaccine cooperation a big priority, including with our Quad partners. India is one of our Quad partners, of course, in discussing vaccine creation and distribution for the future. We've also provided $4 billion to COVAX, and from the earliest stages of the pandemic, we've provided India with emergency relief supplies, medical consumables, pandemic training for Indian state and local health officials, and ventilators, which has been part of our effort over the course of time, including $1.4 billion in health assistance to India to help them prepare for pandemics in the future and deal with the current one we're facing. So there are ongoing discussions. I don't have anything more to preview, but we are in touch with them at a range of levels about how we can help them get through this period of time.
White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki. An Associated Press analysis of why COVID cases are surging in India reads in part, authorities were lulled into believing the worst was behind them when cases started to recede in September. Cases dipped for 30 consecutive weeks before starting to rise in mid-February. And experts say the country failed to seize the opportunity to augment healthcare infrastructure and aggressively vaccinate. Another first for SpaceX, launching 4 astronauts into orbit from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida Friday morning using a recycled rocket and capsule.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Mission and liftoff. Godspeed, Endeavour and Crew 2.
Copy, 1 Alpha.
Endeavour launches once again. 4 astronauts from 3 countries on Crew 2, now making their way to the one and only International Space Station. The vehicle is pitching downrange. 9 Merlin engines on the first stage, providing 1.7 million pounds of thrust. Hearing good calls on first stage performance so far.
The 4 veteran astronauts are an attack helicopter pilot, a former Air France pilot, a Japanese rocket scientist, and an oceanographer. They should reach the International Space Station on Saturday. This is the 3rd crewed flight in under a year for SpaceX, which is a company led by Elon Musk. A week ago, NASA awarded SpaceX a nearly $3 billion contract to provide the lunar lander to deliver astronauts to the surface of the moon. And during a post-launch news conference at Kennedy Space Center, Musk asked about the future.
Next up, we have Jeff Faust with Space News.
Good morning. Question for Elon Musk. It took years of development to get the Crew Dragon to the point where you could have a successful series of missions like Crew 2 this morning. At what point do you think Starship will be ready to start carrying people? Thanks.
Well, I think we are trying to keep these questions to, more limited to this, this mission. But it's difficult to speculate with respect to. I don't know. If I tend to be, as you know, I tend to be somewhat optimistic with respect to schedules. I feel I should acknowledge this. So take that with a grain of salt. But I think it's not out of the question that it could be ready to fly people in a couple of years. Obviously, we need to not be making craters, otherwise, it's hop in. We're going to Mars. No, not quite. Not yet. It's got some work to do, but making rapid progress. I think we got to make sure we're accelerating the rate of innovation, and then it could be ready in a couple of years.
Thank you. Now we have Eric Niler with Wired.
Greetings. Congratulations to everybody. Senator Bill Nelson mentioned a 2024 timetable for a lunar landing through HLS during a confirmation hearing on Capitol Hill. And I'm just wondering from Elon whether that's kind of a crazy talk, or is that something you feel optimistic about?
I think that can be done. Yeah, I think so. I think we're going to build a lot of rockets, and we're going to probably smash a bunch of them. But I think it will happen. I think 2024. This seems likely. We're going to aim for sooner than that, but I think this is actually doable. Yes.
Elon Musk, CEO of SpaceX. Boeing is also under contract to send astronauts to the International Space Station, but has yet to fly a manned mission. Here in Washington, the 9 Supreme Court justices sitting for their annual official photo, the class picture, at the court in Washington. And they sounded like they were having a good time.
I'm in a good angle. There's
a
lot of good here.
Sounds from the group photo of the members of the U.S. Supreme Court. This is the first time they've all been together because the newest justice, Amy Coney Barrett, was confirmed last fall in October in the middle of the coronavirus pandemic. The court has announced, though, that they won't physically take the bench to hear oral arguments for the remainder of the term that ends in June. Thanks for being with us today on Washington Today. Remember, it's available as a podcast, and download the free C-SPAN radio app to listen anywhere, anytime. Hope you have a good night and weekend.
On this April the 22nd, this is Washington Today on C-SPAN Radio. I'm Steve Scully. We're glad you're with us, and here are some of your Thursday headlines. It is Earth Day, with some major initiatives announced by the White House. We'll have details just ahead. The House of Representatives passing a party line vote to make D.C. the 51st state, but it's facing an uncertain political future in the U.S. Senate. The CDC says more than 50% of American adults have
Greetings, my dear loves. What you are about to hear is a super deluxe, hyper zinger, double quadraphonic, ear blasting joy beetle launched out of the horn of plenty right into those sweet, waxy ear holes that have been one of the main receptacles for wisdom in your life. Oh, you are about to get a swarm of joy shotgunned right into that trembling little brain of yours, that gelatinous, creepy, gooey blob of consciousness is about to get rained upon by the sweet, delightful, honey-flavored linguistic storm, which used to be one of my favorite New Age albums of this conversation. Yeah, am I tooting my own horn? It's the only horn I got. This is a great podcast. Emil, my best friend, we went to college together. He has never stopped blowing my mind. We traveled to India together. We have been in the streets of Varanasi. We have thrown frisbees in Dharamsala. I think we threw frisbees there. Probably not. To be honest, I never liked Emil's frisbee skills. I went there with my David McLean, who's also been on the podcast. They're just more athletic than me, which isn't saying much. But god damn it, I just always felt super insecure trying to catch a frisbee. I'm not going to unload on you here. I'm not going to have some weird breakdown here in front of you about my terrible dexterity when it comes to catching flying discs, the weird ego trembling that happens every time somebody that right next to my studio is incredibly unhealthy. I like to imagine that the almost constant stream of ambulances is always going to the same place and then sort of taking them to the hospital and then bringing them back. The point is, this is a great episode, and jeez. Hey, waving at the fire truck. Good luck. This is a great episode, and is there fucking more coming? You don't want to be annoyed by ambulances or fire trucks, you know, because anytime you hear a fire truck, you're hearing like it's the worst day of somebody's life, probably. But that instantaneous thing that happens when you hear it, the wailing of it, the beeping, you gotta ask yourself, is that necessary? Because, you know, if I were zipping by in an ambulance or a police car, I would honk as much as possible, whether there was someone in my way or not, just out of a combination of boredom and a sort of like Freudian ejaculatory desire. You know, the beeping of the horn is like me coming. The great phallic symbol of the fire truck with its long ladder slowly rising up that I'm climbing down, up and down, you know, essentially making love to the fire with my hose. I would just honk all the time. Anyway, the point is I don't want to be annoyed by fire trucks or ambulances. I want to be the kind of person that spontaneously erupts with some kind of like compassionate heart trembling. They actually did a study that I read about where they were sort of examining the brains of meditators. By the way, when anytime this happens, it's like one of the strangest ways that Western thinking interacts with spirituality, which is like, let's study your brain to see what happens when you meditate. But they did that. They got some Tibetan monk and MRI machine, played like the sounds of, I don't know, cats getting attacked, children crying, to see like what part of their brain is activated by sounds of horror. Essentially like they did the Clockwork Orange thing, but to a Tibetan monk. And they found that the part of the brain that was activated is the same part of the brain that's activated in mothers when they hear their babies crying. Only there wasn't any kind of specificity to this activation, just any sort of anything that indicated something was in trouble would activate this compassion center. I don't have that. When I hear a fire truck go by or an ambulance go by, I just feel like my ass tightens a little bit, and I just think, fuck. Somebody's probably clumsy. Isn't that rotten? I can't help it. It's like, what are you going to do? It's the first thing that bubbles up out of the deep, oozing swamp of my subconscious. I haven't gone down in there yet to dredge out whatever rotting corpse, whatever sad thing is sort of decomposing down there and belching out these swampy bubbles of selfishness. But I'm sure one day I will. One day I'll send a team in there and do that awful thing they do in lakes when they're looking for a body and dredge it up, vomit it out maybe in some ayahuasca session. It's pretty interesting, isn't it? I'm going to get to this podcast, but it's pretty interesting that like there's apparently a difference in puking when you've had ayahuasca versus puking when you've had too much booze.
Right.
Like when I've had too much booze and I'm vomiting, I'm not thinking like I'm getting my darkness out symbolically via this puke. I've poisoned myself. But people who take ayahuasca and vomit, they claim some kind of like relief that goes way beyond getting the sticky goo of ayahuasca, which I've heard just tastes like absolute shit. And once after a show, somebody gave me a jar of something they claimed was ayahuasca, like a liquid in Tupperware. And I couldn't say no. What are you going to deny ayahuasca? You should deny ayahuasca if someone just offers it to you in Tupperware. But I took it back to the hotel. I was just curious. Opened it up and smelled it. And it was truly the vilest stink. Like, probably the way, like, it smells underneath Gollum's balls. Just like you found some spindly, power-addicted cave goblin, pulled them out of the cave, and just lifted up their balls and stuck your nose right underneath into the fungal mat of like, greasy goblin pubic hair and Gollum sweat. It smelled terrible. I flushed it down the toilet. If you're listening, I'm sorry, but what was I going to do? I had to fly. Am I going to try to go through the TSA with a Tupperware of ayahuasca? You can't even get water through there. What was I going to do? Take it that night? By myself in the hotel room, watch Forensic Files while communing with ayahuasca goddess? I flushed it, and I did feel guilty flushing it down the toilet. I did. But then also I thought, why? Who do you think I am? I'm not a free... I don't just slurp back ayahuasca. I'm not that free with my life. I'm not like the Hunter S. Thompson of ayahuasca.
Hey, what are you...
I won't even eat chocolate after 5. We've got a great podcast for you, friends. Emil is such a genius. And in past episodes with Emil, we've talked about music and we've talked about our friendship, but I think this is the first time we ever really took a deep dive into a specific topic, which is Camus and his essay, The Myth of Sisyphus. You should order the book if you haven't read it yet. Camus is a really interesting person who didn't identify as a philosopher, apparently didn't identify as an existentialist. I found this out after this conversation that you're about to hear because I was like just doing a little research on who Camus was. But he did write a really brilliant essay, which is considered one of the great works of existentialism. He was friends with Jean-Paul Sartre for a little bit in Paris, I believe. And they had I think they probably had a pretty intense effect on each other. And so he wrote this brilliant essay, The Myth of Sisyphus, which I've been reading. And I haven't read it since I was in college. And I believe Emil and I were in a class on existentialism together where we studied this book. And so this is a conversation about the myth of Sisyphus, suffering, what I've heard called the great sad. I found that I think on a subreddit with people writing about this thing that Camus called absurdity. And I love it. It's really wonderful. And especially as someone who enjoys studying Buddhism, finding these interesting places where the two connect, I love it. And that's what this conversation is about, but it's about much more than that. So I really hope that you will take the journey with us, because if you stop listening to this halfway through, you will leave with a sense that your fire truck hasn't been jerked off to completion. We're going to jump right into it, but first this. A big thank you to Upstart for sponsoring this episode of the DTFH. If you're like me, then when you were in college and got your first credit card application, you thought it was hilarious that they were crazy enough to offer you a line of credit for whatever it was, maybe $4,000 if you were me. And then you thought it would be funny to use that money on stupid things, thinking to yourself, you know what? I'm never going to pay this back. What are they going to do? Murder me? Anyway, if you find yourself in a little bit of a pickle, you might benefit from Upstart. Whether it's paying off credit cards, consolidating high-interest debt, or funding personal expenses, over 500,000 people have used Upstart to get a simple, fixed monthly payment. Unlike other lenders, Upstart looks at more than just your credit score, like your income and employment history. This means they can offer smarter rates with trusted partners. With a 5-minute online rate check, you can see your rate up front for loans between $1,000 to $50,000. You can receive funds as fast as one business day after accepting your loan. Find out how Upstart can lower your monthly payments today when you go to upstart.com/Duncan. That's upstart.com/Duncan. Don't forget to use that offer code to let them know I sent you. Loan amounts will be determined based on your credit, income, and certain other information provided in your loan application. Go to upstart.com/Duncan. A big thank you to all of my glorious Patreon subscribers. I love y'all. I hope you'll become one if you haven't yet. I don't blame you for not wanting to or just hearing it. Maybe you're like, fuck you. Maybe that's just the first thing that pops out of your swamp. Fuck you. Stop mentioning your Patreon, you capitalist fuck. But I really hope you'll join the Patreon. We just had our family gathering. We have them every Friday. We have these wonderful conversations that sort of zigzag around a lot of different things. Heartbreak today. Why someone wondered why I seem to be so butthurt over J. Krishnamurti. It was fun talking about that. We talk about mysticism. We talk about shitting ourselves a lot.
These settlers have come to Dantooine.
Most importantly, we recite the 7 verses of Xemexerax, the great lord of the Southern Keep, who will return one day, and when he does, oh, there will be much birthing blood as history is vanquished eternally. Head over to patreon.com/DTFH and subscribe. You're going to get access to all kinds of stuff, including commercial-free episodes of this podcast. Commercial-free, virginal, pristine, glorious episodes, untainted by the shadowy fingers of capitalism. Some people get really upset by the commercials. Patreon.com/DTFH. You will be free. You will be like a bird released from a golden cage into some infinite forest, flying towards the beautiful sound of the Godhead's flute as it plays near some babbling brook. Patreon.com/DTFH. Okay, pals, here we go. Emil Amos is a musician. He's a writer. And once you listen to this, you'll realize he's a philosopher and a dear soul who I feel so lucky to be friends with. all the links you need to find Emil are going to be at DuncanTrussell.com, or just Google Holy Sons. Or even better, just go to Twitter and follow Emil_Amos, A-M-O-S. Let's dive in. Emil, welcome back to the DTFH. Hello.
Yeah, boy. Good to see you.
Good to see you. This is sort of, I think this is going to be different than our other conversations in the sense that we've got kind of a plan. And let me just introduce the listeners too. So I've been reading, I'm done with it now, but I don't know why I'm even doing this to myself, but I've been trying to get up at like 5 a.m. because my brain seems to work. That's like whatever like brain damage I've inflicted from a lifetime of taking psychedelics. I don't even know if that's real or not, doesn't seem to like happen in the morning. Like I can really think clearly in the morning. So I've been reading Camus, The Myth of Sisyphus, and you are someone who has a better grasp of existentialism than anyone I've ever met. And so as I've been reading it, I've had all these like moments of wanting to call you, but it's like 5 fucking a.m., and only an asshole would do that. I would seem insane. But yeah, so I just wanted to sort of talk with you about it. And I know we just talked about it, but do you want to introduce like the main idea in that essay by Camus, or do you want me to?
I'd like you to, because I want to know why you are reading it.
Well, I honestly have no real reason. Probably the best reason to read it is for no reason at all. But it was just on my shelf. I remember like getting off on it in college, and then wanting to see like why is this stuck in my head, because I really don't remember too much of it. And so then I jumped into it, and it's amazing, because basically the premise of the thing is that we live in a world of absurdity, meaninglessness. Like just a kind of like, what does he describe it? He describes it as a thing that maybe you don't notice it at first, but then when you see it, you can't unsee it. So, he kind of like mentions like the foreground, background problem. You know what I mean? Like we're constantly on stage. We don't get to blend in like some nice placid shrub or something. And then also he talks about, and again, this is Camus, French, no doubt on a shit ton of speed. And he talks about those moments of just feeling completely alienated from your home, your life, your universe, just that general sense of like, I don't fucking belong here. This, whatever this place is not for me. And so this is the confrontation with what he calls absurdity. And the essay is examining why you wouldn't just kill yourself if you experience that. And he breaks like the possible suicides into 2 types, physical and philosophical. And then it kind of wraps up with this beautiful, the beautiful idea that we live for rebellion, like in the midst of the absurdity, we're still like, we're pushing against it. That's what we've got. We smile at the curse of the gods, and thus the symbol of Sisyphus pushing the fucking boulder up the hill and letting it roll down forever. It's like, yeah, the gods cursed him to do that, but where he fucks the gods is he's still happy. It's just crazy. So do you remember it? Does that ring a bell with you?
Yeah, I'm actually having I just had some sort of midlife crisis while you were talking. That was really weird. I
Really?
just remembered, I just retrieved my entire memory of 8th grade. Like, it's one of the great mysteries of my entire life, and it disturbs the fuck out of me because I think I became who I am now in 8th grade, and every day I drive by my junior high school on the left. It's called Phillips in Chapel Hill. And every time I look at it, I can remember little bits of, okay, that's where that kid lived. That's where I would walk after school, blah, blah, blah. But I can't retrieve 8th grade. I can remember 7th grade. And as you were talking, I remembered like how I became myself.
Really? What was
just
it?
Fucking freaked me out. I don't know.
That's wild.
It's so strange. God, that was disturbing. So in 8th grade, I came back to school, and I met this kid named Bear, and Bear was like sort of like my bodyguard in a sense because he was bigger and he had a mohawk and huge boots and a bomber, and if anybody fucked with me, he would literally like stomp their face into a curb, you know?
Wow.
We're just gonna go right home.
So we had
right
this
now
kind of
and
like
celebrate.
weird
Don't worry,
outside
I'm gonna
underdog
hug you and oil you
bond.
and
We never talked about it necessarily, but as I got into like hanging out with him more and more, I guess my life was changing. I became who I am now, and it just all came back to me. But so I'm going to tell you why it is involved with this whole thing. So he was the first person that played me like The Cure, you know? So you're sitting in his bedroom and the whole universe is accessible to you through this friend's bedroom.
Right.
And
That's
so
a
we
cool
got
way to put
into
it.
Dude, it felt like that. And I want to hear if you had a friend like this. I'm talking about, we all had like certain best friends every couple years.
Did you hear about the young Jedi
and
girl
for
from
the
a
rest of
couple
our
days
life
ago?
until we die.
You mean
that
like the
person-
friend that introduces you to new stuff?
Yeah, but also the kid that like might have been like way more mainstreamy than you, but like
Right.
still stayed up late with you and wanted to talk to you about your life and your mind and
Right.
like the deepest shit ever, right?
Sure.
God, it's like emotional, sorry. But so Bear was like my best friend, and he tried to kill himself, actually. I had just gotten into Nick Drake because of Sebadoh. So Sebadoh covered Nick Drake, and I went into the record store downtown and I said, Who is Nick Drake? It was so crazy. I mean, that was the beginning of the very beginning of 9th grade when that happened.
Yeah.
And the guy across the desk, you have to understand, like nobody had ever even heard of Nick Drake. So
Right.
the guy across the desk said, Nick Drake was a songwriter from the UK in 1973. He, blah, blah, blah. He killed himself, all this shit.
Yeah.
And I just happened to ask the right guy. I just actually asked like a scholar just randomly. I still remember the guy's face. He ended up marrying one of my friends. Like that guy changed my life in 2 seconds, and he'll never know, right?
Yeah.
And so I went home and I ordered, or I figured out how to get the Nick Drake box set, and I opened it up, and it said that when he killed himself, he had the myth of Sisyphus next to him, right?
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
I didn't know
So-
that. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
So my little 8th, 9th grade brain was just like, I don't know where I'm going in life, but this is like meant to be, like I'm absorbing all this information that's way above my head. I have no idea what any of this is about. And
Yeah.
so then it's like so funny. But when Bear tried to kill himself, I didn't know what to do because I wasn't deep enough to deal with it. Like, I just didn't even know how to react. I didn't know how to, like, what to say. I didn't know why you try to kill yourself. I had no idea. He never told me why he did that. And I was a shallow little kid, you know. I was just like confused by it all.
Yeah.
It was above my head, and so.
But not shallow. You just like, how do you even deal with that? I don't think shallow is the right word. It's just, how the fuck do you deal with your friend trying to kill himself at any age?
I don't know. I couldn't field it. I had no reference point for it, and I was such a little idiot. This is crazy. My mom or somebody drove me to the hospital to see him in his hospital bed.
Yeah.
And I brought him Myth of Sisyphus.
Oh, God damn it.
And I don't know why.
Shit.
I didn't know what the book was about.
Do you think he tried to read it?
How embarrassing. And I mean,
honestly,
it's just so
I'm not
funny, dude.
I'm not sure if that is the best gift to give someone who just tried to commit suicide or the worst gift.
That's when you were reading, when you were describing the opening of the Myth of Sisyphus, that's what came to me. I was like, oh my God. I retrieved all this information. It just fucking blew my mind. But it wouldn't be, I would go all the way through high school, which was very difficult. And then
you have done well, my pupil.
I took a year off, and then I got to college. But even at the beginning, I didn't know I could learn anything that was even applicable at that fucking school. I was just so down on it, and so checked out and wanting to just smoke my troubles away or whatever. And so my first teacher was John Casey was basically my he was my mentor or whatever you call it. You get like a counselor.
Yeah.
Your training is
and so I got lucky again, right? I got this guy who changed all of our lives, but he was not just my teacher. He was actually like assigned to counsel me. So if I had trouble, I had to go to him. I actually had to go to him. And at first, he just didn't like me very much. I remember his eyes. I remember his tone. He did not like me.
Why?
And I don't know. I felt shallow. I felt like a stupid little kid that was kind of wasting his time. He'd ask the class a question, a philosophical question. I had no idea what kind of answer he was looking for. I just felt out of my element. We're talking about the first week I got to school.
He was intimidating, that guy. Like, he was very intimidating, very intense.
How can I help?
Didn't he have long hair, a mustache? He was like, he had the, like, you felt like you were around, like, part shaman, part, like, Taoist sage or something. And, like, he was just a genius. So there was that, too.
Yeah, there was, like, this, it's like he's part Schopenhauer. He's, like, got this grizzled, heavy fucking vibe. But then he's a Taoist sort of thinking master, who had won the U.S. debate championship 3 years in a row and then quit because nobody could touch him,
Yeah.
So there was like this sense of like, fuck, he's like that dad I'll never please. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And then somewhere in there, he decided to teach a class called existentialism. And,
greetings.
You should. This is starting to be so long ago that I can't tell you the breakdown, the frame by frame situation that where I discovered this, and then it led to that. And I don't remember where Hermann Hesse came in. I don't remember where Buddhism came in, but somewhere in those books, I saw that there was like a solution to everything I've been going through. Anyway, when I met you, that was when we were like trying to solve all this shit,
Yeah.
So that was when things started to like look up,
Yeah, for me too.
Yeah. So anyway, that's the story of how that shit got put in my brain, and it was sitting there on the shelf, kind of like the way you walked over and just pulled it off the fucking shelf, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
It's just sitting there, and you're like, oh, on this day, as I experience the worst pain that you can feel, maybe this book on the shelf has something about that for me or something.
Yeah.
So there, here comes Camus, right? And he is now he's like your older brother or something, and he's gone through this thing too. And he's gone through it, and he's kind of worked it out on paper. So you're like, holy shit, you can do this stuff. You can actually like apply your mind and like maybe potentially solve the fucking pain, you know?
Yeah.
And so when meeting you, we were both in a sort of race to get there, you know?
Yeah.
We were like, dude, I need to fix this situation.
Yeah.
And so that is basically all I was going to say, but it brought me to this point with you where like we wanted to, I guess you could say it was almost competitive, but yet you're like in the same arena together. So
well, I was jealous of you. I mean, like you're like this like genius, like kid, younger than me, not by much. Younger, you're like, you know, recording incredible music. But then on top of that, you're like, you were just digesting some of this stuff that I would say only now am I like kind of like able to wrap my mind around it. Because I think that if I was talking about it back then, I think I might have been a little like phony in pretending to understand it more than I did. You know, but you were like a sponge soaking it up. That was the craziest thing to watch because, you know, it's easy to read that shit. You could just skim it or whatever and pretend you know what it's saying. But there's a big difference. That's like swishing some medicine and then like secretly spitting it out. But there's a big difference than like actually absorbing it, you know, all the way through. And I saw you go through that. I've never seen anything like it in my life.
Yeah.
Much thanks to HelloFresh, not just for sponsoring this episode of the DTFH, but over the years that I've been using HelloFresh, they have taught me several recipes that I eat almost every week to this day, including delicious meatballs. HelloFresh, it's exactly what you've been looking for if you find yourself up to your neck in the dark, horrible swamp of never-ending takeout. If you're starting to feel weird because you don't really know how to cook, and if you are one of those people like me, when you go to the grocery store, you inevitably don't pick up some crucial fucking ingredient for the thing you were gonna cook, and you get home and you're like, oh, I'll just replace the salt that was supposed to go in this with mayonnaise because that's the only other thing I have around. HelloFresh fixes all of this. It makes you feel like you're a chef on the cooking channel. They send everything you need, and you can have meals ready in 20 minutes or less. They take out all the thinking and second guessing. You get super fresh, healthy ingredients, and it's not only is it obviously cheaper than eating out or ordering takeout, but it's 28% cheaper than shopping at the grocery store. It's wonderful and it's easy. It's just nice to not have to plan meals and think about what ingredients you need and all the like annoying organizational shit that goes into cooking. It's nice. They just send you these wonderful meals and you can make them in 30 minutes or less. And you know, the pandemic, I think this is going to be a great summer. We might all start actually going out and dating again, and who knows, you want to impress your potential future love, cook them some incredible meal. I don't know, it just affects people on a primordial level to have someone bring you a delicious, healthy meal. It makes you want to make them come. That is not what they wanted me to read, but that's just my own personal anecdotal experience when people have cooked for me. It's nice. Makes you feel good. Nice way to show love. Go to HelloFresh.com/12Duncan and use code 12Duncan for 12 free meals, including free shipping. Again, that's HelloFresh.com/12Duncan.
This holocron contains materials suitable for Jedi
Duncan, and you're going to get
Jedi
12 free meals, including free
There are 2 teaching
shipping.
items suitable for Padawans.
HelloFresh.
This
It's
holocron.
America's #1
Would you
meal
like
kit.
me to list
I've
them?
used them for years, and I love them. I hope you'll give them a shot. 12 free meals. That's ridiculous. Wish I could sign up for it. Thank you, HelloFresh.
I'm sorry, Padawan. You are not authorized to view these materials. Is there something else I can help you with?
The other night we went to
Teaching
dinner
items
and you were
available
like
to Jedi Padawan.
telling me
Soresu,
the story
lightsaber
of
form. 2.
us standing in the woods in the snow or something.
Yeah, when you were you were the first person to introduce me to
puts the Jedi
Buddhism,
in touch with the flow
and
of
the
the living
and
force,
sure I may have heard of it
increasing their
or whatever,
ability to use their
but the
powers
way
and
we were on
offering a slight
acid,
increase to their ability to
and
predict and
you
avoid enemy attacks.
and it was snowing, and so you just said, "Life is suffering."
Well done, Padawan.
That's called.
You have succeeded in
That's
learning
called
this technique.
dukkha. And I'm
Continued
hearing it,
practice
and
is
because
suggested.
this is how
Is
dumb
there
my
something
brain
else
is.
I can help you with?
It's snowing. So I'm
Teaching
like
items
thinking to
available to
myself,
Jedi
what the
Padawan.
fuck is it?
1.
I was trying to think of the classes
Soresu,
you were taking.
lightsaber form.
And I'm like, and then you
2.
go, the cause of suffering is
force
attachment. And I'm thinking, like, is
Accessing
this some kind of
material. 1 moment.
Eskimo
Form 3.
tribal religion?
Or
Because I'm so
resilience
fucking
form,
cold.
also known
But
as
I'm-
the way of the Minok.
But like because
This
you
form
didn't call
will
it
aid in
Buddhism,
defense against blasters,
I started.
but should not be used
I took it
against
in
multiple
as
opponents.
in a much more pure way. You know, like I didn't know what it was that you were talking about, and because of
You
that,
have
it like
succeeded in learning
it
this
was like you
technique.
dropped this
Continued
like
practice
thing into
is
my
suggested.
soul. It just went
Is there
whoop
something else I can
in,
help
and
you
it's
with?
to this day, it's still rippling in there. You know, because and it was a huge moment for me. But wait, before we keep going, what happened to Bear?
I saw him in a Target parking lot once. And he was like he kind of looked like a shell of his former self. I got the sense he was on some sort of heavy meds, and he had sort of abandoned like all those sort of idealistic, ambitious, rebellious things we had been like playing around with, you know. Like he was such an important person because he never showed me anything. He never explained anything to me, but he had the cassettes he had a Guar cassette, he had a Youth of the Day cassette, he had a GBH cassette. It was like he was a walking black and white photo of an English punk, you know, with the makeup and the mohawk and the safety pins. And like, you got to understand, back in the late 80s, like, that was a pretty heavy fucking thing to front on people, like visually, when you walk down the street. And I mean, I saw him break other skateboarders' noses in front of me and shit, because he really was living. It wasn't a pose. It was like he actually was like, felt that volatile, you know. And like, I was a good kid that was scared of everything when I was really little, you know, like the idea of sex or the idea of alcohol when you're fucking 7 years old or something is terrifying. You see your drunk uncle stumble in the room and turn on Playboy. The whole thing is like, you're just like, dude, I don't, not only is this stuff not intended for me, I don't even want it yet. I don't understand it.
Yeah.
You know? And so when meeting him, I guess, was interesting because I had to think more about who I was and like my behavior and what it said about me and my vanity and my kind of like, I don't know, my protective shell that I had. It's like he didn't really have that as much, and it went to some logical conclusion where he imploded. And I still don't know anything about that, why that happened with him. There was some darkness in his family, you could definitely sense from his father. I don't know if it was just a genetic history of depression, but that's all I can really tell you. I don't know where he is at, but I feel like he was in Asheville because that's where the Target was that I saw in the parking lot. Isn't that weird?
Kind of makes sense.
Maybe. Yeah. So anyway, it's so entertaining for me
What can I
to
do?
see you
What can
want
I
to go
do?
back to that stuff. You don't think there's any unconscious divining rod that's led you back to that book? You think it really is arbitrary?
Oh no, I mean no, I don't think it's necessarily arbitrary. I think it's like it's a nice sort of like approaching it after having spent a long time doing as deep a dive as I have been able to into Buddhism. It's this nice kind of like it's a balance or something. You know, it's cool to see the Western mind seemingly discovering some of these ideas, you know, without maybe even coming into contact with them. I mean, I'm sure Camus must have heard something of Buddhism, but that was the main, that's like, so I guess, not to like get too like annoyingly technical here, like this is like the main thing I wanted to talk to you about, which is, so in Buddhism, you have this, the first noble truth, which is generally translated life is suffering, but actually the real translation is there is suffering, not life. There is suffering. So it's a general sort of acknowledgement of this kind of sense that humans have that things just aren't great here. And the word, as I've heard it translates into, one of the ways it translates is wobbly wheel. It's like riding a cart with a wobbly wheel here. So this is a place where we are constantly thwarted in our attempts to basically, like if you, in the most dire sort of articulation of it, there's no pleasure here. And if you do find even the smallest bit of pleasure, then that pleasure is not going to last, and thus is really just a kind of pain.
If the droid is
and whereas in existentialism and Camus' sort of articulation of this problem, he calls it absurdity and the confrontation with absurdity. But that's what I wanted to ask you about. Do you think it's the same place that they've both sort of tuned into and given it different names?
Yeah, I remember being really frustrated that the existentialists, the French ones especially, just didn't talk about Buddhism much. They just never mentioned it. So I remember reading book after book after book in, I guess it was freshman year or something, and just always kind of waiting for somebody to draw the parallel and explain the parallel. And they never really got around to it much. There are isolated circumstances, but one thing you have to remember about those books and about those guys in the 40s is that there's a lot of like dated sort of detritus from that time. And when you try to get into a book by Sartre, especially compared to Camus, there's like a pretty heavy sort of chip on his shoulder, right?
Yeah.
He feels like he's coming into a cultural situation and he's like, I'm not asking you guys, I'm telling you guys there's no God, right?
Yeah.
And you can feel there's this hardcore agenda, and you have to think that at the time to sell a book, there was a certain sense of marketability that they were addressing, but they also had a war to fight against traditionalists, right?
Right.
So Camus and Sartre coming into the battle the way they did and kind of wanting to put their name down, put their flag down. When you're young and you're reading those books, it's a little weird, you know, because you're reading books from the 40s and shit, and you're like, you know, in the 90s. And so our life is just completely has a different pace to it. A different the debates of the day are completely different when the Clinton was in office. You know.
Yeah, we're downstream. Also, we're downstream from, if you want to call it work or whatever that they did, and because of folks like them, for better or for worse, it did change where we're at right now because of their philosophy sort of making its way into just about everything.
Right. And you sort of, as you're reading it in college, as we were and as you are now picking up the book, you're kind of thinking about all the background and the context of the situation, because you're like, Jesus, these people were rock stars, like straight up rock stars.
Yeah.
And like nobody's like that now in philosophy, you know?
I mean, if they were, I wouldn't know about it because, you know, I'm still reading the classics. I don't know. I wouldn't know. There might be someone out there frothing at the bit or something, but I mean, that's what's so cool. That's what's so fun. You know, I never could get into Sartre, but somehow I just love Camus because, like, Sartre seemed more like, I don't know, like a cudgel. You know what I mean? He was brutal. Whereas Camus, there's a similar brutality, but he's got like this nice poetic sort of like, it's, you know, velvet glove thing happening. You know, it's like really pretty, and it's like, but also, you know, really intense to read. And there is that exertion, that extra exertion in there as he like pushes back against cultural forces that we don't have to push back against so much these days.
Exactly. You know, yeah, like everybody sort of has always thought of Camus as like the softer, almost like more like some sort of Leonard Cohen figure, you know, in the trench coat or something, poetic and romantic somehow. And then Sartre is more like Johnny Rotten or something. He's just going to spit in your face. You know?
Yeah. And I don't want Sartre's weird toad spit in my face. But Camus, it's like, you know, he's like giving you, he's put some, you know, he's got some sugar around the medicine, but not much. But again, I want to get into, so like, yes. I want to know what you think. Like, do you think it's just too much of a generalization to say that the Duca is synonymous with Camus' absurdity? Is it the same thing? Did they both like pick up on the identical problem, and or not? Am I just trying to like make two things meet that don't belong together?
No, I think in the end, one would have to admit that they're almost identical in a way, and there's certain reasons why I think I could say that with confidence. But the differences between them, I think you could immediately somewhat write off as semantic, like lost in translation things.
Yeah.
Right? So even if some of it's written in French or Nietzsche's in German, or, you know, the Buddhism is like completely not, like you said, I mean, it's not life is suffering. Like those are insane connotations that a lot of hardliners get wrong. Almost like somebody who watches too much Trinity Broadcasting Network and takes Jim Baker at his word, or Pat Robertson or something. It's like some of those people really need it to be self-flagellating. Some of those people need it to be, you know, they need to hate themselves or whatever. So they'll like take the connotations and they'll twist the knife into them and they'll make it a really negative kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I think that John Casey, our mentor in this department, he would often say, you know, you can be black hat, but there is a white hat option at all times, and that's part of the nature of absurdity. Is like you can see this in a more optimistic light. Any of these tenets, right?
Yeah.
So, but I think to understand what those guys were trying to bring to sort of the literally those French coffee shops or like young people. They were trying to, like the Beatles. They were like the Beatles were trying to say all you need is love or whatever.
Yeah.
They were trying to bring a certain paradigm shift, right? And so where Sartre and Camus meet in the middle is, I think that they wanted to develop a world in which you can judge people by and or talk to them about the sphere of their personal responsibility, right?
Yeah.
And this goes back to what you were saying about they had to establish a talking sphere in which heaven didn't exist, because traditionalists and religious people could weasel out backwards of any philosophical conversation with them because they had heaven and things like these devices, right? So in order
that's what Camus called philosophical suicide, which is if the act of weaseling out of the problem of suffering by doing this weird extra math to produce some potential relief in a fantasy realm was just the same thing as killing yourself, because you've essentially, I guess, anesthetized yourself or diluted yourself or, produced some kind of like obvious, sad, silly, lazy mechanism where you could imagine that you're procrastinating, or you just think that you could you're playing this like wild pretend game that, I am suffering because this is what God wishes for me here on earth. Mm-hmm. But when I die, there will be some great reward. Or his critique of Kierkegaard was, Kierkegaard, and again, I would have to go back and read Kierkegaard to really understand his critique, and I really enjoyed the part when he's like just smacking around various like existentialists. It's really funny. It's like a diss track. You know what I mean? It's like a form of diss. But it's like with Kierkegaard, Kierkegaard is saying something about the confusion is the sign of God's omnipotence or something. Forgive me, Kierkegaard experts out there. Like, Kierkegaard is saying, and thus faith is the only way to connect. It's like, are you confused? Great. You've witnessed the power of the divine. And so now all you need to do is have faith. That's it. The leap of faith. And Camus is like, that's suicide. That's sad suicide. And then he talked about Husserl, and that was where I went and looked up Husserl and tried to understand it and couldn't at all, and couldn't understand the critique. But it was a similar identification of there being some sort of imaginary mechanism that you could use to sort of, I don't know, numb this problem of suffering. And clearly any sort of religion that created a reason for your suffering that involves something you can't see in a fantasy realm was just a sad way to avoid the problem.
Right. I think when you read Sartre, so partially I'm trying to tell you in a way, like Sartre's not as far away from the things you like about Camus as you might think. They're kind of joined at the hip in this war that they're trying to sort of put down their defense line and say, like, listen, you can't really make this, you can't budge us back. This world in which it looks like we're trying to rip away your God, we're trying to say there is no God. They were sort of the harbingers of the God is dead thing, because they were standing on the shoulders of Nietzsche, but they were like, they really made it a cultural war to destroy the notion of God. And it looked really punk, and it looked really acerbic, and it looked really offensive.
Yeah.
But what they were trying to do was establish a world in which we can have integrity.
Yes.
So they were working very, very hard to try to explain how an individual in the modern world can have integrity, which is something that Shakespeare and a lot of people worked on, like tried to put forth. But you can't really have integrity or like strength of character when you're just a subordinate pawn in this massive story that you're referencing that's called the Bible or something. If you're standing on the street corner like we did many times and had arguments with pastors and Hare Krishnas. I mean, that was one of our fucking favorite things to do on a Saturday. Essentially.
Yeah, well, either argue with each other over it or find someone else to argue with about it. Well, because it's a really fun. I mean, it's a really fun argument to have.
What?
And I think it's especially fun to have when you're like I think now that I'm like 47. My experience with suffering is double what it was when we were hanging out. You know, not that the content or the form of suffering might change, but the content kind of stays the same. So I have a different feeling about it now than I did back then. And you know, and I think it's so important for people to really like stop ignoring the reality. If you're suffering, I mean, isn't that kind of what Camus is saying? Is like forget the God stuff. It's just like, why are you ignoring this? Like, it's not making it go away.
I have been informed
you're still
by my
suffering.
protocol droid.
Whatever method you want to use to ignore it is not working.
I trust you will show yourself out.
And you know, the only way to like, and please correct me if my interpretation is wrong here. The only way to really be alive is to look this thing right in the eye.
My name is
and stop thinking that tomorrow all of a sudden it's going to change.
I see. No,
because it's not. At least it's not by ignoring it.
Please take this.
You know?
Well, what you're talking about is
please.
To get to the point you're even talking about. Like you said, we're sort of downstream from these things, these frontiers they had to argue. But to get to that point, they had to first establish that you're alone.
Right. Yeah.
And they had a lot of trouble doing that because back then, you know, popular culture was still, I mean, I've heard still, somebody's tried to tell me like America's still something like 85% Christian or something the other day. I'm like, that can't be. Is that possible?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I listen to Christian radio. I learn a lot from it. I love a lot of it. You know, but then every once in a while you just realize, like, usually it's like the person or like the preacher is like, you know, it's all you're anytime you're like hearing anyone talk about Christianity from a pulpit, you know, usually it's like the personality of that person is warping these wild ideas in a way that fits what they think is cool. You know, there's something I love when you hear like Billy Graham or the hardcore preachers who are just like, it's not what you want it to be. You know what I mean? It's like you want it to be all like this and that and sweet. It's not like that at all. You're doomed and there's only one way out. Whether or not I agree with that, it doesn't matter. But something about, I think that is where it's kind of adjacent to what these people are addressing. Which is like, it's just not, here's the bottom line. It's not the way you want it to be. Mm-hmm. And until, I'm listening to this Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche audiobook called Smiling at Fear. And it's like, it's exactly what we're talking about. Like what he's saying is, he said, many of us feel like we've been very bad girls and boys. And that feeling is resulting from our inability to face the true landscape of what we are. and look into all the dark corners. Because you know what I mean? Like like there's like the reality of what we're like. We're imperfect beings. I think that's what gets translated in Christianity's original sin. And but people do a lot of work to try to ignore those parts of themselves, you know, and not there's a lot of like, well, especially these days, it's popular to be a kind of exhibitionist confessionalist or something, but that's not what he's talking about. You know, the cool stuff, like, you know, yeah, you know, I was a sex addict or what, you know, but like, no, the real shit that you don't even want to admit to yourself about yourself. And you know, that the reason that that many people are constantly terrified is because they haven't done that work. They don't know what they are. You know what? You remember one thing you used to talk about that I loved, and maybe you could talk about it now, is the thing that happens when you're standing at the edge of a cliff. Do you remember that?
I do, yeah, kind
of.
Can
you talk about it?
Well, you got to tell me, finish the anecdote the way you remember it.
The anecdote, as I remember it, is you would talk about it. You have this cool way of talking about how you're standing at the edge of the cliff, and because you don't really know yourself, there's a type of fear that appears inside of you. Some inkling of dread where you think, no problem. Am I about to throw myself off this cliff? And, you know, the reason you think that is because you don't know yourself that well. You don't fully understand who you are, and that blind spot produces within it the possibility that you really might jump. Am I?
Wow.
Is that?
No, it sounds familiar, but I have absolutely no memory of that.
God, you were so good at I remember the first time you were saying it, I was like, oh my fucking God, it's so true. That extra sense when you're standing at the edge of a cliff. It's not, people say, I'm afraid of heights. Wow. It's like, you're not really afraid of heights. You're afraid of yourself.
Wow.
Because, you know, because you don't know that if right at that moment, that thing that in the past has made you do the things that you regret will appear. Who are you? And you're just rescue. And so in Buddhism, that's what I love, especially love like Chogyam Trungpa, because it's this invitation to, and I feel like that's in Camus too, to like look it in the eye, stop running, stop running. It's time.
Oh well,
to
there
look
you just hit it on the head, didn't you? You just basically the two most similar things about existentialism and Buddhism would have to be that, right? It's all about literally like it's anti-escapism.
Yes.
Like if there's another way to a synonym for those things, it's anti-escapism.
That's it. Yeah. Yeah. And I do think that's where like people get really confused about Buddhism, is because I don't know how many times I've been criticized for even talking about it. They're like, what, are you going to just sit on the sidelines and not do anything in the world and meditate your life away? That, like, you know, people who've never spent any amount of time with it. And you know, like first of all, they're like, oh yeah, because it's super fun to fucking meditate. You know what I mean? Like, oh boy, it's like getting a massage every time I sit still. It's so great. That's why everyone loves to sit still. That's why the whole world is so slow. You know, but yeah, it's to me, it's like these two things are this, you know, it's an invitation to at the very least spend a second turning around and looking at the thing you've been attempting to evade. And like, I don't know, have you ever had that thing happen where you're like, I don't know, you maybe you get in a fight with your girlfriend, or like you do some particularly like the wretched side of you comes out, and there isn't reconciliation, and you go off somewhere, Father, and you sit down and you're looking,
Mr. Sandro,
you know, at whatever sad, lonely landscape you're sitting in, and you're realizing that yet again you've fucked up your life.
I don't want to hear any of your excuses.
And instead of trying to like make it better, you just think,
why should I listen
this
to
is
my daughter?
Me. And then in that moment, there's this sad, like, I don't want to call it redemption. You know what I mean? But in that moment, it's like you make contact with yourself again, you know, and it isn't necessarily, it's not a good self. It's not the self that you would want painted in your oil painting that someone did of you. But it's like, oh, right, this is just where I'm at, whether I like it or not. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like, they're almost just that. There's a kind of liberation that happens in that moment.
I totally agree. I mean, I think once in India, me and David were having breakfast, and I don't know, it was one of those times where for some reason you were somewhere else, and I don't remember where you were, but we were sitting across from each other, and I had one of those moments where I realized we were talking about writing and music and how nobody was ever going to, you know, pay attention to us, and we were screwed. And I realized in this moment, like, well, we could always just be terrible writers and terrible musicians.
Yeah.
I mean, like, you know, there's nothing stopping us from being a shitty version of that. And it was like this breakthrough. I remember thinking like, well, I'm just going to do what I'm going to do either way, you know? But I think maybe for the people who are listening who have never, ever looked up existentialism and never, ever, or always found it too obtuse or unnecessary or something, it does seem like you've hit on a kind of bullseye, in that there's two issues we're talking about. One is anti-escapism, and the other is the nature of absurdity, right?
Right.
So those are two subtly different dynamics that you could definitely find in early Buddhism easy, right?
Sure.
Test for me to learn.
I mean, for me,
You're honest, which is good.
the easiest way that I like to talk about it,
But I imagine you've had enough questions.
kind of in my mind to myself, is the Twilight Zone episode where they're all trapped in a box, which is based on No Exit. It was kind of the greatest Twilight Zone episode of all time in my mind.
Will you remind me of it? Because I can only vaguely remember that one.
Yeah, it starts in a black box, and a ballerina, a drunk hobo, a soldier, and I think it's like a sort of like a band, like marching band player, they all wake up. Oh, and a clown. And they all try to philosophically approach where they are.
Is this the one where they all fuck the ballerina?
That's Edward Penis Hands 4. But
okay, go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's awesome because Rod Serling basically took No Exit and he just kind of filed it down into like a 26-minute long existential essay on TV. And part of my point here is like these were the first times that popular thought had to wrestle with these things.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't a basic open part of the everyday dialogue for people.
The Jedi
and
numbers have been ravaged.
that was an amazing thing that Rod Serling did, obviously, is he would insert pretty complicated philosophical aspects of, you know, the greatest thinkers of all time into like a digestible little piece of television that anyone, a kid or a wine mom or anybody, could just immediately start grappling with. Right?
Yes. Yes.
I mean, change the world in a way, you know? And so, anyway, the reason why he did that, the reason why he put those characters in that room is because he, like Camus, was trying to bring us all to a common scenario that we can all address about absurdity and aloneness, right?
Yeah.
So you have to kind of use like a little bit of a thinking exercise to sort of draw this out. And I guess that's why you and I, when we were arguing, we would always draw a scenario for each other. Like, not literally on a piece of paper, but we would always say, okay, you're standing on a hill. Do you remember how we would always do that?
Yeah.
It's hilarious. You would be like, okay, you're falling from a building. You're just telling me don't think about the fact that I'm going to hit the pavement in a second.
Yeah.
Do you remember that one you did in
I
class?
I don't remember that one, but it definitely seems like it's in my wheelhouse because I do like the falling from the airplane. Honestly, man, I think that I was just, oh God. I feel like I was just in my journal writing something about falling out of an airplane.
Well, I mean, there's nothing embarrassing about it because what you're trying to do, you're speaking to another person just like Socrates was trying to talk, to Heracles or something, whatever.
Yeah.
And one person was saying that, like, actually everything's made of water. And you have to fucking come to the motherfucker toe to toe and be like, dude, that's ridiculous. And this is why. You can't just say no. You've got to break him down,
Yeah.
And so the beauty of you that day in existentialism, like you kind of like yelled out, it was almost you versus the class that day, I feel like. And this is one of the only things I can remember from that class, but like Casey was sitting back,
have as many strange
just fucking laughing. He was loving it because you were emotionally moved and cornered. Like, and you kind of, you were only saying something that represented something you were going through. It wasn't abstract to you. Do you know what I mean? And everybody else in the class was like, they just didn't see that this is about real life.
It was amusing to
this
watch
isn't
the
about what
surviving
people
ship.
wrote in the book and the tests coming up
flee
and all that
from a
shit.
battle if they are losing.
And so when you said, I'm falling from a building and my body is turning and I see the pavement and the fear is so profound, and all you fucking assholes in this class are trying to tell me just forget about it. Just like meditate in midair, right?
Yeah.
We came in
and
through 3 invasion
I just think
corridors
that
and adjacent
is
sectors.
at the base of
Anyone
it,
who put up a
the
fight
beginning
or wouldn't fight,
of the birth
I don't
of a great
particularly
thinker
enjoy
or
wiping
the
out
birth of a
worlds for
great
its own sake.
artist
But
is
the
somebody
cowardly
who's
tactics that
emotionally cornered or put in a
hiding in the
situation
homes of civilians,
that they have to grapple with. They have no fucking choice, right?
Yeah.
They underestimated our resolve.
Yeah.
This is not an academic thing.
annihilating a
I wasn't
city
picking
is
up
the
these
kind
books
of
because I was like, I want to be a rich writer or some bullshit. It's like, I'm picking up these books because I've got a
I have no
problem,
time or patience for
and I
cowards.
want to try to
They
figure it
deserve-
out.
there was no
And these
honor
people
in
had it
wiping them out
too,
like
or they
rats.
addressed it.
Or
Some of
maybe
your forces did
you had always had some kind of,
Later,
you'd always
when
had
Reagan
this
joined the
this
war,
problem, but you didn't even have words for
there
it. Maybe you did, and so I think maybe that's why sometimes when people meet
at the start, there were not
Camus
much of a threat
or
to
meet
speak
Buddhism,
But once
certain
the
types
Jedi
of Buddhism
the
anyway,
Republic fleets began to
they
use
get
more than just
mad.
basic tactics.
They get defensive.
Feints,
They withdraw.
counterattacks,
They're not
mass
interested. I just don't want to talk about it.
Revan abandoned worlds of their
because
defenders
it's too.
so that
It's like
others would be too
suddenly
fortified
there's
to
like
strike, and was willing to make
a kind of
sacrifices and in the end,
a spotlight appears, and it's showing you this this thing that you already knew was there, but maybe you thought it was just
close.
your thing.
It looked like the entire.
You
I still
didn't
remember
think
that
it was
final battle in the skies above Mount
literally
Hellfire.
like the
two
what it is to
fleets
be a
filling the
human.
space around it.
And maybe that's too much or something. I don't know. I mean, I do think that's like it's a lot. It's a heavy thing
his strategies
to hear
and
some of
tactics
this stuff
defeated
for the first time. Or
Even
for
Mandalore himself
just
was taken
yesterday.
aback by the
I'm
ferocity
always
of his
getting.
attacks, the tenacity
I'm
of his
always
defenses.
getting like
He fought us to a
sort of
standstill,
spun
and then
by
began
it.
pushing
Like
back.
what Shogun Trumpa says is
It was what we had
related to
wanted
the
all
falling
along,
thing.
in
He
a
says
way.
the bad
We wanted to fight the
news
best,
is you're
and
falling.
Revan won. I don't hold a
The
grudge
good
against
news
Revan,
is there's no
and neither do
ground.
any of my people.
So
If
it's
Revan
like
had been a
even worse
Mandalorian,
in a
nothing
weird
in the
way.
galaxy would have. Wishing
That's
for the
that's
past to be
the
different is useless.
angle that he's taking
Is there
is
something-
like you don't really have a
but you have
self.
any-
That's the problem. Like you don't have the thing you think is so solid and real. If you spend time really looking at it, it becomes, at the very least, sort of like foggily see-through. Certainly not consistent or continuous, and definitely like changing all the time. If you're, you know what I mean, not maybe not some like, well, the way he puts it is just like somewhere in there you find the strength to confront that reality. And then somewhere in that confrontation, I think that's where Trumpa and Camus maybe meet, which is that where there is something good here that's real, not fake real, fundamentally good. It's just good. I don't know if that's what Camus' rebellion was.
No, you're definitely right. One thing that people don't like about existentialism is that all of the words they chose to use at that time all had negative connotations just semantically, right? So everything was like you're forlorn, or everything's like you're abandoned, or you know what I mean? And people had a really bad reaction to that. And I think that's just almost, you can just consider that a translation issue, you know?
Is it a translation issue? I mean, it's like, fuck, I'm going to look this poem up right now. Let me see if I find it.
I hope that they're helping you in your task.
While you're looking it up, I would say that it's partially a style thing. And we know this now because, Camus said that he wore that trench coat to imitate Humphrey Bogart. So the style of that time was film noir, right? And what's the revelation that film noir brought to the history of cinema is that there's no way out and the hero dies.
I think that is.
Yeah.
So there's no Hollywood victory in film noir. That was what was so special about it. So the hero maybe kills the villain and gets the girl at the end, but he's already drank and poisoned. You know, it's like it always ends like a Dostoevsky novel.
I do not know.
So I think some of that was the style of the time, was like the frontier of literature and the sort of maybe like where World War II was at, you know?
I am
like
not a coward. The Mandalorians.
You know, I'm not an expert on World War II. But obviously, a lot of existentialism was just taking from the slang of the era, you know.
Well, this is, okay, so this reminds me of it. And I don't think, I mean, maybe it is slang, but this is a spiritual, I'm sure you know it because it's been covered 1 trillion times. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child. You know this one?
Yeah.
Sometimes I feel, this will make me choke up. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child a long way from home. A long way from home. Sometimes I feel like I'm almost done. Sometimes I feel like I'm almost done.
How can I help?
And a long, long way from home. A long way from home. True believer, a long, long way from home. It's so sad. You know? Like that, because that's the this is to me like this is the reality.
Why?
You might have a mother, but like humanity, where is our mother? You know, I mean, you can say, well, it's the earth or whatever, but like if you and I love that, and I don't mean whatever, but you know, you must at some point face, and you will, or you're dead, literally. The literal reality of not having a mom anymore.
Yes, what's on your mind?
You know, not having a dad.
Have I been quiet?
And then what? And
Left
then
out of the loop,
what?
you know, not being told.
You know,
For
like,
one thing,
and you have to,
know
and
what
then
the Jedi
you're
I'm
in
rather
that place. I
curious.
think Camus is talking about. It's unrelenting, unfixable. How are you going to fix this? What's your plan? You're going to bring your mom back to life? What are you going to do? Well, you can't
And why
introduce
is
your
that? You're a
child
great
to your
help on
mom.
Terrace, but why would
Well,
they
no,
keep
that's
you
not going to
with us?
change.
Don't they have
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I can, and I believe that there's some possibility of like, you know,
bond. You're a
connecting, and I
neophyte
do have a
Padawan
form of
who's been
spiritual
saddled
suicide
with
in
the
that regard. But
responsibility of tracking
if you
down these
peel that
Starbucks.
story
I'm
back,
not trying to provoke you.
and
or
don't
imply
let yourself
that you're
do it for a
somehow
second, which
responsible
is
for
something,
the
another
Jedi
thing
Council,
Trump
but
says, which
give
I
me a
love,
hand
which is
here. There has-
disown that for a second. Disown it. And just deal with that motherless child feeling as it is.
No, I didn't. Well, I'll tell you this much, I'm not going to wait around until I'm betrayed.
Somehow you find this strength in just it, which I don't really understand.
And we'll just see about
Yeah, no, I believe in that. I mean, I've experienced it for sure.
Yes.
Sometimes I think that's actually analogous to Peter Kropotkin and the birth of anarchism, too.
Really?
Because he wrote that book, Mutual Aid. And what he's basically saying, I mean, this is so shooting from the hip, but the reason why it's important is because it's not only, I mean, a similar time period, a similar movement in a sense, but he's saying you can make laws and rules for people, but the spirit of human beings is good and will win in the end and is what actually drives our behavior, right?
Yeah.
So he's making this huge wager that, like, Lord you can Malik, tell people what to do, but they're going to do it, you know, they're going to help their fellow man because people are actually just built that way. They're good.
Yeah.
So, in a sense, he's got some sort of spiritual understanding there, you know?
Yeah.
And it's the same brotherhood of Camus and saying, you know, put away your fantasies, put away your escapism. You're going to make it through this. It's okay to love life on Earth, you know?
Yes, that's what I like about it. Just that. And it's the reason it's okay to love life on Earth isn't because you have, like, you know, and I'm not trying to disintegrate or demean theism, because I am theistic and I love it. I pray every day. I pray. I love it. But also,
I am hard to kill, Lord Malik.
Practice this kind of disowning of that for a second. And in that, you know, again, you know, it's in Buddhism, it's called the poisoned arrow, which is like you tell a story. You there's some you know, pain, and then you tell this long, protracted story about why all this must be happening to you. But if you just deal with the initial as it isness of the thing, instead of telling yourself some crazy story about it, it's like you get for a second, you get to live in a new place. You know, like it's like, you know, in that moment, you aren't a long way from home. It's just, you know, you didn't realize that you were running away you were a runaway. You know, you were a runaway, running away from home, because the home is that thing when you just hit it as it is. It's pretty cool, man. It's a really interesting way of living, you know, and in it, I don't think it necessarily has to, like, disintegrate the possibility of God. It's just saying, well, okay, but this is what's happening now. You know, like, okay, let's do God or have God.
We know that you can have existentialism and God at the same time because of all the great Christian existentialists that actually pioneered the thinking from the very beginning. I mean, Kierkegaard himself. So in no way do I want anyone ever to feel pushed away by our language, and I think most people know that neither of us are anti anything, most likely. You know, they probably already know that we don't have any great grand allegiance necessarily, but Christianity can be used by its practitioner to reveal oneself, and Christianity can be used to escape, depending on what their intention is.
Right.
So it's just like anything. It's you know, it can be used for the wrong intention. At least shooting from the hip. That's one way to say it. But I think that we both have this addiction to philosophical scenarios, which maybe just means, you know, we're from some sort of long karmic line of philosophers, but it's just a great way of, like, these talking points. I can give you a model and you can just fucking break it down and show me why my thinking error is perverting the way I live. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. I mean, yeah, that's it. And it is that. It's like the world, I think the world deserves you and deserves you to be in the world as it is. And that place is so wonderful because everybody wants low population density, you know, like people like to go out into the wilderness and be alone, and it's like that aloneness. It's you don't need to go out in the wilderness. You know, it's right there for you, and there's something really beautiful in it. But God, it's like, you know, I get why nobody would want to go there, and I get why people are. You know, and I don't mean it in any kind of condescending way. Why people are like, fuck that. I don't want to think about that stuff. I don't want to think about the reality that I'm going to die. And I don't want to think about the reality that my parents are going to die. And I don't want to think about the reality that like all the bones under Paris that Camus definitely fucked in the catacombs. You know Camus fucked in the catacombs, right? Like if you had to bet, I would bet $1 million that he fucked in the catacombs against bones. But the point is, you just have to deal with it, you know, eventually. That's the thing. Like, you will have to face it eventually. You will have to. Well, that's when I got cancer, my mom died, and my dad died. All my philosophical rambling, it was just like, what was that? I didn't know what I was fucking talking about. You know, suddenly you're like laying in a crater. And you're like, oh, right. This is what they meant. And, you know, my friend was reminding me in Man's Search for Meaning of something that I completely not only forgot, but when he told me, I remembered it, and then I realized I'd rewritten it in my own head. But Viktor Frankl was talking about these people in Auschwitz who were going around saying, don't worry, we'll be out of here in 2 months. We'll be out of here in 2 months. And they had all this hope and joy. And then like 2 months would pass and they were still there. And then they would just die. They would kill themselves, or they would like, you know, just get sick. And I guess he was trying to make the point of like, they weren't facing it head on. They created this idea of an escape right around the corner. You know,
that's a pretty good metaphor for like in the beginning when you were trying to explain Buddhism and you were trying to explain how pleasure is a form of pain. That's kind of what they meant, right? That yeah, you can have your fantasy, but it will lead, the logical conclusion of your fantasy will lead to heartbreak, right?
Yeah, except when you get to that's the problem. It's like, but when you get to the heartbreak, you're going to invent maybe another thing so that you don't, so you're like, okay, but you know, this next thing is coming. And then you can sort of imagine that you've put that heartbreak off a little bit instead of just like, all right, fine, this is what it's like, I guess. I'm in a world that's like this. And it isn't like the fucking book I read when I was a kid. It isn't like, it's this. And, you know, because I'm having had 2 kids, I have to confront what I did. You know what I mean? Like, I invited these creatures into the world. And like, I have to really look at that and think, is this a world that you would want to invite 2 of the most beautiful, sweet things that you've ever witnessed in your life into? Because if you can't say yes to that, what the fuck did you do, you psycho? Like, are you out of your mind? Why would you do that? You know, you can't, you have to love the world if you're going to have kids here. But you don't want to love some fantasy of the world. You have to love the world as it is, you know, and think, okay, I'm introducing my children to this place as it is, you know? Maybe that's why I'm reading Camus. I don't know, but
that would make perfect sense because you are, by having children, like making one of the strongest statements that a human being can make to them.
Yeah,
by bringing them in, you know.
Yes, and it is a statement for sure, I guess. I mean, it's like, because I have to, like, because I know I'm old. I'll be dead, and they're gonna have to deal with me not being here anymore. And you have to ask yourself, is it worth it here? Have you ever heard, like, there's actually, like, people who are proponents of, like, do you know what I'm talking about? The people who are like, then you shouldn't have had me, you know, or like there's a whole philosophical movement around it.
I think, is it antinatalists or something?
Antinatalists,
Or something like that, yeah.
Yeah. And, Frederick Brennan, who I just interviewed in that Q documentary, he talked about how he had a lot of, animosity towards his folks for bringing him into the world, knowing that he would have to, deal with the body that he's in. But I don't think that you can even, before you can decide whether or not, not just you should have kids, or whatever it may be, you have to come face to face with this shit, and decide is it worth it? Is it worth it to be here at all? Is it worth it, or is it just a tremendous, terrible, endless series of never-ending complications leading to a kind of confusion, and then you're dead?
Well, and in addition to that, whether or not you decide if it's worth it or not, you still live this life as though it was just a dream too, as much as you make this great grand statement that you love it or anything, it still eludes you. It still kind of pulls away from you and never lets you totally understand it and grasp it,
Yes, it's so intense, man. It's so intense. You just you're having that wonderful night, or you're having that, every day I have this with my kids, where I'm just I cannot grab this. Mm-hmm. There's no way to hold on to this. There's no way to hold on. Last night I was talking to Erin, and I was in the dumbest way possible trying to comfort her, because Dune, the little one, has been keeping her up. She's breastfeeding. And so I said something on the lines of well, don't worry, because he won't be this baby for long. And she's crying, why did you say that? I'm I was trying to make you feel better. And then I realized, oh God, is there a worse thing you could say to a mother who's in this beautiful Garden of Eden experience with this brand new soul, but her tears are holy tears, because it's that recognition of you can't hold on to it. It's so, but also isn't that it? That you want to hold on to it? Doesn't that say something about its worth or value?
Yeah, maybe that's why they made the Twilight Zone just a black box, because, that's not, it wouldn't be philosophically stark enough if it was this beautiful Charlie and the Chocolate Factory and fields of flowers that they lived in. They had to put them in something that was just kind of bleak, because when you examine consciousness itself, there's a conundrum there that it's almost never been solved in itself. But the world as you experience it, this all the dopamine that you're talking about that's flowing into your brain, all those happy feelings, that's another dimension. We maybe we only start to question our reality when that is gone. You know what I mean? And
yeah.
We're just left alone with no serotonin.
Yeah. Oh God, left alone with no serotonin. Fuck. That's gotta be a song.
That's right. When you're in chemo, that didn't you sit and think daily? Didn't you think, why am I going through this? Because there's no serotonin. There's no, you're just blank. And there's just this sort of, when you're nauseous consistently like that, you have to wonder, why am I staying alive?
Well, yeah. Weirdly, that stuff is such as, I would never wish it on anyone. I wouldn't want to experience it again. It was radiation, not chemo, thank God. But weirdly, that stuff is like, has this mystical quality of novelty to it. And like you are kind of, you've been torn completely out of the life that you thought you were going to live. And in that, there's a strange accidental form of liberation or something that's happening. And then you expect, that's the cliche thing. And I think there's an actual country song talking about the phenomena of like, I didn't feel like I was alive until I like started dying, And, or another way to put it is, I don't mean to keep quoting Chuck Schumer, but he said, generally people will start meditating when the bell rings to stop. In that moment you're there. And or another way to put it is, you get lost. And all of a sudden, my friend and I went on this fucking hike up in Pisgah. We got lost. We turned the wrong way and like hiked 3 miles in the wrong direction. And the sun was going down. And all of a sudden you're like, fuck, I got to start paying attention here. And then you're there, But for me, those moments are more like when they come, it's like generally not something extreme is happening. It's just like that. It's a weird moment of like, what is this? It's all I have a friend. She's going through a divorce, and all of a sudden, like everything that she thought was permanent is gone, and it's not fixable, and she's grappling with that impermanence, I don't know, man. I don't know if cancer like gave me that no serotonin feeling. But I've had it. I know what you mean. God
like
damn it.
you're forced to like get into the philosophical realm when you don't have ice cream in front of you and things aren't working out and you're just like things are flat. That's why Rod Serling has you in that black box. There's nothing else to think about. There's no distractions, right?
Yeah, now that I think about it, I heard this crazy thing that one exercise they do in this type of Buddhism is they put you in a fucking trunk. They just put you in a trunk and lock it. You're just in the darkness for a long time. And yeah, it's one of the ways.
That's like forced meditation. You're just in your mind, you're stuck.
Yeah, you're in your mind, but then then from that maybe the deconstruction of the mind itself starts happening, and somewhere in there, who knows? At this point, it's mainly hypothetical for me, in the sense like in my meditation when I'm like, when you start realizing the kind of wavery nature of the self. For me, it comes in like very small moments. Generally I'm just lost in my thoughts and then I'm done meditating. But yeah, it's a curious thing, man. I really love this conversation. But I think it's appropriate for it to not have any kind of conclusive ending, to just kind of.
Well, I'll tell you what, like, first of all, I don't know if you felt like I even started to answer your question because we're sort of just like getting going. I think we could do another hour on anti-escapism as a concept between Buddhism and existentialism, but I think we could do another hour after that on just the component of absurdity. But if you wanted to, there's something I've always wanted to ask you a little bit about, just if you want to close on it,
I'd love to.
Okay, well, there's this to illustrate absurdity, because we really didn't get quite there. Like if you were reading a book on this, we would be in the introduction still, right?
Yes.
So, but basically to sort of introduce the concept of absurdity to some degree, there was some kind of Alan Watts style scenario or model that he would draw up for his listeners. And I don't know if Alan Watts said it and I read it, or if you said it to me in a conversation in college, because I know that you said
Yes, I did.
a version of this, because we would talk at such length about these different examples, like from the Bhagavad Gita, or just examples, right? Like about the nature of being born into this universe. And so one of them is this kind of cliche, really old cliche. I think it's Hindu, about God becoming lonely or bored, which bored is the more existentialist word maybe, but from Heidegger or something, but then lonely might be more of a Buddhist word. And it says that God smashed himself into the 10,000 pieces or something to create a universe, this universe, in which he would be entertained.
Yeah.
Or have a family, or have, create that, not one thing, create a thing where kind of like you having children, creating a system like where there would be love reflecting back on him,
Yeah.
So does that, I'm going to say one more model, but is that one of the older cliches that you remember hearing from Hinduism?
Totally.
Yes. Was that exactly it, or was there other aspects of it? Because I know there's different versions.
I think it is Alan Watts. I think like Alan Watts' version of it, or one version of it I heard, is kind of like this like kind of funny, bouncy, like, if you could do anything, then you would, make a planet, and then maybe you'd put life on the planet, and then maybe you would make the life evolve, and then maybe you'd make 1 million planets, and you put the planets all over, and then maybe you'd make another universe, another. Eventually, though, you would think to yourself, I wonder what it's like to not remember I'm God. And so at that moment, you would forget your powers, and you would find yourself in a kind of limited state. And essentially, it's like the programmer going into their simulation and also giving themselves some kind of amnesia, so that they could purely experience the simulation that they had created. And then implicit in that articulation by Watts was what could sound delightful, which is that eventually you remember, oh, I'm God. But then also there's something sinister that I don't think people catch on to in it, which is like, I guess I'm God jerking off. Like, you know what I mean? Like I create this like incredible universe so that I can then have like some masturbatory experience of interacting with my creation, experience all the ups and downs, but inevitably I return to my same bored self. And then I do it again and again and again and again. And that in Buddhism is called samsara, the endless wheel of suffering. And it's a point of contention among people who are really into like magic, because they're like, that's such a dismal way of looking at it. Like you're that's dismal. It's a depressing way to look at it. What's wrong with matter and interacting with matter? What's wrong with reuniting with the Godhead and remembering your divinity and using that power to sort of multiply your experiences? And whereas in most, and especially the sort of Buddhism I'm studying, it's like, well, okay, do that. Keep doing it. Just keep doing it as long as you want. Eventually, it's not going to work anymore, like any other drug addict. And
there are some who believe
and then maybe that's where you experience that black box moment. Doesn't matter that you're a person or a god or whatever. You're just there. You are again. Now what?
Yeah, that was the example I was leading to essentially, but I can't remember if it's Alan Watts, but I mean, of course, everything, when you say the word Alan Watts, I mean, when you say that name, you're just basically saying a guy translating, Hindu mythology to you. It's not like he made any of this up, or anything. But so he's just reporting to you something he read in a book, and what he read was something like, God is, I picture it almost like maybe this is from the Bhagavad Gita. I can't remember. You have to tell me, but like it's almost like God is sitting on a meadow and is just bored and wants to watch a show. So he multiplies himself into two, and the other entity sort of performs like a court jester. And at some point, yes, he forgets it's a show, and he starts to get really invested in the story that's being presented. And that's the forgetting that he's God, but starts to get, maybe spiteful against this other form of himself, or gets too involved. He takes it too seriously, whereas he forgets it was kind of all a game. So that's another form of the story, right? Is that he wants to play a game.
The Leela. Yeah, that is it. That's definitely it. I mean, there's all kinds of crazy psychedelic, versions of it, and specifically in like the Hare Krishna mythology, but all over the place. Yeah, it's like all these cool sort of, like the breakdown of it is almost mathematical, and here you do run into a split that happens between, I think, what's broadly referred to as bhakti yoga, and then what gets sometimes referred to as like impersonalism. And so the distinction between these two is one is eternalism and one is nihilism, essentially. So like in one version of it, it's like there's this like you aren't anything at all. Maybe in other words, like, yeah, well, maybe you think you're God or you're some progenitive force, but if you have any kind of, that force is changing enough that at some point it's like, what is it even the same thing it was before? And then on the other side of it, you get eternalism, which produces this really problematic reality, which maybe I'm just being too like non-nuanced with it, but the idea is like, well, what is a God? I mean, let's really think it out. Like, what is a Krishna? Are there atoms in it? Does it age? Can it change? Can it decide to truly not be a Krishna? Or is it stuck? Is it a non-changing thing? If it's a non-changing thing, it's almost a disastrous, like, abomination. You know what I mean? Because you have this thing that's just like perpetually and eternally stuck as it is. And it likes to do its thing, and it's going to do its thing, but it's always going to do that thing. And then that's just a kind of, it's eternalism. You're stuck. You're trapped. And so that's why, like, the idea of like being born as a god is as exciting as it might sound to somebody like living in a limited Earth form. It's actually like you don't want that to happen, because you're gonna live a lot longer, and you're gonna have all kinds of distractions, and you really aren't even gonna get to a moment of thinking like,
I'm no master.
Wait,
but I like the sound of that.
I'm alone.
One more question.
Because you're so infinitely distracted. Basically, I love, like, there's a comic book. It's the funniest fucking thing. I wish I could. The Preacher. Do you remember the depiction of God in it? Was this addled thing that's like, you know what I mean? It was like this, like, it was like a Lovecraftian grotesque thing.
Is a weakness.
And so that's so again, it's like I'm not trying to diss the gods or anything like that. I love the gods. I love Krishna. I love chanting Hare Krishna. I think is a, again, it can be misused, but Bhakti Yoga is at the very least an acknowledgement of relative reality. Right? We can fall in love. That's true. And to fall in love, we need other people. That's true. I mean, yes, you could fall in love with the world and all that stuff, but come on.
You're looking to get in the.
You know what I mean? What are you going to do? Like,
these hopefuls
is like the vast infinite universe going to like give you a blowjob? Like, can you lick it? Can you lick the butthole of the universe after having delicious wine? You know what I mean? There's like it's like relative reality is that it's real. It's like to dismiss it as like an illusion or whatever is like, well, remember that time where that kid was telling John Casey there isn't anything, and he threw a piece of chalk at him?
Or they could lose all control of their bodily function.
Yeah, I think.
What do you think?
Yeah.
I just can't.
People, they focus so much on God, like what is God, What does he look like? What is his job? What is it like? What does he wear? That is kind of seems like a unintended side effect or like tangent.
Silence.
What it seems like the story of God, all these stories that we're talking about, it's more an illustration of how to explain your own disconnection from yourself and or the universe.
Yeah.
Right? So inside that disconnection is an early exploration of what is consciousness, this incredibly complicated thing. Like people say that we still don't understand how the cilia works inside of our ear, that the mechanism of the ear is so incredibly subtle that we can't really repair your hearing.
Right.
Isn't that weird? I mean, it's just we can't even understand the mechanics of it, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's like consciousness is beyond that. We don't understand the mechanics of it. We can't see it yet. We don't know how to draw a model of it, And so these guys were initially just trying to sketch it out. And a lot of these books they wrote that are sometimes maybe vaguely incorrect or, flawed, were just early attempts at trying to scientifically get at consciousness. And Sartre, many people know, said that his philosophical father was Descartes. And Descartes said, I think, therefore I am.
Right.
And John Casey told us that it's this little known, super obscure fact, but that Descartes was terrified and extremely disturbed to his core about if he was alive or not. Okay? So the man who said, I think, therefore I am, said that because he wasn't sure.
Whoever you are, since you've proven such...
You mean like he was insecure, so he was just like trying to like reassure himself?
Yeah, he was trying to figure out if he lived inside a dream.
Yeah.
So he's doing it philosophically, academically, right? He's doing it for the king and the court, and he's the hired thinker, right, to sketch out what is philosophy and integrate some of the church's thinking for the day and for the time.
Right.
He was hired to do that. But in addition, as he goes down into the nature of consciousness and starts recording what it means to be alive, he finds that privately, he doesn't understand it, and the more he thinks about it, the more it eludes him, and the more scared he starts to get, right?
Wow.
So at night, he would, this is what John Casey told us, literally drink from a barrel full of water that he filled with tar. Because in his idiotic, primitive early mind, he thought that tar would glue his mind to his body, or
Holy shit.
Yeah, it would close the fissure, right? It would close that chasm. Yeah, so this guy who's essentially, experiencing a supreme form of mental illness, not necessarily, I'm not saying he was mentally ill, but he's grappling with this thing that we still today in 2021 are just barely beginning to start to understand. He's one of the first scientists that's sitting down with this thing. He said, okay, so where can I start? And every time he starts trying to get into it, he's like, we know nothing. We know am I even here? He's got this palpable grasp on the dreamlike quality of consciousness itself. So what happened was Sartre tried to take the beginnings of his work and pull it into a very technical breakdown of how consciousness works and the different components of consciousness, and that's what he called the in itself or the for itself. And he got really technical into it. So if you got into that part of Sartre's work as a thing that could calm you down and let you start to understand what your mind is doing in every moment of every day, you could start to see him as a more benevolent character that's trying to help you, actually. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I see what you're saying.
The only reason I was telling you about Buddhism is because I was in a corner. I was in a black box, and I was like, what am I going to do? What am I going to do?
Right.
And I was panicking, right? So I was grabbing these books because I was like, there has to be a hole in the wall, which is essentially what they do in the Twilight Zone. They keep trying to like get on each other's shoulders so they can climb up to the top. So these books were my my hooks in the wall, right?
Yeah.
So in that sense, the reason why you experienced what I was saying as such a pure distillation was because on the one hand, I'm not reading the books for any academic pursuit because it was something outside of me. I was like essentially trying to write the book myself too, because I was like, I'm recording with music. I'm recording this process of that I'm in. That's just like Descartes. I'm having a panic attack. I'm losing. I don't know if I'm even real anymore. Like Ram Dass disintegrating. And then you're over here in the snow, thinking I'm talking about Eskimos, and you're on acid too, and you're experiencing this through the prism of your own struggle to understand just the sheer pain you are in. And so it's like when great music is made or a great thinker like boils something down into something just so insanely tightly articulated, it's because they were driven there by a situational curse. You know what I mean? It's because they are in that position. And the key to absurdity that a lot of people might not talk about is that Camus, his mission, and Sartre too, and I think Martin Luther King, to me, is in a sense a modern existentialist, because and even Ian McKay and Minor Threat and Fugazi, they all said the same thing, is even though this world is a formless entity that I cannot control, and I am out of control, and I am lost, and I am forlorn and taken from my mother, there's only one thing we can do to assuage that, to fix this situation, and it's just literally to try. Just to try.
Yeah, that's it. Right. Yeah, that's the best, man. Thank you. That's it.
Well, and that's what's the picture on the front of the Myth of Sisyphus?
Well, I don't remember on my book, honestly, because it's a bunch of essays. It's some dreary gray thing. What's the one on yours?
It's the guy carrying the boulder up the hill. That is the universal symbol for trying in the face of absurdity.
Greetings.
When he knows it's going to roll down the other side, right?
Yeah.
So that's the key, is like, it's all so dreary. It's all totally connotationally miserable, but the character never stops going back up the mountain. And so that's what he's trying to use to sort of convey it's his black box, right? The mountain and the boulder.
Yeah.
He's like, why try? Well, he just Sartre comes away with it too. He's like, well, that's why Viktor Frankl and why Sartre said that like the French occupation or the German occupation of France was like the greatest time of their life, was because they learned that. They learned that in the face of certain death, that actually trying was where the dopamine comes. That's where engagement, like actually participating in your own life, is where you reignite and you reconnect with God.
Yeah.
So it can be a completely positive outlook. It's just you have to see it through, and the only person that's going to get to the other side of it and see it through is someone that has to.
Right. Yeah. You're so brilliant, man. My heart just started soaring as I was here. This is why we're best friends. It's the best. It's like so cool to like have you as my friend. Thank you, Emil. That was really beautiful. Thank you so much.
Well, it doesn't end like that for everybody. So we have to, I feel like me and you have to look into this mirror of friendship and thank it and say we're just fucking lucky, man.
Yeah. That's it. It's luck. Just crazy luck. I needed that, man. Thanks, because I think I left Camus like a little more confused than I thought. Thank you. It's like you just did a back adjustment or something. Thank you, Emil. Where can people find you? We should wrap it up. Where can people find you?
Yeah. Well, I'm not done with any of the new Drifters sympathy, so I'm working on the new Holy Sun stuff and trying to finish Grails and all my new records. So they're just gonna have to keep in touch with us because me and you have a couple things planned too. But
yes,
yeah.
Oh God,
felt
the
really
thing
good.
we have just sitting in that in our hard drives, like just like vampires in an egg waiting to be released into the night. Thanks, Emil. I really love you, man. Thank you so much.
Love you too.
That was Emil Amos, everybody. All the links you need to find him will be at DuncanTrussell.com. If you're confused by the conversation, check out The Myth of Sisyphus. You can order it anywhere. Probably find it for free somewhere. Much thanks to our sponsors. All their offer codes are going to be at DuncanTrussell.com. It's a great way to support the podcast. If anything that I yapped about appeals to you, try it out. And much thanks to you for listening to this podcast and for letting me have the coolest job of all time. I love you, and I will see you next week. Until then, Hare Krishna.
All right.
You are neither a... I have been conditioned... No one. I have been conditioned to resist mental... You must be admitted. You are neither a... It is the... If... The final...
Greetings, my dear loves. What you are about to hear is a
This podcast is supported by Deloitte. Support for this podcast and the following message come from E-Trade. A bald eagle isn't bald. A shooting star isn't a star. And E-Trade isn't just for trading. There's lots of ways to put your money to work with E-Trade, from saving for retirement to starting to invest. And they have a team of financial professionals to give you support so you can be confident your money is working hard for you. To get started today, visit etrade.com/sway for more information. E-Trade Securities, LLC, member SIPC.
I'm Kara Swisher, and you're listening to Sway. A couple of weeks ago, I finally got something I've been wanting to get for a long time, my coronavirus vaccine shot. I felt so relieved and victorious, but the elation quickly was dimmed by all the new questions I had.
Support for this podcast and the following message come from E-Trade. A bald eagle isn't bald. A shooting star isn't a star. And E-Trade isn't just for trading. There's lots of ways to put your money to work with E-Trade, from saving for retirement to starting to invest. And they have a team of financial professionals to give you support so you can be confident your money is working hard for you. To get started today, visit etrade.com/sway for more information. E-Trade Securities, LLC, member SIPC.
I'm Kara Swisher, and you're listening to Sway. A couple of weeks ago, I finally got something I've been wanting to get for a long time, my coronavirus vaccine shot. I felt so relieved and victorious, but the elation quickly was dimmed by all the new questions I had. How will this vaccine change my day-to-day life? Can I visit my friends? Do I still have to wear my mask? Can I travel? Over a year into the pandemic, there are still so many unknowns. Have we learned enough to keep new variants at bay? Or are we doomed to repeat our past mistakes? When is this going to end? To get some answers to all of these pressing COVID questions, I needed to talk to an epidemiologist. You know, someone whose job it is to actually study and try to prevent pandemics from happening, if only we listen to them. So I called one up, Michelle A. Williams, Dean of the T.H. Chan School of Public Health at Harvard. Welcome, Dean Williams.
Hi, Kara.
Thank you for coming. Let's first talk about people thinking about public health constantly over the last year, and this is your area of expertise. And I know in a certain way, most people haven't experienced this before, and I certainly haven't, and I'm pretty old. But what has it been like for you?
I love, first of all, that more people know what epidemiology is and like epidemiologists.
Were you like not popular before? What did?
Well, people would say, "Are you a skin doctor?"
Yeah, right.
Everybody knows an epidemiologist now.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, the dermatologists get all the attention.
Exactly. You know, this has been an incredible opportunity for people to understand how we've undervalued and not seen public health. That it's everywhere and nowhere. It's everywhere when Hurricane Katrina happens or a pandemic happens. It's nowhere when we save lives and we prevent bad things from happening. And people tend to take that for granted. It's like one and done. And we forget that public health is really the insurance for society. This pandemic shut down our economy. This pandemic brought us all to our knees. So what I take away from this pandemic is the collateral benefit is now everybody understands why public health is important. Everybody understands that when we underinvest in public health, we do so at our peril.
But does everybody understand? I mean, when you're coming away, you're a year in now, and cases are rising again, and some experts are warning about a fourth wave in the U.S. It feels like we should already have a handle on this. Talk about why we don't, and talk about this fourth wave.
This fourth wave is going to be different than the three we've had before. This fourth wave is occurring at the same time we are really ramping up with our vaccines. You've got to give the Biden administration big credit for getting upwards of 4 million vaccinations a day is really impressive. And we've got to maintain that, and we've got to keep pushing because the hard part's ahead of us. We've got to outrun the spread of these variants. We've been behind on surveillance and identification of the variants.
What is the worst case scenario variants? That these vaccines don't work on them, right? That people feel safe, they feel a sense of safety and go out more and do other things and feel that they're not going to die of this, and then they get it.
Yeah, the worst case scenario is if we have broad scale community spread of the variant and that the vaccines are not effective against them and we don't have boosters in time. So it's a chain, and that would be, just devastating for us.
Because
we would essentially be looking again at wide scale spread reminiscent of last April.
The head of the CDC has been she said, used the word doom. I think it scared a lot of people. Everyone felt like we were finally coming out of this. It's spring now. People are feeling better and feel like it's behind them. How do you deal with the psychological effects of that?
It's tough because you want people to understand relative risk. You want people to understand that, it really isn't so black and white. And what Dr. Walensky was trying to say is, pump the brakes on your personal individual impression of going back to normal. It's not just go back and do everything that you were used to doing pre-February 2020. Think about the fact that there are still spread in the community, that 2/3 of the country is still not vaccinated, that we are not testing sufficiently to understand when and where outbreaks are happening. And if you're vaccinated, these are the things that you can do with other vaccinated people, but don't throw open the doors and celebrate like we've got this completely under control, because we don't.
There's also confusion with Rochelle Walensky was giving guidance as to whether or not people who are vaccinated can travel. Why do you think this message was so muddled? And I know this happens in public health all the time. And what is the message about that?
Yeah, so, I think the message is those people who are vaccinated can travel, but limit it to essential travel. And I think that was the piece that was missing.
Because it felt like travel, but don't travel.
Yeah, it was like essential travel. And it came out muddled. And it was really sad because then, the media was all over it. But I think what she was really communicating is measured re-engagement.
Mm-hmm. And what about wearing masks and social distancing?
Keep wearing masks, keep doing social distance in public spaces. And again, why? The why is because the variants are circulating at levels that we are not yet fully understanding. And so err on the side of caution.
Because of the possibilities of the variants.
Because of the possibility of the variants.
Yeah, so that's the argument, not that you're trying to make it look like everyone should go along.
No, it's not theater, as some might say.
Yeah, they love to use that term, theater. Some people are saying that, like Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' response to the pandemic, which was reopening early, keep the economy going, maybe wasn't so bad after all, as Florida's unemployment rate is lower than states like New York and California, and the death rate is in line with the national average. What do you think of this argument?
I think it's reckless. I'm just going to say there is this false dichotomy that health and wealth are two distinct opposing issues. And what I would say to DeSantis is the economic health and wellness of your state rests on your making strategic investments to enable and support all members of your state. As the virus was running its course, was unduly, unnecessarily burdening vulnerable populations. And this meant the elderly, this meant the essential workers who, unlike those of us with a college education, couldn't retreat to our home offices. The disparities played out just the way a typical public health person would anticipate.
Mm-hmm. As we mentioned earlier, the pandemic probably affected every single person in some way, absolutely, but COVID did not affect equally. What were the disparities and what did they look like?
So remember what we saw early on in the pandemic. We saw double, triple rates of infection in Black and Brown and Latinx populations.
And much higher than their percentage of the population by several percentage points.
Absolutely. We also saw not only higher rates of infection, we saw higher rates of hospitalization and higher rates of death. We realized very early on that the public health interventions that we were suggesting, work at home, socially isolate, all of those are not necessarily opportunities that low-wage earners can take advantage of. We also saw disproportionate access to testing. This wasn't new. What we basically see in public health is health disparities as a consequence of decades, if not centuries, of policies and practices that have deprived Black and Brown people of the opportunities to have health and wellness the way their white counterparts have.
But science doesn't explain disparities across racial and ethnic lines, does it?
You know, it does in direct and indirect ways. So there are high rates of diabetes, asthma, obesity. Well, those are conditions that existed disproportionately in Black and Brown and Latinx populations pre-COVID. And you remember Freddie Gray, the young man in Baltimore? Well, Wes Moore, when he wrote his book, 5 Days, in the opening of his book, he tells the story of Freddie Gray's mother. Before he's even born, Freddie Gray is at risk. And then he comes into the world in a poor Baltimore community in housing with lead paint all over the place. So you've got the intergenerational in utero insult on his development, attenuation, born into a physical environment that further attenuates his opportunities for normal growth and development. And then poor schools that further attenuate growth for normal development. And then aggressive, some would say inhumane policing system attenuates his life. And you can see how wickedly complex and intergenerational some of these threats could be. These are folks living on the margin, and when a new risk comes along, they're going to be inherently more vulnerable biologically, socially, physically. So when COVID came around, these vulnerable populations, we could have predicted them. And because we could have predicted these things, we should have and we must be better prepared to attenuate these disparities.
Except that in the case of something like Ron DeSantis, these to them are acceptable risks, correct?
Yeah. And I'm going to say this. I'm going to say, I believe in the goodness of people, and I believe that Ron DeSantis would do well if we could just get him in a public health class for 3 weeks.
You're very confident.
And I have to believe that if one were able to realign his thinking about risks and bring compassion into his leadership through understanding the narrative and the data about how we can thrive while also caring for vulnerable populations and reducing disparities, we would be in a better place.
It's very optimistic and kind of you. How do you feel? Do you think you could do that with Donald Trump? Put him in a public health course for 3 weeks and it would work?
You know, I'm a lifetime teacher. There are some people who are just not coachable.
Okay, that's a lot of people think that. All right, right now, things are pretty hopeful in the U.S. when it comes to vaccine rollout. Biden has asked that all adults be eligible by April 19th. Most states are on track to meet that. But distribution is really fragmented with states making their own calls still. I'm curious what you think about the distribution system, because it was sort of every man for themselves, every state for themselves.
Yeah, you know, this is another one of those areas where I'm hopeful, but I'm cautiously optimistic. So one of the things that we had to do early on was make sure that we had the supply to meet the demand. And Biden's administration has done that well enough. But what we also found ourselves locked in is another one of those false narratives that equity would happen at the cost of efficiency. And, you know, I'm going to push back on that false dichotomy because that need not be the case. As the spectacular vaccines came along, my colleagues in public health and I wrote this paper that basically said vaccine allocation should be done through a lens of equity and justice. And that because we saw such great disparities for the worse off minority populations, we have to have an allocation plan that manages to bring these vaccines into communities hardest hit. And, you know, the law vacillates around whether or not race-based prioritization is legal. So we said, let's use a social vulnerability index that the CDC, you know, has used effectively in times of natural disasters. Because risks are segregated by place, and it was the hyper-segregated communities, Black and brown, poor communities that were hardest hit. So the social vulnerability index would use variables like density of household, unemployment rates, high rates of chronic disease, and would say these are the geographical areas within a community where we need to hit. And if put into place, one can then reach these vulnerable populations and maximize protection of the highest risk populations while equitably pushing out the vaccine. And nationally, it's been heartbreaking. It's been heartbreaking to see vaccine distribution not get to those populations that need them the most. The one thing that's actually helping, though, is increasing the supply and pushing that supply out and making sure that we're not just sending the vaccines to big box stores, because many of them are not in Black and brown communities. And then the other thing is we have to reckon with the fact that vaccine hesitancy has to be addressed.
Yeah, I want to get into that in a second, but when there's limited supply, people are going to get, wait a second, why do I have to wait in line? How do you answer that?
You know, there's a collective argument here that the reason, you know, I waited patiently is because I have the luxury, I have the privilege of working at home. But the person stocking the shelves that are the essential worker, the VIP in the supply chain of foods and goods that I need, are the people who need the vaccine the most. So I think for those people who say, why shouldn't I cut the line? Why shouldn't I be there first? Think about it as a collective chain where cut the line at your peril of further stagnating the recovery of our country. It's the same thing with mask wearing, right? Why do I need to wear a mask? You know, I'm fine, I'm healthy, but it's not about you, it's about the collective community. And somehow we've kind of lost the way to connect to that collective agency.
I do think it's a myth that we had it. I'll be honest with you. I think it's actually been every man for themselves way too much in this country.
You might be right.
One of the things that was a problem was these algorithms, because they're not just determined by individual choices people make ethically. Public health experts said that the vaccine allocation algorithm used at the federal level caused a burden, and many state and local municipalities use their own formulas in the end. Did any of these algorithms do what they were supposed to do? And can you talk a little bit about making these decisions via computers?
First of all of these algorithms are going to be as good as the quality of the data.
Crap in, crap out is my expression.
Exactly. And I got to tell you, one of my biggest pet peeves about where we need to invest in public health has got to be we've got to have better data and data infrastructure. There's a lot of missing data. There's a lot of imputation that was happening, and it was a lot of crap in, crap out. But it's not just about the data and the algorithm. There was also a lack of operational preparedness. That was missing. We were fumbling way too many of the operational pieces. And what it told me is part of the legacy of our underinvestment in public health has not just been in the infrastructure, but it's been in the workforce. We were asking state and local health departments to implement on an algorithm and then bring that algorithm into communities with the vaccination program that had been underinvested and undersupported for far too long.
All right, making vaccines available is one thing. They're only helpful if people take them. In general, vaccine hesitancy is decreasing across the U.S., especially people of color, young people. But there is some resistance. Why are you seeing hesitancy at this moment? The Times, for example, just wrote about evangelicals avoiding it. But talk about where distrust comes from, because everyone's got a different reason.
Yeah, you know, distrust comes from many different places, and probably all those reasons have some basis for truth. Among the evangelicals, what I can tell is it's largely misinformation. That is, promulgated by so-called religious leaders who are conflating their gripes and historical issues around women's reproductive health, abortion, and vaccines.
So that there's stem cells in this,
yes,
etc.
Right. And we all know that that's completely ridiculous and that is completely untrue. And that's a deadly gambit. And so we have to do something collectively as a society to break through and to bring truth and rebuild trust with this community. And I think it's going to mean having a campaign that is attentive to meeting these evangelicals where they are and having those hard conversations and having influencers, people who they might be listening to really be clear.
There has also been a lift in the Black, Latino, and Native communities. Talk about the hesitancy of that group in getting them to change their minds. They've obviously had a history of bad behavior from the medical community. Can you talk a little bit about that?
You know, for 401 years, the Black bodies have been traumatized. People still remember the Tuskegee Syphilis Project, right? People still remember the appendectomies that happened in Mississippi.
Mississippi appendectomies are forced sterilizations.
Exactly. And then that legacy and that failure to reckon with this legacy of trauma brought on Black people have contributed to hesitancy. However, that is not sufficient excuse for us not to reckon with these past harms that have been done and not confront this hesitancy. And, you know, one of the things we learned early was that Black and Brown communities really respected the voices of their primary healthcare providers and other community influencers. And they have a stronger sense of collective action. And so once community messages got out that the vaccine available and when vaccination rates increase, communities are protected, that is carrying sway. We still have a lot of work to do because it's still about 20% hesitancy. It's been going down, but we still have ways to go.
Parents are another group showing hesitancy about vaccines. Clinical trials have shown that the Pfizer vaccine is safe and effective for kids 12 to 15, but some parents are hesitant to vaccinate their kids. Are they right to worry?
No, they're not. They shouldn't be worried. But I'll tell you, the reason they're worrying is because we just haven't gotten the information out to them fast enough. You know, there is a structural flaw in the way we do our science sometimes. And, you know, one of the things that really animates me and gets me a little angry is women and children are always at the back of the line, right? It's like the back of the bus. It won't be until 2023 that the first randomized controlled clinical trial of these vaccines are available for pregnant women. And the information that we have, and I believe it and I trust it, comes from secondary analysis of data, not the same rigor of this intentional, deliberate, beautiful design that, you know, started to come out with the Pfizer and then the Moderna vaccine. The same thing with children. And I understand it. There are pragmatic limitations for how much you can do, you know, right at the beginning. But that structural flaw in putting women and children later in the flow of evidence is important fertilization for this kind of hesitancy.
So we have conflicting advice from the World Health Organization, the CDC, to pregnant women initially, with the World Health Organization recommending they do not take the vaccine unless they're at high risk, and the CDC recommending they should consult with their doctors. So in the case of young people and pregnant women, what is the advice now?
That the risk of contracting the infection and getting ill is higher than any slight perceived risk of the vaccine.
So there's some skepticism swirling around the single-shot Johnson & Johnson vaccine, which showing 72% efficacy in trials. So let's set the record straight. If offered the vaccine, whatever it is, should people be taking it?
Absolutely.
Any of them?
Any of them.
Pfizer, Moderna, Johnson & Johnson, which are the ones available in this country right now.
Absolutely. Take them. And, you know, one of the beautiful things about the J&J vaccine is it's a one shot. You're one and done.
So staying up to date on the most recent credible information is a real challenge. So how do you improve communication in general? And can you, in an era of misinformation, which is reaching people through social media, messaging apps, word of mouth, everywhere. Some platforms have added labels to posts about COVID and vaccines, redirecting users to credible sources of information. How do you think they've done?
Policing that is, as a layperson in that space, it sounds like a really hard job. It's a 24/7 job where one has to be vigilant and to have a surveillance system that we don't quite yet have for pulling down misinformation. And I think it's an arms race of getting trusted sources, trusted platforms out there, and it has to meet people where they are. It has to speak to people. It can't just be academic to academic. It's got to be academic to consumer.
So the benefits of social media and healthcare do outweigh the costs of disinformation?
Oh, absolutely. Social media is this wonderful tool, and like any tool that comes along to humanity, whether it's the rock or the wheel or fire, can be used for ill or used for good.
Though you are battling, Bill Gates, that he's putting chips in people's blood through the vaccine, or I'm like, you're very creative, but it's really not true.
It's conspiracy theories that have to be pushed back. And again, if you have an educated audience and consumer, you would hope that you get a wry smile and we move on from that conspiracy.
Yeah, no. I have to tell you, people really, I love your optimism, but I do not share it with you.
Absolutely. As a matter good. As I said,
we'll be back in a minute.
There you and I will.
If you like this interview and want to hear others, follow us on your favorite podcast app. You'll be able to catch up on Sway episodes you may have missed, like my conversation with the BioNTech co-founders who created the Pfizer vaccine, which I took, and you'll get new ones delivered directly to you. More with Michelle A. Williams after the break.
Master Uthar cannot. My part in this is we destroy Master Uthar to get. I will begin. You have had an.
It's late August.
So I'm here at George Floyd Square, which is the intersection in South Minneapolis where George Floyd was killed by Derek Chauvin. And when the verdict was read, people put their arms in the air, they celebrated, they yelled, many people cried. It was just kind of a scene of humanity. People are chanting George Floyd's name now. It's just really a feeling of, in one way, jubilation out here. And in another sense, I also sense a lot of relief from people.
George Floyd! George Floyd! This is a start! This is a start!
From the New York Times, I'm Michael Barbaro. This is The Daily. Today.
We matter! Yes! We matter!
Derek Chauvin is found guilty of murder in the death of George Floyd. My colleague, John Eligo, covered the trial, the verdict, and the reaction in Minneapolis. It's Wednesday, April 21st.
Got it.
John, describe what happened on Tuesday at this courthouse in downtown Minneapolis. Set the scene there.
Got it.
So, Tuesday morning, it's the first full day that the jury is deliberating. And they're sequestered in an undisclosed location, so no one knows where they are but the court officials. And so we are just left to wait, to get some news. Do they have any questions? Is there, how's the deliberations going? Like, we're just kind of waiting, right? And then out of nowhere at 2:28 p.m., I get an email in my inbox, and it says, quote, "A verdict has been reached and will be read in open court between 3:30 and 4 p.m., Tuesday, April 20th. And at that moment, it's like all systems go, right? We've been through 3 weeks of testimony, 3 weeks of jury selection before that. And now we've gotten to 10 hours of deliberations. And here we were, like about 11 months after George Floyd died, we're about to hear the fate of Derek Chauvin. And at 4 p.m., the judge walks in, everyone is told to rise.
All rise for the jury.
And it's just pin drop quiet in the courtroom.
All right, please be seated.
Yeah, Cal.
Members of the jury, I understand you have a verdict.
And then he starts to read.
State of Minnesota, County of Hennepin.
And as he's reading, the cameras are in close on Derek Chauvin's eyes. He's wearing a mask, so all you can really see are his eyes. And you can see them just shifting, like from left to right. It's like he was shifting them from looking up at the judge to looking over at the jury. Looking up at the judge, looking over at the jury. He wasn't moving his head at all, just his eyes. And that same shifting kept on happening as the judge read each verdict. So, count one.
We, the jury, in the above entitled matter as to count one, unintentional second-degree murder while committing a felony, find the defendant guilty.
Guilty. Judge reads count two.
We, the jury, in the above entitled matter as to count two, third-degree murder, perpetrating an eminently dangerous act, find the defendant guilty. This verdict
guilty.
To this 20th day of
count
April,
three.
Same caption, verdict count three. We, the jury, in the above entitled matter as to count three, second-degree manslaughter, culpable negligence, creating an unreasonable risk, find the defendant guilty. This verdict
guilty.
To this 20th day of April 2020.
And at that moment, it's just, there's really no expression on Chauvin's face that you could see. It's just his eyes still shifting.
Members of the jury, I'm now going to ask you individually if these are your true and correct verdicts. Please respond yes or no.
And at that point, the judge does a roll call for each juror, asking each juror if that was indeed their verdict.
Juror number 2, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 9, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 19, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 27, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
All 12 of them agree. Then he asks them all one final time together.
Are these your verdicts? So say you one, so say you all.
Yes.
And at that point, the judge thanks them. And then we're back looking at Derek Chauvin, just completely expressionless.
Bail is revoked, bond is discharged, and the defendant is remanded to the custody of the Hennepin County Sheriff.
The judge instructs the deputies to take him into custody. Chauvin just gets up, kind of nods to the judge like, okay, puts his hands behind his back, gets handcuffed.
We're adjourned.
Exchanges a brief word with his lawyer, and then he's taken away to the back and the door is closed.
Greetings.
John, for those who may not know exactly what the three charges that Chauvin was found guilty of mean, can you translate them? Second-degree murder, third-degree murder, and second-degree manslaughter.
Yeah, essentially the second-degree murder, which is the most serious charge he faced, that was alleging that in the commission of a felony crime, Derek Chauvin caused the death of George Floyd. And in this case, the felony crime was assault. And whether or not he intended to, that assault resulted in George Floyd's death. Now, the second count that he was facing was third-degree murder. And basically what that says is, again, it was not that he intended to kill George Floyd, but that he acted with reckless disregard for human life. And in those actions of reckless disregard, he caused the death of George Floyd. And the final charge was manslaughter. That was the least serious charge. What that charge says is that Derek Chauvin created an unreasonable risk and consciously took a chance of causing death or great bodily harm to George Floyd. And the way it's written in Minnesota law, they call it culpable negligence. And again, that is not that he had to intend to kill George Floyd, but that he took actions that a ordinary and reasonably prudent person would see could cause death or injury to George Floyd.
So now that we have a verdict, I want to talk about the arguments during the trial that, in retrospect, appear to have led this jury to a unanimous declaration of guilt on all three counts. And I wonder if we should start with the prosecution. Which prosecution argument and which prosecution witness seemed to land the hardest?
You know, Michael, I wouldn't say that there's any one single witness who landed the hardest. I think the strength of the prosecution's case is that it really had this cumulative effect where
my opinion was that no force should have been used.
Police officer after police officer.
I saw no reason why the officers felt they were in danger.
Including the police chief.
To continue to apply that level of force.
And said, this is not what we do as policing.
That in no way, shape, or form is anything that is by policy. It is not part of our training, and it is certainly not part of our ethics or our values.
There was medical expert after medical expert.
Mr. Floyd died from a low level of oxygen.
Pulmonologist, cardiologist, medical examiner.
Mr. Floyd died from positional asphyxia, which is a fancy way of saying he died because he had no oxygen left in his body.
All of whom said that Chauvin's actions deprived George Floyd of oxygen.
Right.
And then you had the emotional witnesses, those people who provided really the conscience of the world, really, right? They stood there and they described how traumatizing and heartbreaking and desperately they wanted to stop Derek Chauvin from doing what he did.
Mr. McMahon, do you need a minute?
I mean, I can't help but remember Charles McMillan, who was a 61-year-old man who was just passing by the area that day and stopped because he saw the police arresting someone. He was just being nosy, he said.
I feel helpless. I don't have a mama either. I understand him.
That sort of emotion, I think, was something that the defense had no answer for.
Well, speaking of the defense, how should we think about its arguments and why ultimately they fell short? What arguments and what witnesses seem to typify its failure?
The defense clearly had an uphill battle here, given all the outrage around this case. But I think when you look at the witnesses they brought forth and the arguments they tried to lay down, it was just very hard, against the cumulative weight of all that the prosecution presented. I mean, for instance, they had a policing expert.
Good afternoon, Mr. Broad.
Afternoon. Barry Broad.
In terms of the use of force, what relevance does possible drug influence have in an analysis?
Has quite a large impact, in my opinion.
How so?
Well, because people under the influence of drugs may not be hearing what you're trying to ask them to do. They may not understand. They may have they don't feel pain. So
he tried to suggest that not only did George Floyd not really feel pain.
Does the person need to have their legs controlled in this situation they did?
But he also said that Derek Chauvin actually could have used or should have used more force than he did.
That it's one of those situations where they were justified in the maximum restraint and chose not to.
And these were things that I think to the ordinary listener seem just preposterous, right?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the defense calls Dr. David Fowler.
And then they also brought on a medical examiner, Dr. Fowler.
So in this case, can you just kind of describe the layers of factors that lead you to your conclusion that this was a sudden cardiac event?
Yes.
And he tried to kind of throw the kitchen sink in terms of the causes of death of George Floyd.
So we have a heart that's vulnerable because it's too big.
That it was his heart problems.
There are certain drugs that are present in his system.
It was the drugs in his system.
There is another drug, fentanyl, which slows down your breathing.
It was all these things except for Derek Chauvin kneeling on him. And he actually said he would rule the death undetermined. And he even threw out one theory that...
We've got the carbon monoxide, which has the potential to rob some of that additional oxygen carrying capacity.
If you're here to use
maybe because George Floyd's face was right by the tailpipe exhaust of a police car, that he may have been poisoned by the carbon monoxide coming out of there.
How do you know the car was even on?
But then the prosecution got up and very effectively kind of just shot down his testimony.
It was a question I specifically asked, and then I made an observation of water dripping from what appears to be a tailpipe.
He had no answer for that. He didn't know if the car was on. He had no test results to show that there was any sort of carbon monoxide.
You didn't see any information or data from anybody who says, I either turned the car on or I'm the one who turned it off. You didn't see either one, did you?
Correct.
What the defense really had to do was create some sort of doubt in the jurors' minds that Derek Chauvin was a significant cause of George Floyd's death. And they were not able to get there at all. They were not able to chip away or poke holes in the very robust prosecution case that said that Derek Chauvin was at fault for George Floyd's death.
We're talking about arguments and strategies here, but on some level, it feels like the entire trial seemed to be contained in the 9-minute video that everyone in the world watched back in May of 2020. And is it fair to say that that video, as evidence in this trial, was simply insurmountable for the defense?
I would say that in a very real way that yes. I mean, the defense kept trying to make the point it's not about the 9 minutes and 29 seconds that Derek Chauvin knelt on George Floyd's neck. It was about the 16 minutes and 59 seconds that preceded that, from the time Derek Chauvin arrived on the scene to the time he took George Floyd down to the pavement. They were saying, you need to look at the totality. That was a main theme of the defense. But let's be real, Michael, that was a horrific video. Like, police officers, police chiefs in other departments, when this happened, were saying that that's not policing. So that video, there was really no overcoming that. And there was really no explanation as to why he felt the need to stay on George Floyd's neck, even after he went completely limp and completely motionless.
Right. I mean, in the closing arguments, the prosecution said to the jury, believe your eyes, believe what you're seeing in this video. And it sounds like the defense just couldn't get the jurors to look away from that video and couldn't rebut what they were seeing in that video.
Precisely. It's a hard thing to unsee once you've seen it.
We'll be right back.
Greetings. Matt? What?
Staying connected is now more important than ever, and 5G strengthens those connections. Which is why you can see Qualcomm helping to transform telemedicine by giving doctors and patients superior, security-rich 5G connectivity. And why they are focused on supporting new ways of learning through remote education and remote working by powering mobile PCs in a time we need them most. They call it the Invention Age. Learn more at qualcomm.com/Invention Age.
John, with the trial over and with Chauvin found guilty, I want to explore the reaction to this verdict. You were in the public square that has been named after George Floyd in Minneapolis as the verdict was read. Can you describe the conversations that you had with people there?
The first thing I did when I got there, even before going out into the crowd, I went into Cup Foods, which was the store where George Floyd was shopping right before he was killed. It's the place where he was alleged to have spent a fake $20 bill that got the police called on him.
Right.
And I ran into this guy, Billy, who is one of the co-owners. He owns it with his brothers. He's kind of like this burly guy with this, big beard, and his fingers are clasped, and he keeps twiddling his thumbs. You can tell he's very nervous. He's like, we're closing, and we're getting out of here. It's not safe. And he was just very worried about being around, because as we were in his store, at first there was maybe a couple dozen people outside, if that, mostly reporters at first. And then as, it got closer and closer to 4 o'clock when the verdict was supposed to be read, it just grew into hundreds of people. And Billy just wanted to get out. He wanted to have nothing to do with that. So that to me was just really a sign of how anxious people were. And then once the verdict's read, I see people start cheering. People are pumping their fists in the air. They're waving Black Lives Matter flags. Some people are hugging. And I remember going up to one woman, Janae Henry, and she just had tears coming off, falling onto her black face mask that she was wearing.
I'm super grateful. And I can rest tonight too, because I live up the street, and my grandmother lives up the street, and my father lives up the street, and everybody will be, able to relax. And then now Dante Wright is the next case, and I hope we get justice for that.
Yeah. And it's been a hell of a 11 months, huh?
Yes, it has.
Then there was a young man named BJ, and I kind of caught sight of him because he had one fist in the air and he's kind of just pumping the fist, head down, kind of shaking it, tears coming out of his eyes again. A woman was standing behind him, rubbing his back. And he said it's a new day in America, right?
I mean, everybody saw it, but still you're sitting back thinking, back to the Rodney King days, everybody saw that too. Those cops got off. I was really worried. I was worried about my city. Thank God my city will not burn tonight. This is a new day. This is something beautiful. This is something different. It's finally some little piece of justice.
And so it was this moment where I think he saw the fabric of America just shift that very tiny bit.
America's tolerance for dead black people has usually been pretty high. Hopefully it'll actually start to resonate a little bit more now that we are actually people.
Thank you so much, BJ.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And then, Michael, I actually saw a familiar face. This young woman named Kia Bible, who I had met last year when I was doing some reporting. And she'd been out at George Floyd Square continuously, almost every day over the past 11 or so months.
For those of us who have been boots on the ground day in and day out here on 38th in Chicago, we've been here almost 365 days in order to get this type of a justice.
And this had been the culmination of a long activist struggle to hold specifically Derek Chauvin, but more broadly the system accountable. Mm-hmm. And so I could really sense not only a sense of happiness in her voice, but a sense of resolve, this is the beginning of something better.
I mean, you've got people that have actually stepped up from the precinct that are like, no, this isn't proper, this isn't right, and they need to be held accountable. We have community members, black, white, Asian, brown, yellow, green, whatever, holding people accountable in ways that you've never seen them do before.
This is about accountability. This is about everybody stepping up.
That you see, recording. That is the biggest weapon we have right now, is our phones. Pull them out. Speak on it. Speak up for that person that's laying on the ground. Speak up for the person that's being punched in the top of their head. Speak up for the person that's being slammed across the front of the vehicles. That's your job as a bystander, as a community member.
She talked about everyone having their cell phones now and more people stepping up and making sure that they use those tools that they have to ensure that police cannot get away with these types of things again.
We're not asking anymore. We're demanding what we deserve, what we are owed. We're going to keep moving. So all I can say is he going to keep marching, 10 toes down. And we're going to continue to say everything with our whole chest. We have to. We have to.
I do remember one thing. I am that which grips the heart in fright. Hearkens night, silence is delight. It was written of my sword.
John, from the start, the context of this trial was years and years and years of police killings of Black Americans. And so even though the jury in this case, and we've talked about this with you, was instructed to render a verdict on Derek Chauvin, right? And not anybody else, not the whole world of policing. This case was always going to be seen, it feels like, by the rest of the country as a verdict on policing and accountability for policing. And it sounds like the people you were talking to were seeing it that way, and that their relief, their resolve, their hope, it was in the context of that broader question of policing.
Absolutely, because think about the scenario. If he was not found guilty, then what does that say about what police are allowed to do? And so for many people, yes, Derek Chauvin should be held accountable as a measure of justice for George Floyd. That was obviously on a lot of people's minds. But beyond that, what's going to happen the next time a police officer encounters a black man for some sort of minor violation, right? What's going to be those actions next? So I think there's a legacy here that is very important to many Americans. And there's a precedent that needs to be set that police officers cannot just act with impunity. And especially in a case like this, where you had almost 10 minutes of an officer just completely ignoring the life of someone beneath his knee. I think for many Americans, a line has to be drawn somewhere, and accountability needs to be had so that in the future, things can actually be different.
John, based on your reporting, do you think that this case actually does have any bearing on the next trial of a police officer who kills a black American? And I'm asking that because there were several aspects about this case that feel unique, right? There was no split-second decision-making here. It wasn't a case of a cop being afraid of being shot. That just wasn't a factor here. So all the familiar police defenses fell away, but that might not be the case in the next trial of a police officer.
Yeah, I think it's really hard to say, honestly, because on the one hand, as you mentioned, this case is particularly egregious, right? So I think that egregiousness of this made this a situation where it might be easier to find people who are willing to convict, who are willing to say, no, what the police officer did was wrong. But on the other hand, I think the fact that it was so egregious in some ways opened the world's eyes to the fact that police officers sometimes can act in a very depraved and egregious way, right? For those who may have doubted that, for communities not as affected by that dynamic, who might doubt it, this was their chance to see it in a very stark way. So in that sense, I think in the future, maybe juries, maybe people who come from communities that are not over-policed like that are not policed in that way, maybe they'll think twice before just believing that the cop had good intentions right away, or just believing that the victim was someone who was doing wrong and deserved what they got.
You're saying holding police accountable inevitably leads to holding perhaps more police accountable.
Yeah, exactly. This case is all about accountability.
I'm curious how you yourself, as somebody who covered the aftermath of George Floyd's death, the protest movement it created, the trial, and now the verdict, are thinking about the meaning of this case, what it means and what it doesn't mean.
I think that this case, it really, in many ways, opens the eyes of a lot of people to a reality that police are all too often killing black and brown people in America. I mean, we couldn't even get through the 3 weeks of the Chauvin trial without a police officer killing someone somewhere in America every single day.
Every single day.
Every day, someone in America died at the hands of police. And I think in a very stark way, this case helps underscore the sometimes egregious manner in which police interact with the communities that they are meant to serve, and that sometimes... So I'm here at George Floyd Square, which is the intersection in South Minneapolis where George Floyd was killed by Derek Chauvin. And when the verdict was read, people put their arms in the air, they celebrated, they yelled, as many people cried. You got lucky on tax. It was just kind of a scene of humanity. People are chanting George Floyd's name now. It's just really a feeling of, in one way, jubilation out here. And in another sense, I also sense a lot of relief from people.
George Floyd! George Floyd! This is a start! This is a start!
From the New York Times, I'm Michael Barbaro. This is The Daily. Today.
We matter! Yes! We matter!
Derek Chauvin is found guilty of murder in the death of George Floyd. My colleague, John Eligo, covered the trial, the verdict, and the reaction in Minneapolis. It's Wednesday, April 21st. John, describe what happened on Tuesday at this courthouse in downtown Minneapolis. Set the scene there.
So, Tuesday morning, it's the first full day that the jury is deliberating. And they're sequestered in an undisclosed location, so no one knows where they are but the court officials. And so we are just left to wait, to get some news. Do they have any questions? Is there, how's the deliberations going? Like, we're just kind of waiting, right? And then, out of nowhere, at 2:28 p.m., I get an email in my inbox, and it says, quote, "A verdict has been reached and will be read in open court between 3:30 and 4 p.m., Tuesday, April 20th. And at that moment, it's like all systems go, right? We've been through 3 weeks of testimony, 3 weeks of jury selection before that. Mm-hmm. And now we've gotten to 10 hours of deliberations. And here we were, like about 11 months after George Floyd died, we're about to hear the fate of Derek Chauvin. Mm-hmm. And at 4 p.m., the judge walks in. Everyone is told to rise.
All rise for the jury.
And it's just pin drop quiet in the courtroom.
All right, please be seated. Members of the jury, I understand you have a verdict.
And then he starts to read.
State of Minnesota, County of Hennepin.
And as he's reading, the cameras are in close on Derek Chauvin's eyes. He's wearing a mask, so all you can really see are his eyes. And you can see them just shifting, like, from left to right. It's like he was shifting them from looking up at the judge to looking over at the jury. Looking up at the judge, looking over at the jury. He wasn't moving his head at all, just his eyes. And that same shifting kept on happening as the judge read each verdict. So, count one.
We, the jury, in the above entitled matter as to count one, unintentional second-degree murder while committing a felony, find the defendant guilty.
Guilty. Judge reads count two. We
Hello, everyone. I'm Stephen West. This is Philosophize This. Thank you to all those people out there that support the show on Patreon, and to the people that help the show through the Contribute What You Think the Show's Worth model located on the website. Promise we'll get back to the media series as soon as I can. It's taken me a bit longer on this next episode, but I want to release more frequent episodes. So I wanted to start a second series on the Frankfurt School, the other thinkers of the Frankfurt School. Their work and so many of the problems they were facing during their time is so relevant in today's world. And if you haven't heard the first series, people seem to like it, so go back and check it out. But today marks the beginning of the second series of the Frankfurt School, and today we begin by discussing the work of Erich Fromm and his thoughts on love. I hope you love the show today. So Erich Fromm, in his 1956 book, The Art of Loving, famously wrote this about love, quote, "Love is the only sane and satisfactory answer to the problem of human existence," end quote. But what did he mean by that? See, that's how I do it on this show. I ask you a question. I interview you. You can't answer. And then I answer the question. See, I'm going for a level of narcissism and self-importance here that is truly legendary. But seriously, what did he mean by that? Well, I think the best entry point into understanding what he meant would be to look at the two most philosophically loaded concepts in that statement. And that would be, one, love. What did he mean when he said love? And two, what does he mean when he says the fundamental problem of human existence? To put it very simply, What Fromm is referencing when he says the fundamental problem of human existence is separateness. Human beings are conscious beings, and that consciousness allows us to be aware of what he calls a type of existential loneliness. We are aware that we are ultimately separate from every other human being that's out there. We are aware that no matter how much of a support system we have, if the right confluence of events came to pass, we ultimately only have ourselves. And that self, by the way, is consciously aware that it feels separate from the entire rest of the universe. We're aware that we are one tiny pixel in a universe that's so large it's difficult for our brains to even fathom. We are blips on a timescale so large it seems impossible to even comprehend. This reality of the human condition for Fromm is a big reason why people often want to find a way to connect to something greater than themselves, to alleviate this separateness. By the way, it should be said that for Fromm, as well as many other members of the Frankfurt School, this is also going to come along with a pretty big critique of the way modern society alienates us from each other. The example we gave on the last Frankfurt School series was about boxes. We live in this thing that looks like a box, away from everyone else. We drive to work in a box. We sometimes work in a cubicle. Root word cube, which actually is just a box. How about the social boxes we exist in? Many more examples, but the point is, we are alone. And the worst part to Fromm is that we realize it. So again, to combat this separateness from everything, there are tons of strategies people have used all throughout history to try to connect to something greater than themselves. Religion, philosophy, sure, but really our desire to connect to a tribe in general is connected to this existential loneliness. The desire to become a great painter, or write a legendary novel, or even make a mediocre philosophy podcast. All of this is just a desperate attempt by me to quell this feeling of separateness. But Fromm says in our modern societies, how practical is it really for the average person to try to become a painter that's so good they live beyond their lifetime? No, they gotta work. It's impossible. And the people realize that as well. So one of the most common strategies people use is to try to harness various different instantiations of love. A very common one is for people to try to find romantic love, or a partner they don't have to feel so separate from all the time. Finding romantic love becomes one of the most important things in the plans people make when starting out their lives. People want love so bad, they watch movies and TV shows about it. They listen to songs about it. They read stories about it. To Erich Fromm, it's as though the people were starved of love. And who in their right mind could blame anybody for putting in so much effort trying to find it? I mean, who wants to die alone? No wonder we work so hard, constantly honing our strategy to find love. Or do we really? Fromm would probably want to preface this next section by saying, consider how many of these relationships fail, and not for reasons where you're forced by circumstance to go your separate ways. Like if you're listening to this, and you're not currently in love, then barring certain exceptions for most of us, every single attempt you've made at love has failed. Why should this be the case if we're supposedly putting in so much effort to have enduring love in our lives? The answer for Fromm is that most of us are using a horrible strategy. And the slogan for that strategy, if there was one, is that to find love, if you're not currently in love, become more lovable. Go to the gym. Advance your career. Buy some cool clothes. Learn to play the ukulele. That always seems to work. But are these really things that are going to increase your odds of finding love? Fromm thinks all you've really done here is turn yourself into a product to be consumed on what he calls the personality market. And how fitting to Fromm that in our modern capitalist societies, we'd be so inclined to turn our love lives and the love lives of other people into commodities to be marketed, bought, sold, and traded. You improve something about yourself, you increase your value within the market. You look around at all the options, pick the best one you can get with your current stock price, and then you enter into a mutually beneficial transaction with this other person where you receive in return a rush of emotions and endorphins and feels, and all of a sudden, in a fleeting moment, you just realize what has happened. I am in love now. In other words, love is something that happens to you. We say things like, I fell in love. Strategy is you become as lovable as you possibly can, and then love finds you. You don't find it. Haven't found it yet? Well, wait around for a while and hopefully it will find you. Finding love is a passive process for most people. But Erich Fromm would say this is a perfect example of something he would call a type of immature love, which is to say a type of narcissistic love, a transactional love, where two ultimately needy people decide they're going to set up an arrangement where each one of them appease the insecurities and weaknesses of the other. Let's team up our egos. In other words, the type of person that I would fall in love with would have gone to the gym, would have advanced their career, would have played the ukulele like Kermit the freaking Frog. Finally, I've found somebody who makes me feel this way. Love is a feeling. Love is a noun. Wait, I just realized Kermit the Frog played the banjo, but it doesn't matter. The point is, how many of you out there have ever felt like somebody has only loved the idea of you rather than you? Well, Erich Fromm thinks in these kinds of transactional relationships, the intensity of the infatuation with each other is often correlated to just the intensity of the loneliness people had experienced before that. But this isn't love. This is what can you do for me and what can I do for you in return. In other words, you have essentially turned the person you quote-unquote love into a product to be consumed that provides your ego with some tangible benefit, and in turn you have turned yourself into a product that has a similar exchange value. So when we consider the rate at which relationships fail, when we consider how often things run their course, or people get bored of someone, Fromm would say, well, if the two of you are essentially just consumable products of similar value on the personality market, of course you're going to get bored of them when you see them in this way. Let me explain. Say you got into board games one day, and you go down to the store and you buy Monopoly. You go home, you play it, you love it. You play it again the next day. You do this week after week, and you play it so much that the little shoe thing erodes down because of the oil's in your fingers. How long can this go on? How long until you get bored of Monopoly and want to go out and buy another game to play? How long until what you initially got out of Monopoly is no longer something you need anymore? Or what you initially got from it, you now get better from something else, like paddleboarding or something.
Yes, that is the
This
one.
is a reality of our modern consumer lives.
Take them and
we
go.
buy things, we enjoy them for a while, and then we get bored of them and either donate them to someone else or throw them in the trash. When we commodify our love lives and choose to love people in relation to what benefit they can provide for us, we essentially turn our partners into that game of Monopoly. This is why Fromm would say, no wonder so many relationships forged by this strategy fail. When you structure your love life around the ethos of you scratch my back and I scratch yours, well, have you ever had someone scratching your back and then they scratch for too long? What at first was a very welcome service they were providing for you can become very annoying in a short period of time. What's interesting, though, is that there's going to be strong parallels here between the way Fromm sees this strategy of treating the people we love and his views on authoritarianism and how it flourishes within a society, which we're actually talking about next episode. For example, consider this quote from one of his other works, quote, "Domination springs from impotence and in turn reinforces it. For if an individual can force somebody else to serve him, his own need to be productive is increasingly paralyzed." End quote. Notice how this same idea could be applied to our strategies for love. See, remember, all these strategies to have love in our life came out of the need to get rid of this existential loneliness. So if we can get someone else to serve us, if we can get somebody to make us feel less alone and less anxious, to silence some of these insecurities about which weaknesses of ours our partner should be compensating for, then we can effectively not have to feel any of the negative feelings that might have otherwise got us to take action and do the work to improve ourselves.
See? I knew.
Fromm thinks the solution to all this is actually kind of ironic. We engage in this mutually beneficial transaction with another person to try to escape the feeling of being alone, when the solution to be able to actually love someone in a real capacity is to learn to be alone. See, whenever we fail, whenever a relationship ends, we often adjust our strategy for the future by saying, oh, well, this time I'm going to search even harder for the perfect person. This time I'm going to work even harder to become more lovable. We spend so much time doing this and so little time questioning the very foundations of how we see love in the first place.
If you were any later in showing up, we would have had to
Where'd
abandon
you get your ideas about what love is and how to find it anyway?
She should respond fairly.
Was it a YouTube video or something?
Here she comes now.
Where do we get these deeply rooted ideas about it? And if it is something that's so important to us, why do we spend so little time really trying to understand it? Fromm says that one of the big mistaken ideas people have about love is that it's a thing. But he says love is not an object, it's a faculty. Which, in other ways, to say that love is not a noun, love is a verb.
Here is the
Most people think their problem is not being loved enough. Their real problem is their ability to love. So knowing all this, here's how Fromm describes how he sees the faculty of love.
Back
Quote,
off.
love is a relatively rare phenomenon, and its place is taken by a number of forms of pseudo-love, end quote. Later he writes this, in reference to this idea that love is something that happens to you, or it's an emotion, or it's a noun in any sense. Quote, love is a passionate affirmation of an object. It is not an affect, but an active striving and interrelatedness, the aim of which is the happiness, growth, and freedom of its object. It is a readiness which, in principle, can turn to any person and object, including ourselves. End quote. So hearing this definition and understanding love as this active striving that Fromm's talking about, the question becomes, why do so many of us have such a hard time developing this ability? Well, notice a key difference between the transactional model of love and Fromm's conception of love. Fromm's idea says nothing about even considering what the other person can do for me. And this leads him to one of the most important ideas in the entire book, The Art of Loving, that you will never be able to love any one person until you can love everyone. Because you will always be picking and choosing the people you love in terms of what benefits they can provide to you. Fromm says this kind of love more resembles symbiotic attachment or enlarged egotism than anything that really has to do with love. This also explains his point of why he says it's not until you can be alone that you can truly love. Because it's only from that place of not having some needs checklist or concept that you can see people and things for who and what they are and not what they can do for you. Love is not something that happens to you. There doesn't need to be some external cue that causes you to have love for someone. They don't need to look a certain way. They don't need to do something nice for you or compliment your shoes the right way or admire your career at the level you approve of. Love is a choice you make. It is an active choice to shine love outward to everything and everyone. Again, he says, if you truly love someone, you love them for who they are, not who you want them to be. Otherwise, you're just making them an extension of your own ego. You're projecting your own desires and expectations on them. This is why love is the only sane and satisfactory answer to this feeling of separateness from everything and everyone. This is a connection that isn't reliant on any external factors. It's a connection to give to others that you choose for yourself. And that's the thing. If you choose not to give love to others, then you probably won't be seeing it anytime soon yourself. You know, he has this really great line in The Art of Loving where he essentially says that if you're somebody that goes around in your life and you're never interested in anything, then you're never going to find anything interesting. Well, in the same way, if you go around your life never projecting this love outward into the world, you're probably going to be living a pretty loveless existence. But Fromm would say, as easy as it is to understand this shift in theory that needs to happen for finding love, putting it into practice is much easier said than done. Love is a relatively rare phenomenon, remember. And it's because it's very difficult to master, and even more difficult to sustain. This is not a part-time job. In fact, if Fromm had to give love a category to be a part of, he'd have to say that love can best be described as an art. He says, quote, "The first step to take is to become aware that love is an art, just as living is an art. If we want to learn how to love, we must proceed in the same way we have to proceed if we want to learn any other art."
Now, dear lad,
we'll talk in a minute about the specifics he gives for how to proceed from here, but it's important to understand why Fromm is going in this direction at all. Why, of all things, would he refer to love as an art? Here's what he's getting at. Think of any person that dedicates themselves to an art. True masters of what they do. These are people that have given themselves over to this artistic process. People who have dedicated their lives so much to their craft that they actually perceive the world in a different way than other people. An illustrator sees a park bench differently than someone that's just walking their dog in the park. A musician hears the noise on the subway different from someone sitting there on their way to work at a bank. To become a true master of an art requires an immersion that is with you 24/7. Not just when you feel like doing it. It is so much a part of the fabric of who you are that it's become inseparable. Now think of those people, for example, that tell other people Yeah, I'm a writer, actually, and they've written like 3 things in the last 6 months. Fromm would probably ask, is that person really a writer just because they can write letters down on a piece of paper when it's convenient or at moments when they feel particularly inspired? Who isn't a writer at that point as long as they know the alphabet? Applied more generally, to call yourself an artist in any capacity has to run deeper for Fromm, down to the very way you live your life. Art is a part of you, and you of it. It's not something you just pull out of the closet when you have a little extra time here.
I guess he wasn't a true
so
Sith.
too with the art of love.
That I'm alive.
Once again, love is a full-time job. In many ways, love is a promise, Fromm says. Otherwise, how could you possibly vow to love someone forever? Love is not about searching harder and finding the right person. Love is about improving a skill. So how do we achieve mastery of that skill? Well, one interesting thing Fromm asks us to consider in this pursuit is that just like many other forms of art, like we talked about before, modern society also works against people pursuing a mastery of love or loving at all. Why is this? Well, remember his definition of love. Love is an active striving for the growth and happiness of the loved person rooted in one's capacity to love. We're supposed to immerse our lives in this active striving. But what does modern society tell us to actively strive for? Fromm says success, prestige, money, and power, all of which run contrary to this whole love process. So in a way, if you're ever going to love in a truly artistic fashion, you are necessarily going to have to be counterculture as well. So if the amount of effort and concentration and patience required to love well wasn't enough of a barrier for you, well, here's a cultural barrier we can tack on there as well. Nonetheless, let's say you're not deterred by any of this. You're not deterred by how difficult it's going to be, and you still want to pursue love as an art to alleviate this separateness. Fromm thinks the process of improving at loving is very similar to the process of improving at other forms of art. He talks about 4 main things you can focus on: humility, courage, faith, and discipline. So the first one is humility. One of the main things he's referencing here is that we need to try to avoid these siren songs of the ego. To become a truly great artist, you need to approach the process of growth with humility. Because if you sit there as though you already know exactly how to do things and project your own expectations or desires onto the craft, you're always going to improve less quickly than you otherwise could, because you're not going to be open to all the lessons making themselves available to you. Well, so too with love. We need to try to have objectivity about loving people. Because if you only choose to love people that you already think are worthy of receiving it, then you're already sabotaging yourself. The second one is courage. Getting better at anything is an uncomfortable process. You're faced with roadblocks, puzzles, hostility from others, but a necessary part of improving is to keep going through this discomfort with a bit of courage. Fromm says you're going to run into similar problems when trying to cultivate this capacity to love, and you're going to need a similar level of courage. The third one is faith. So to master a really difficult piece of music, you may have to sit down at the piano 1,000 times, making mistake after mistake, no doubt frustrated at times because it may seem impossible. But the people that stick with it and end up mastering the song are the people that had a sort of rational faith in the process. They didn't try to play it 5 times, run a few experiments, and just assume it was impossible. They accepted their failures with faith that it was going to be possible in the end. So too with the art of love. You are not always going to be great at nurturing the growth and happiness of every single person. But the ones who eventually get there, Fromm thinks, will be the ones who had a level of rational faith. The last one is discipline. This one should be obvious. Love is not a passive process or something that just happens to you. Love is something you do, and you do it every single day with discipline, the same way you practice any other art every single day. Fromm says, quote, "The capacity to love demands a state of intensity, awareness, enhanced vitality. It can only be the result of a productive and active orientation in many other spheres of life." End quote. What are you talking about? There I go, interviewing myself again. What he's getting at is that love is ultimately about giving. And the thing you are giving to the other person is ultimately yourself. And no matter how much time you spend trying to develop yourself as an artist, the quality of that art can only be guaranteed if you take care of yourself in many other areas of life. To give a simplistic example, Just imagine a musician who practices 16 hours a day, but they never take a shower, and they get some flesh-eating bacteria that eats both their hands. You can't play the saxophone with your feet, people. Let that be a metaphor for the fact that in order to be the best you can be as a practitioner of love as an art, you need to love yourself first. Because part of loving your fellow humans and part of loving that special someone is loving yourself enough to be healthy enough to show up and put this theory into practice. Now, I could drone on here about airplanes and oxygen masks and all kinds of stuff, but I'd much rather leave you here today with it being written beautifully by somebody 10 times smarter than I will ever be. Erich Fromm, The Art of Loving. Love of others and love of ourselves are not alternatives. On the contrary, an attitude of love towards themselves will be found in all those who are capable of loving others. Love, in principle, is indivisible as far as the connection between objects and one's own self are concerned. End quote. Thank you for listening. I'll talk to you next time. Hello, everyone. I'm Stephen West. This is Philosophize This. So if you value the show as an educational resource, consider supporting the show on Patreon at patreon.com/philosophizethis. Also, you can support the show by using the Contribute What You Think the Show's Worth model located on the website philosophizethis.org. Twitter.com/IamStephenWest for updates on the episodes. Today's show is on Erich Fromm and his landmark book, Escape from Freedom. I hope you love the show today. So last episode, a major through line when discussing The Art of Loving by Erich Fromm was that love is the only sane and satisfactory answer to the fundamental problem of human existence. The fundamental problem being that we are separate from everything and everyone else, that we are alone, that we exist in a state of what he called existential loneliness. But what some of you out there maybe did is you heard that diagnosis, you looked to your left, saw some people you care about, looked to your right, saw even more people you cared about, and then turned back to Fromm and said, "Look, Erich Fromm, you're saying that everybody's alone out there. And I understand what you're saying. I think you have some good ideas, but let's be real. You don't know me. You don't know how alone or not alone I am. The real question is, why are you so insistent on convincing me that I'm alone all the time?" What Erich Fromm would say is that you are among the most independent and isolated human beings that have ever lived in human history. And what you can thank for this reality are the very modern set of social conditions that you were born into that themselves only exist because of a long, multi-thousand-year process of what he calls the individuation of human beings. Something that'll be a recurring theme throughout this episode is that sometimes there are parallels between the stages of development within our personal lives and the stages of development on a more macro level when it comes to the way citizens behave politically within a society. This is no exception. Fromm would liken the development of human beings from the Stone Age until now to the development of a child from a fetus into an adult, also sometimes called the process of individuation. Let's consider the metaphor of a child for a second, though. Think all the way back to what it was like when you were a fetus. Now, I don't know about you people, but I remember it being like a 5-star resort. You don't have to lift a finger as a fetus. Everything is included. You can lay around all day. People feed you, like people feed you grapes at a resort. You don't got to make any decisions. You don't have a care in the world as a fetus. But eventually you have to get born. You're not born capable of taking care of yourself, so you're still in a slightly less inclusive luxury resort. You have some more autonomy now, but you still eat what your parents tell you to eat, and you go wherever they tell you to go. Now, this pattern continues. As the years go on, you slowly can do more and more things for yourself, and you desire greater levels of freedom to be able to run your own experiments. The distance between you and this family unit that at one point you could have never survived without becomes greater. This goes on until you turn 18, and for your 18th birthday, you get luggage as a birthday present. You move out, you're on your own, you find a place to live, you think about going somewhere, and you pick up your phone to call your parents and tell them about it, and you realize, in this moment, for the first time ever, you can go somewhere, and you no longer need to call and ask for their permission anymore. You can go wherever you want to go. Now, remember this moment of our hypothetical fetus all grown up into an autonomous adult. Let's talk about the parallels Erich Fromm draws to the development of humanity, and then we'll come back. So, pre-civilization human beings did not see themselves as separate from nature. Why would they? Every aspect of their lives was dictated by nature. They didn't have any agonizing choices to make. They didn't have to make decisions about whether today they're going to study particle physics or botany. No, nature gave them everything that they ate and decided everything that they were going to do. In other words, they didn't have to think for themselves fully. Now, of course they thought, but the key point is that it was a reaction to things that were happening to them dictated by nature. We developed civilizations, a little bit further away from nature, but still greatly at its mercy, almost like being born. We develop class systems. We believe in teleologies. People are born and they fall into a role and a set of actions within a society that is given to them, almost like it's by their parents. The best part is that this role gives them security. It lets them be a piece of something greater than themselves. Fromm says, think of somebody that's part of the peasantry during the Middle Ages. You are born and you are given a family unit and a village and a profession you will inherit, and a church you're a part of, and tons of other things. And like we talked about in former episodes, while this doesn't give you a lot of freedom of choice, at least you know exactly who you are. This process of individuation continues. Turning point, Fromm thinks, is right around the Renaissance. We start to see ourselves as separate from nature. Look at the art from around this time. Nature can now be painted onto a canvas and viewed purely for the sake of aesthetics. A little after that, we have the Protestant Reformation, the work of Martin Luther and John Calvin. There's a new set of theological interpretations that view human beings as individuals before God, not requiring the intermediary of the church and its authority. Capitalism starts to become the dominant economic approach, much more of a focus on the individual economically. Fromm says we're living in an age where so many of the former chains of the past have been removed. We exist in a period of economic liberalism, political democracy, religious autonomy, and individualism in personal life. And this long process, accented by this recent past in Europe and America to fight for this new level of freedom and individualism in people's lives, has led to a place where the citizen has become individuated. Metaphorically speaking, for the first time, citizens are choosing what they want to do, picking up the phone to dial their parents and ask permission, and realizing they don't have to ask anyone for permission anymore. Both the young adult from our example before and the citizen of modernity are in a similar place to Erich Fromm. They are free now. They are the person at the helm of the ship with a lot of different directions to choose from. And when you finally find yourself in this place, seems like things would have to feel really good for you. So why is the book by Erich Fromm that we're covering today called Escape from Freedom? Why would anybody want to escape from freedom? Freedom's one of those things. What person doesn't want freedom? Pretty commonly considered to be a universally good thing. Fromm makes the case that for both of our examples here today, this initial state of freedom that we're born into can be both a good or a bad thing. Because on one hand, becoming an autonomous, free individual certainly gives you a new level of independence, a new level of rationality because now you're making the decisions, a new level of responsibility for the things you decide to do. Your parents aren't making the itinerary that you got to follow anymore. You don't have the chains of a village or a profession or a particular church. And all this is great. But on the flip side, what comes along with that is that now you are responsible. You know, sometimes kids can't wait until they're a grown-up so that they can make decisions for themselves. But once you're an adult, what you realize is that sure, you can decide to eat a half-gallon of ice cream at 9 a.m. if you want. But you also are the only one that has to deal with the consequences of that choice. You choose your own adventure now, but now you're responsible for the adventures you choose. To quote Kierkegaard, anxiety is the dizziness of freedom. So no wonder when you finally find yourself individuated and free in this new place, you naturally feel more anxious about decision-making than you did as a child. You feel more alone and isolated because now you don't have a village or something greater than yourself that you're attached to. You're an individual now. For Fromm, there is always this trade-off going on between you having higher levels of freedom and lower levels of security. Having independence can mean both that you have greater levels of freedom and greater levels of isolation all at the same time. So this place that we find ourselves in, whether in our personal lives as young adults or in these social conditions surrounding us, this place where we have more options than ever before in terms of freedom, this is a place that Fromm calls unbearable. A lot of people are miserable in this place. This is not how a human being is supposed to live. And what's missing for Fromm is that while no doubt generations have fought for this freedom so valiantly over the years, they've really only guaranteed 1/2 of freedom for people. And we as individuals are responsible for the other half. What this is referencing is the classic way of dividing freedom that we talked about in our episodes on Isaiah Berlin: positive freedom and negative freedom. Negative freedom is typically described as freedom from, meaning this is the type of freedom we experience when the chains and tethers imposed by external forces are removed from our lives. Freedom from those things. We experience negative freedom when we're no longer under the rule of a totalitarian regime. We experience it when we get a new assistant manager that isn't taking their childhood out on us anymore. But most importantly for Fromm, here we experienced it when we no longer were born into a world that chained us to an economic role, a voiceless political position, obedience to the church, and a collective place within a village or a family. We are living in a place of unprecedented levels of negative freedom. But Fromm thought all the negative freedom in the world was useless if you didn't combine it with a healthy dose of positive freedom, or what's typically called freedom too. You can cut off all the chains that are holding you down, but if you have nowhere that you want to go, then what was the point? Fromm says to practice positive freedom is to connect to the world in a way that is spontaneous, meaning that it comes from within. It's not from any sort of external force, it is self-chosen. This is to connect in ways that are a positive outlet for energy, to connect through things like love and productive work, and using our freedom to help other people do things based on their own self-chosen growth and happiness, the opposite of chaining people down like negative freedom is trying to alleviate. Think of the parallels to the way we often treat our partners from the episode we just did on love. But I think it's important to take a second here and really examine the importance of this connection when it comes to how we should be utilizing our freedom. We all find ourselves at some point in this place of, on one hand, being free from the chains of the past, but on the other hand, totally independent, responsible for ourselves, isolated, anxious, and lonely. And it's once we're in this uncomfortable place, to Fromm, that we have to find a way to alleviate this isolation and reconnect with the world around us. Fromm explicitly says that when we're in this place, we have to find a way to, quote, connect to the world without eliminating our individuality. How we reconnect to the world is an absolutely crucial pivot point in our lives and in this discussion Erich Fromm's trying to have in this book. To Fromm, when it comes to how you're going to reconnect, you have two choices. You can embrace freedom, or you can escape from freedom. To embrace freedom is to find a way to use this positive freedom we just talked about, this freedom to once again, in a spontaneous, self-chosen way, connect to the world, willing the growth and happiness of yourself and others through love and productive work. To escape from freedom is to connect to the world through one of a number of different strategies, but all of which share the very same characteristic. They are a retreat away from freedom, back to the old chains of the past, back to the womb. This is a reversal of the process of individuation. This is a sacrifice of our individualism. This is finding a new set of chains to voluntarily lock ourselves into so we don't have to deal with the pressures of thinking for ourselves. This is a way of reconnecting to the world by giving up your freedom, reestablishing that security, and sacrificing your individuality. Before Erich Fromm ever wrote this book or arrived at this thesis, he was doing sociological research on the German people during the interwar years in the Weimar Republic. He asked people to answer a series of questions about their political beliefs. What he found is that around 10% of them had what he called authoritarian leanings. 15% of them were democratically minded, and around 75% of them landed somewhere in the middle of the two. Now later, decades later, it came out that the conventional wisdom at the time was that, let's say there's an authoritarian leader that tries to ascend to power in the near future, and they have the backing of 10% of people. The 15% of democratically minded people would serve as the necessary political opposition to be able to fight back against the authoritarians. But what Fromm wondered is, what if the 75% of people in the middle were unable to deal with these new social conditions they were living in, and in turn were psychologically incapable of embracing freedom as a solution during a potential fascist takeover? Well, we all know what happened. He wrote later about the contrast between the hundreds of years of fighting for this negative freedom before, and then its immediate reversal as soon as people had it. He says, quote, "We have been compelled to recognize that millions in Germany were as eager to surrender their freedom as their fathers were to fight for it. that instead of wanting freedom, they sought for ways to escape from it, end quote. The world saw Hitler ascend to power. People at first were confused as to why the German people could ever get behind a fascist leader the way they did. Something that was common at the time, and something that's still common to this day when trying to explain political motivations, is to give too simplistic an explanation for why people supported an extreme candidate. For example, Fromm says at the time, some people tried to give a purely political explanation for the rise of Hitler. I believe he says that they said that it was by sheer brute political force that the Third Reich came to power. Too simplistic. Some people tried to say it was purely the socioeconomic desperation of post-war Germany. Too simple. Some people tried to offer purely psychological reasons, that the only way these people could have possibly supported Hitler is if they were crazy, or brainwashed, or dumb, or evil. Too basic. Fromm would say that's not a good enough explanation. In fact, it's downright dangerous if you do this sort of thing. Because if you don't understand the true reasons behind why people supported a leader like that in the first place, and you say, well, they must have just been dumb, you will never truly understand why people tried to escape from freedom in this way, and you'll never be able to prevent it from happening again in the future. So as a psychoanalytic sociologist, naturally Fromm is going to try to describe people's motivations in terms of a mixture between psychological and sociological factors. When people find themselves in this place that many German citizens found themselves in, newly individuated, in possession of negative freedom, but overwhelmed by the pressures of embracing their positive freedom in a productive way, Fromm gives three primary ways that people will typically use to escape from freedom. One is authoritarianism, two is destructiveness, and three is automaton conformity. We're going to talk about all three of them right now, and authoritarianism is up first. Now remember, the central question to consider when we're in this isolated, uncomfortable place is how are we going to reconnect ourselves to the world? When Fromm says that someone escapes from freedom by adopting an attitude of authoritarianism, he is not just talking about the actual authoritarian leader that ends up ascending to power. All of the people who support an authoritarian power structure are equally authoritarian as well. Someone who uses this strategy reconnects themselves to the world through what Fromm calls a type of sadomasochism. Two words there, sadism and masochism. Sadism being the desire to control others, to dominate, exploit, or steal from others. Masochism being the desire to submit to some power and be controlled or dominated. The authoritarian is sadistic in the sense that they want to support an authoritarian setup so that other people and groups will be controlled. But they are masochistic in the sense that they themselves want to submit to that authority as part of the process. Both of these are a direct sacrifice of their freedom and individuality. See, as a sadist, you cannot exist unless if you have somebody else to control. You're no longer capable of being an individual at that point. And as a masochist, same thing. You cannot exist unless if there's somebody out there to control or dominate you. But consider this. Freud said, and Fromm agreed, that you never really see sadism in a person without some type of masochism attached to it, and vice versa. He says Hitler may have been an extreme example of somebody who was sadistic, but he was always masochistic towards his position within history and the ideas of fate and chance. People with this authoritarian mindset will often escape from freedom by looking around them and finding out where the power structures lie. They're very good at searching out and finding where there's a concentration of power. Then, masochistically, they submit and insinuate themselves into that power structure. They become one small part of this power structure, something they see as bigger than themselves, something that's compensating for their weaknesses as a scared individual. And then they'll use their position as a foot soldier of that authoritarian to then take out their sadistic tendencies on other people in the name of this thing that they've submitted to. The point is this: in this state, they are no longer individuals. They are no longer free. They have retreated back towards the womb, back to a set of social conditions that can tell them how to live, what to think, who the enemy is, and they spend their days limiting the freedom of others, creating chains for people. Notice this is the opposite of the people that embrace freedom. Politically, they're not in the business of creating new chains for people to operate within. They're in the business of helping other people do the things they want to do that they themselves have decided without any coercion from the outside, so long as they don't hurt anybody.
Whatever you did,
but the authoritarian is the enemy of this
You'd
person,
better go and tell
both
Master
interpersonally and politically, Fromm says. People who embrace freedom are always going to be hated by people who are actively trying to destroy it in others. We all know somebody that has this type of personality.
Greetings.
Somebody that seeks out power so they can submit to it and then use their new position to sadistically control people around them. You will see this person wherever there is a power structure to take a little piece of for themselves. They are drawn to power like podcasters are drawn to horrible guests. They can't help it. They can't help it. You'll see this in the government. You'll see this in police departments. You'll see this in mid-level management at a chain of restaurants. See, in a normal, healthy relationship, Fromm says, you strive for the integrity of the other person, you preserve the equality between the both of you, and you strive for your mutual independence because it protects your individuality and freedom. But again, if your goal is to sprint in the other direction from this individuality and freedom because it's so uncomfortable for you, look, the sadomasochist does not respect the integrity of themselves or others. They're either submitting or controlling, which also directly goes against the idea that both people in a relationship are on equal footing. The sadomasochist can't have that, because when everyone is actually equal, then how do we find out who's in power? How do I find out who to submit to and under what authority I sadistically control other people? Not only that, but the sadomasochist cannot possibly be respecting mutual independence because they're always dependent on the other party for their existence, which again is only made possible if you have somebody to control or somebody to submit to. Fromm calls this a symbiotic relationship. This is the answer to how they reconnect to other people. See, if the world is a whale, then these people have become a really toxic barnacle living on the side. Yes, part of something bigger, but really not contributing much of anything. The second way people escape from freedom is what Fromm calls destructiveness. Sometimes this person is just called the destroyer. So if the person that embraces freedom creates order in the world in an emergent way, not based on some rigid authoritarian system, but by the synthesis of the collective self-chosen expressions of positive freedom by everyone, if this person is helping to create that, then the opposite of this person is somebody who is destroying life. When people are free, life takes on this quality of being emergent and unpredictable. There is a constant state of movement and change in how the world plays out. The authoritarian tries to control this unpredictability by imposing order from the outside. The destructive person tries to control it by destroying life in various ways. They destroy the very thing that they can't control. They sacrifice their individuality because the only way they can feel significant or in control or safe is if they're actively hurting someone else, destroying something, attacking someone, or even killing someone. Fromm calls these people necrophiles. They fixate on death and destruction because if for no other reason, at least it isn't the life and creation that makes them feel so insignificant and anxious. The interesting part about this particular escape from freedom is that they're still reconnecting with people in the world, because in some sick way, by making it your mission to destroy people and the world around you, you still have more of a connection to things than you did when you were a free individual doing nothing. The last way to escape from freedom is what Fromm calls automaton conformity. Fromm says, quote, "Modern man is still anxious and tempted to surrender his freedom to dictators of all kinds or lose it by transforming himself into a small cog in the machine, well-fed and well-clothed, yet not a free man, but an automaton," end quote. So if you're feeling the pressures of being an individual, a really good way to get rid of any semblance of individuality is just to conform to the way everyone else acts around you. Now, what Fromm would want us to consider about all three of these strategies, but something that's particularly prevalent in people that conform to the beliefs of people around them, is that they often don't even realize why they are trying to escape from freedom in the first place. And to them, they often don't even see themselves as conforming to anything. They think the beliefs that they have are theirs, a set of values that they've painstakingly created and come up with over the years. They lose any form of individuality because they blend into the crowd so much that there's no telling where they end and the next person begins. If we're all the same, then there's no room for individuals. Fromm calls this type of thinking pseudo-thinking, because you really aren't thinking for yourself. You're just believing and saying what other people have told you to believe or say. Fromm thought this strategy of automaton conformity was extremely effective even in modern democratic societies. Because that's the thing. Common rebuttal to these ideas might be, hey, I got a solution. I have a way to prevent people from creating new chains for people to live in and imposing their order externally. Let's just have a democracy. Then everybody gets to choose what happens. But Fromm would say, be careful. Democracy is not a guarantee that people are going to remain in possession of their freedom. People can be just as easily controlled by advertisements as they can by the sword. And the insidious part of this democratic automaton conformity is that most people that are participating are going to think everything that they believe was their idea. You can see how this work starts to complement some of the other ideas we've covered that were important to the Frankfurt School as a whole. Whether you agree with everything Erich Fromm has said or not, I think one theme of this book he wants us to consider that is practically irrefutable is the idea that freedom can sometimes make your life better and sometimes make your life a lot more complicated. Freedom is not a panacea. Freedom is not some ultimate virtue that's unquestionably good. There's a reason Sartre says that we are condemned to be free. And when you're in this place, devoid of the chains of the past, trying to decide where to go, maybe politically you don't know which cause to support or where to best spend your time. Maybe interpersonally you don't know how to treat people. Maybe in your love life you have something you want to go for, but there are so many options and you're scared about what might happen if you pick one and use some of that freedom too. Having your chains cut, but not knowing what adventure to choose next, can be a trap you stay in for your entire life. And you can live in fear of all the bad things that might or might not happen. You can be lost in the finite, lost in the infinite until you're old and gray. But I think what Fromm would say is that we should try to understand the tremendous gift we have right now. A gift that the vast majority of human beings that have ever lived could never even aspire to. He'd probably say that if you're not moving because you're worried about not using your freedom properly, maybe the best piece of advice to start with is this. There is only one meaning to life, and that is the act of living it. Thank you for listening. I'll talk to you next time. Hello, everyone. I'm Stephen West. This is Philosophize This. Thank you to the people that support the show through Patreon and the Contribute What You Think the Show's Worth model. Also, have 3 new designs and a new store for merch, so check that out if it's something you want to do. All 3 of these are located on the front page of the website, philosophizethis.org, twitter.com/IamStephenWest for updates on the episodes. Today's show is the first in what I think is a pretty awesome series on Walter Benjamin. I hope you agree, and as always, I hope you love the show today. So Walter Benjamin is notorious for being one of the most elusive thinkers of the early 20th century. His work is a combination of influences so varied, it's almost funny. It's a mix of ideas so seemingly disconnected, the act of connecting them is almost as impressive as the ideas themselves. He'll go from Kant, then over to Marx, then back to 19th century German literary criticism, then over to Jewish mysticism. He'll go all over the world. And needless to say, what results from all this is a very interesting critique of 20th century culture. The man's work is often referred to as difficult. Sometimes people go so far as to say it's downright incomprehensible. This is no doubt part of the reason why there's such a lack of representation of his work in the world, which is part of the reason why I wanted to cover him here today. Sometimes when reading Benjamin, he can say things that on the surface seem to be completely irrational or completely counterintuitive. But I think the biggest barrier in trying to understand what he's saying is, in a weird way, understanding what he's trying to say. But that said, I don't think you can just begin the discussion with Walter Benjamin's most famous work called Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction, as some people do. And I don't think you can just cannonball into talking about his critique of modernity, as some people have in the past. Things like the Arcades Project, Phantasmagoria, the crisis of the novel. No, I think there are a few extremely important things we need to understand about Benjamin's thought in general before we can even hope to start covering these more complex topics. And I want to start today, in true Benjamin fashion, by the way, by talking about something that's going to at first seem completely random, but will ultimately end up being a piece of a larger critique that will excavate over the course of this series. And that is by looking at one of his early essays called The Task of the Translator.
Is that a tone of mischief?
So the title of the essay is actually really good if you wanted to describe what the essay is all about. When somebody is translating something from one language into another, what exactly is the job of that translator?
We are in the
What is the
secret tomb
task
of
of the
Nagasando,
translator?
young
Now,
The
at
one
first,
discovered by Darth
this may
Malak
seem to
and
some
Darth
like a
Revan
pretty
years
strange
ago.
question to
You are
ask.
to follow in their
Translation
footsteps and reach
seems
seek
pretty
the
straightforward.
lightsabers for you,
You have a
your
text written in one
initiation
language, you
Return
speak
to
another
us once you
language.
have it. For you,
Really
if
seems as
it's
simple as
either
just saying what they said in one language in another language, and the end result will be that it's readable to a whole nother group of people that didn't have access before. Who wouldn't want that? But this is a work in the area of translation theory. And to people who think about translation a lot, this would be a pretty oversimplified way of looking at the whole process that's going on when we translate something. There's a reason we don't just copy and paste entire texts into Google Translate and then call that a translation. Because it's a blurry mess. Because sentences will read in a way that doesn't make any sense. Because there's often words or sayings in one language that there just isn't a word for in another language. Because languages don't line up perfectly, in other words. There are thousands of different ways you could translate any single sentence. Thousands of different sets of criteria you could use when determining what exactly the best way is to do that. And considering that some people often swear by one translation of a work and throw out all the others. You know, they'll say things like, this translation of Meditations by Marcus Aurelius is the best one, and all the other ones, complete waste of your time. These sorts of value judgments necessarily imply that there must be better ways to translate than others. This is part of what Walter Benjamin is interested in getting to the bottom of. And if you wanted to find out what the best way to translate something is, it seems like a pretty good place to start would be to consider what the task of the translator is at all. Benjamin writes about a couple different answers to this that are extremely common, that he thinks are completely incorrect. The first one is that the task of the translator is to make the translation as accessible as possible for the reader in the new language. That when choosing between the thousands of ways you could translate a sentence, your job is to choose the one that expresses what is being said in the way that most easily allows people to get a hold of it on the other side. Walter Benjamin thinks this is wrong, and he begins making his case by underscoring the fact that if we want to find the task of the translator, we have to remember that the translator is always doing their job while interacting with what is ultimately a piece of artwork. When you are translating a book of poetry, you are ultimately translating a work of art. When you translate a great novel, that is art. Even when you're translating a work of nonfiction, was the author not poetically or artistically trying to weave together ideas into a tapestry that could be considered art? So, in keeping with this, when considering the task of the translator, we also need to consider the nature of art itself. And on this topic, Benjamin says the following, quote, "No poem is intended for the reader, no picture for the beholder, no symphony for the listener. In appreciation for a work of art or art form, consideration of the receiver never proves fruitful," end quote. Now, if this seems like a weird thing to say because of our unique position in 2021, give Benjamin some time here. He's making a point about the way art has typically been done historically. And what he's getting at is that we don't necessarily create works of art with the audience in mind. Nor does a work of art need an audience to be considered a work of art. Like when you were 16 years old, in your room, writing poetry in your own blood about how the security guard at the mall hates you, did you expect or even care if anyone read those poems? When you're singing in the shower, or doing some sort of interpretive dance completely alone in your room, are you doing those things because of all the people that get to listen to them? No, says Benjamin. And that's because art is not about the audience. Art, at its core, is the ultimate form of self-expression. So if we're trying to translate the full meaning behind a work of art, the reader or the beholder shouldn't really matter at all. Okay, so let's not consider the reader. Let's just consider the text. What is actually inside of this book that we're translating? In other words, the task of the translator is to engage in this purely technical exercise of taking the contents of one thing and dumping it over into another language as perfectly as possible. But Benjamin would ask, is this really all that translators are doing?
You took a great.
Take this as an example. Tchaikovsky's 1812 Overture. Song about the War of 1812. Powerful song. Powerful. Now imagine I take the sheet music, sit at home with an orchestra full of instruments all by myself, with enough time playing all the notes exactly as they're written on the page, I might be able to produce a recording of the 1812 overture that is indistinguishable from the recording I'm trying to emulate. But have I recreated the extent of the meaning behind this work of art? Look, something I made in the year 2021 in my condo alone cannot possibly capture the meaning behind this work of art when it was created, where it was created, how it was conveyed. And the point is, no matter how perfectly you reproduce the raw data in a work of art, and no matter how perfectly you can translate the contents of a text, there will always be something more you are missing when it comes to accessing the entirety of its meaning. Now, this isn't an episode about translation theory. This is ultimately an episode about art. And it sees two major points about works of art that are going to be massively useful for us when it comes to understanding the rest of this series. But for anyone interested, the one-sentence version of the task of the translator for Benjamin is that it's derived from the story of the Tower of Babel, that in the beginning there was one language that's now many different fragmented languages, and that the task is to build bridges between these different languages that share a certain kinship, always striving towards but never actually achieving that ideal of the unified language in the beginning. Obviously, so much more to it. Definitely recommend reading the essay if you're at all interested. But again, these takeaways about art from this essay are the things that are going to help us understand what he's saying by understanding what he's trying to say. We will reference back to them as we need them. Now, another initially confusing thing that we need to understand about Benjamin's thought is why he would be so interested in something as random and oddly specific as late 19th century German literary criticism. Why would this matter to him so much? Well, in a letter to a friend, Benjamin once claimed that during his time in Germany, literary criticism was not a serious genre, and that if anyone ever wanted to seriously have a future in it, they would essentially have to recreate the genre. One thing to note right off the bat here is that when we hear the words literary criticism, we are not just talking about criticism of works of literature. Certainly literature is part of it. The literature of a time affects the culture of a time. When you ask someone, for example,
I'll talk to anybody. If you have a problem with me, I'll talk to you anytime, any place, anywhere. You can bring 100 people and I'll debate you by myself. Now, are there jokes I've made that I wish I didn't and are perceived differently now? Of course, but I've been doing this for 20 years. Some maybe I wish I didn't do that, but I know my character and our intent has always been to make people laugh, period.
Dave Portnoy, founder, president, or rather El Presidente, as he calls himself, of Barstool Sports, the digital brand and news site for all things sports and pop culture, brought to you by the common fan, for the common fan. Dave is chief of all content, but his candid emergency press conferences, his very public opinions on past employees, and his unpredictable business moves make him a fascinating character for the job, and unlike anybody else. Scrappy Beginnings built a following around Barstool, not online, but actually in good old-fashioned print, which included Dave himself driving all around Boston delivering the publication. That was back in 2003. Dave's approach, aside from the sheer power of will, was appealing to sports fans in ways that major publications and networks simply weren't, making Barstool a mainstay in the market. Fast forward nearly 20 years, and Barstool is on the bleeding edge of digital content. They boast over 50 podcasts with several top performers on podcast charts. Last time I checked, Barstool's Caller Daddy was #1 on Apple Podcasts. One of their newest achievements is the Barstool Sportsbook mobile app, creating an easy-to-use sports gambling experience in the palm of your hand. We'll discuss what the process has been like getting mobile sports gambling available countrywide over the last year. We'll also discuss how Dave's pizza reviews became a thing, his fundraising of $37 million to save small business, the story behind interviewing President Trump, and a whole lot more. Hey, and welcome. This is the Ben Shapiro Show Sunday Special. This show is sponsored by ExpressVPN. It's time to stand up to big tech. Protect your data at expressvpn.com/Ben. Just a reminder, we'll be doing some bonus questions at the end with Dave. The only way to get access to that part of the conversation is to become a member. Head on over to dailywire.com, become a member. You'll have access to all of the full conversations with every one of our awesome guest, Dave Portnoy. Thanks so much for stopping by.
Thanks for having me.
All right, so let's start with your business philosophy, since I think that you're one of the more unique guys in business today. You have this big crossover audience. A lot of conservatives love you. A lot of people on the left love you. But it seems like your business philosophy is generally, I don't give a crap. But you run this incredibly successful business. So what exactly is your business philosophy?
If I had to narrow it down into a quick sentence, probably follow my gut. That's what I've been doing since I started it. And it's worked so far. So I hear a lot of times people like, what are you doing this for? What are you doing that? But we just follow our gut. It's sometimes right, sometimes not. But there isn't some grand business plan or philosophy that, we're following. We're quick to pivot when we think something, needs to be changed or follow new trends. But we just follow our guts. That's really simple, but that's kind of what it is.
I mean, that does take a fair bit of stones to be able to do that, because you've been in a bunch of situations, pretty obviously very focused on situations in which you've had to pivot super quickly, whether it is with, Call Me Daddy, or whether it is with a particular business strategy where you're in a controversy. So what is that just, you just wake up that morning, you're like, I'm making a call and we're doing it?
Yeah, I mean, things maybe not as instantaneous as that, but once we decide to do something, we really do it. And it doesn't always work. And obviously you have to know when something's not working and probably like, all right, maybe this isn't the right avenue, the right path, or whatever it is. But it's just believing in yourself. And I also grow, that's my personality. Even to start a business like this, you kind of have to be a risk taker and willing to put yourself out there. And then over the years, Barstool's been wildly successful. I didn't start it to get it where it is. Like, I just wanted to do my own thing. And then at some point, when you have enough success and people are chirping you or being like, don't do this, don't do that, it's like, what does this person know from the cheap seats? It's, I'm the one who got us here, so I'm going to continue just to follow what I think is the right thing to do.
So for folks who don't know the Barstool story, how did this company get started in the first place? Because I have been aware of it for a while, but it was around a long time before I was aware of it, actually. I would say that it's gained a lot of its popularity in last 7 to 10 years, maybe?
Yeah, we go through cycles. So we've been around, I think, 17 years now. It started as a newspaper. It was a sports gambling and fantasy sports newspaper that I would hand out outside subway stations in Boston. And again, I never even, at the time, I never thought we would be online or anything like that. So it isn't like this is what I thought the company would be. But it was a 4-page gambling rag, and it slowly morphed over the years from more gambling and fantasy to more men's lifestyle. And now I would say it's, both. We have a lot of female content as well. But it's looking at life not too seriously. That's the goal from both a male and female perspective.
Okay, so how did you decide that you were going to start just doing a newspaper that you printed out and then handed out at subway stations in Boston?
So I wanted to start a business. So I always knew I didn't want to work for somebody else. I had a sales job out of college, and I had, 3 possible, business ideas that I came up with. One was this sports gambling newspaper. The other one was a scouting company for high school athletes who are getting recruited and maybe aren't Division I athletes, but looking for a place to play, and a software that could connect scouts. And the third was used furniture. As crazy as that sounds, I was always like, hey, college kids throw all their furniture away. Maybe if I had a huge warehouse, drive around, get the furniture for free. And this is like a different era. The internet was just kind of getting going. So let people buy this furniture that I'm getting for free online. So it was always a business perspective. It's just like, which one did I think was most realistic and easiest to get started? And for whatever reason, I landed on Barstool.
That is hysterical, because I do remember being in law school and having the exact same idea, because every year at the end of the year, you'd see these people taking 100%. Furniture and just tossing it directly out on the curb. Like, hey, that's free stuff, right?
Free stuff, warehouse it, let people buy it online. You have something. So yeah, what I graduated was like kind of the .com
This message comes from NPR sponsor Hyundai. Take the scenic route in the new Hyundai Santa Fe, the family SUV with available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you travel way off the beaten path. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
This is the TED Radio Hour. Each week, groundbreaking TED Talks.
Our job now is to dream big.
Delivered at TED conferences
to bring about the future we want to see
around the world.
To understand who we are.
From those.
This message comes from NPR in the new Hyundai Santa Fe, the family SUV with available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you travel way off the beaten path. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
This is the TED Radio Hour. Each week, groundbreaking TED Talks.
Our job now is to dream big.
Delivered at TED conferences
to bring about the future we want to see
around the world.
To understand who we are.
From those talks, we bring you speakers and ideas that will surprise you.
You just don't know what you're going to find.
Challenge you.
We truly have to ask ourselves, like, why is it noteworthy?
And even change you.
I literally feel like I'm a different person.
Yes.
Do you feel that way?
Ideas worth spreading. From TED and NPR. I'm Manoush Zomorodi. Today on the show, life's rough edges and how we deal with them. Writer Nora McInerny has faced a lot of tragedy and hardship in her life. And she hates it when people try to make her feel better by suggesting that maybe everything happens for a reason.
It's the worst. To me, there'll never be a reason, and not a reason good enough for my husband to die painfully and brutally at the age of 35. That will never be. I will never look at my life and say, you know, everything happens for a reason. And Aaron died so that I could be on the TED Radio Hour with Manoush Zomorodi.
Oh, God, that's awful. So Nora is the host of the podcast Terrible, Thanks for Asking, which shares stories from people going through some of the worst times in their lives. She has been on the show before, talking about her own worst moment, when her husband Aaron died from brain cancer, which she documented in a book and a TED Talk called We Don't Move On from Grief, We Move Forward with It. And today, she is our guide to a series of TED Talks about difficult and uncomfortable topics like death and pain, disability, and even debt. What do you think, Nora? Sounds like a super fun episode, right?
This is my ideal way to spend time, Manoush. I was made for this conversation.
And just for folks who maybe aren't familiar with your story or your TED Talk, can you share it briefly just to sort of fill people in?
Yeah, the career that I have truly comes from my most popular piece of writing, Manoush, is not a single book that I've ever read.
This message comes from NPR sponsor Hyundai. Take the scenic route in the new Hyundai Santa Fe, the family SUV with available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you travel way off the beaten path.
And creating something that people who are in really just knee deep, neck deep in hardship, in sorrow, had something that they could put on their Facebook page, that they could forward to somebody and say, it feels like this, please try to understand. Because I could feel the clock ticking. I could feel the clock ticking once the funeral was over, when fewer people started checking in or showing up, when what was still an emergency situation for me, raising a very small child on my own. I still had a mortgage. I still had so much to figure out. I could feel that, you know, as people were, rightfully so, getting pulled back into the normalcy of their own lives, that I couldn't get there, and that part of my discomfort was making it very, very uncomfortable for other people. And a few times I did hear that explicitly, right? Like, you will move on. And all I could think of was like, I will not. And it's words, but what those words mean is, and what they imply and what they feel like, is saying, someday this won't matter. Someday Aaron won't matter. Someday the father of your firstborn child, it won't matter. And it will always matter. He will always matter. And it does feel like a particularly Western, particularly American thing to push people to move on, right? To get over it.
Mm-hmm.
And and the minute, we see somebody appearing to be normal, we assume like that it's over for them. So all those people who I mentioned, who had reached out to me, they were sharing stories. Some of these things that had happened decades before, years before. Some of them were like also very fresh in it, like me, and they were telling me about it because the people around them hadn't asked or assumed that it was over.
Yeah, and I guess one way that we often try to make each other or make ourselves feel better is to try and rationalize, like maybe it was meant to be. Because it is kind of terrifying that bad things could happen to any of us at any moment.
Yeah, I think it feels better when you're on the outside to say, well, God, there had to be a reason, right? It feels like you're sort of, to me, that has always felt like a protective measure when you are on the outside. Like there are certain things that just happen to other people, and it's for reasons. It's could be God, just could be, fated in some way. But when you're in it and you hear that, for me, not for everybody, some people I think truly do find comfort in the everything happens for a reason. But most of the people, if not all that I've ever spoken to, really cite that as one of the most painful things. I have a friend who lost her son to suicide, and there was another person in her parish whose son had fallen into a river, and she had, run. She had scooped him up. She had saved him, and everybody was rushing to say, like, oh, that's, God had a plan for him. And what does that say to the people who lost their sons or their mothers or their children or their jobs or their sense of security? I can't love or believe in a God who says like, well, you get a Tesla and you get a tumor. I can't roll with a God who's that crappy of a planner. That just does not feel good to me.
So you were getting all this somewhat lousy advice when you were grieving the loss of your husband. And is that why your podcast tries to do kind of the exact opposite? Like you bring people on who have been through all sorts of hardship and you just let them tell their stories.
Yeah.
I want to share a clip from a recent episode. I'm thinking of the show called A Simple Choice with a guy named Mark. Can you tell us a little bit about Mark first?
Mark is one of those stories where if you were writing it as a piece of fiction, if you were writing this as a screenplay, everybody who read it would say, I'm sorry, no one's going to believe this. It's just too much.
Too much.
Right? Mark's story is that he lost his mother to cancer when he was very young. So he sort of postponed college to stay home with her. And then he married his high school sweetheart and was always afraid, always sort of waiting for the other shoe to drop. And it did, because his worst nightmare happened. His wife died too.
I wasn't even in the room the moment she took her last breath. I just spent a bunch of time with her on my own in there, and then just kind of like, I had no idea what to do with myself. I ran out into the hallway and just walked around. I don't even know. Like, I can't pinpoint what I actually was doing or thinking at that time. It was just all a blur. After the memorial, I pretty much just took off and traveled by myself off and on for like 5 months, just here and there.
And who could blame him? Who would blame him? There's a very famous book by the Rabbi Harold S. Kushner called When Bad Things Happen to Good People. Because Kushner is a religious leader, you kind of expect him to say, hey, it's God's plan, but he kind of says the opposite, which is probably why people love this book. He says, and this is a quote, "Why do we have to insist on everything being reasonable? Why must everything happen for a specific reason? Why can't we let the universe have a few rough edges?"
On the show today, life's rough edges. In a minute, we'll return with writer Nora McInerney as she guides us through her favorite TED Talks that have helped her get through tough moments.
it is an absolute delight in the most brutal way.
I'm Anoush Zomorodi, and you're listening to the TED Radio Hour from NPR. Stay with us.
This message comes from NPR sponsor Vanguard, where you're more than just an investor, you're an owner. Head of Advice Methodology Joel Dixon says the ownership approach ensures client interests are prioritized above all else.
In driving success for our advice clients, whether it be a client directly or through an institution or a plan sponsor, or whether it's through an external financial advisor, what we are trying to focus on is what is under the control of each individual, how you personalize it to their situation. Really focusing on the things that are under the control of the investor, I think gives a lot more potential peace of mind.
That's the value of ownership. Explore Vanguard advice at Vanguard.com or talk to your advisor. Investor-owned means fund shareholders own the funds which own Vanguard. Services are provided by Vanguard Advisors, Inc., a registered investment advisor.
I'm Yowei Shaw.
I'm Kia Miakanatis.
We're the hosts of the NPR podcast, Invisibilia.
You can think of Invisibilia kind of like a sonic blacklight.
When you switch us on, you'll hear surprising and intimate stories.
Stories that help you notice things in your world that maybe you didn't see before.
Listen to the Invisibilia podcast from NPR.
It's the TED Radio Hour from NPR. I'm Anoush Zomorodi. On the show today, we are talking about life's rough edges with writer Nora McInerney. She's sharing a selection of her favorite talks, ones that deal with grief and people's hardest moments. Sort of Nora's specialty. You know, the premise of your podcast is in the very title, Terrible, Thanks for Asking. The idea that you don't always have to be super positive, which really kicks us off. It brings us to the first talk you chose to share with us from psychologist Susan David, and it's called The Gift and Power of Emotional Courage. Okay, so why this one?
I think that Susan, I'm just going to give Susan a little hype here. I think that Susan was ahead of all of the times. I think that Susan has been, a one-woman drumbeat against toxic positivity for far longer than people have been willing to acknowledge that phrase. She has this very, very powerful notion of not categorizing feelings as good or bad, because we love labels, we love categorizing, but it also makes some feelings less appealing and therefore, quote unquote, less valuable than others.
And that is exactly, she explains in her upbringing that before she became a psychologist, she was a teenager growing up in South Africa, and she had a very sick father. And she tells the story of how she handled it.
My father died on a Friday. He was 42 years old and I was 15. My mother whispered to me to go and say goodbye to my father before I went to school. So I put my backpack down and walked the passage that ran through to where the heart of our home, my father lay dying of cancer. I told him I loved him, said goodbye, and headed off for my day. At school, I drifted from science to mathematics to history to biology as my father slipped from the world. From May to July to September to November, I went about with my usual smile. I didn't drop a single grade. When asked how I was doing, I would shrug and say, okay. I was praised for being strong. I was the master of being okay, refusing to accept the full weight of my grief. No one knew, and in a culture that values relentless positivity, I thought that no one wanted to know.
So Susan, as a teenager, showed her stiff upper lip. She just got on with it. I have to say that is definitely the culture I grew up with. How about you, Nora?
I mean, I grew up in the Midwest, and for me, especially with grief, it ended at a funeral. And that's something that I see in a lot of these conversations that I have with people, which is if you have not seen grief, if it has not been explained to you as a long-term chronic condition, you won't know how to do it, and you will think that something is wrong with you when you are just having a very human reaction to a human situation.
Yeah, you touched on it a little bit, but she even goes as far as to call it toxic optimism, as you said, and this idea that literally you're poisoning yourself by not having acknowledging your own darker feelings. And she actually shares her research and other studies that suggest that not confronting your uncomfortable feelings can manifest in physical ways, like in the eating disorder that she mentions, or depression, anxiety. Let's play that clip.
In a survey I recently conducted with over 70,000 people, I found that a third of us, either judge ourselves for having so-called bad emotions, like sadness, anger, or even grief, or actively try to push aside these feelings. We do this not only to ourselves, but also to people we love, like our children. We may inadvertently shame them out of emotions seen as negative, jump to solution, and fail to help them to see these emotions as inherently valuable. Normal, natural emotions are now seen as good or bad. And being positive has become a new form of moral correctness. People with cancer are automatically told to just stay positive.
All the trouble you went through for your
Women to stop being so angry. And the list goes on.
There's no place for fools.
It's a tyranny. It's a tyranny of
Do
positivity.
not forget our agreement
And it's
regarding
cruel.
each other's treachery. We shall
Unkind and ineffective. And we do it to ourselves, and we do it to others. Research on emotional suppression shows that when emotions are pushed aside or ignored, they get stronger. Internal pain always comes out. Always. And who pays the price? We do. Our children, our colleagues, our communities.
Oof, that one just hit me in the gut. I was thinking of one of my kids, being down in the dumps because COVID and stuck at home and can't see friends, and me being like, "Come on, it's fine. We did all these amazing things today. Let's go for a walk." And I feel bad when my kid feels bad, so I push it away. But that clearly is not always terribly helpful.
I mean, it's also a very human thing. Manoush, like, what do we want to do? We want to be able to fix things. We want to be able to fix things, especially for the people we love, especially when the people we love are adorable, wonderful children who also, are like, slightly ungrateful. You're like, well, do you like having a house? Could be worse. Like,
it's true.
I mean, I remember telling my dad something like, I don't know, I was like criticizing him about something, and he was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that, keeping you alive for 18 years wasn't enough." And I was like, "Oh, geez, okay." When you say it that way, pretty good point, Dad. But what I hear from Susan is that hurt people, and guess what? We do. We do. If you are not given the space to process your feelings, like when she said it comes out, it comes out. Think about all of the experiences that you've had with a person, where you're like, "I'm sorry, why are you, ma'am, this is a Wendy's. Like, why are you losing your mind?" And there's some unmet need there, right? There's something. It's not about the Frosty. It's just not.
Can I just ask you, I wonder how much, do we need institutions in some way to change our culture of dealing with loss? I found it so interesting that I think just a couple weeks ago, New Zealand's parliament unanimously passed a law enabling parents who have a miscarriage or a stillbirth to take paid bereavement leave. I mean, a lot of people just get on with it, Nora, because they have to. They have to, as you say, pay the mortgage. They got to go to work and just, there's no time to grieve.
Yeah. We need much better systems, at least in the U.S., where, the standard bereavement leave is 3 to 5 business days, which meant that my dad was, I was back at work the Monday after his funeral, and making PowerPoints, doing the business stuff that I needed to do. And I was also not fully there, not fully present, not okay, and definitely also needed a job and needed to work. And it will always be struck at how that was a privilege,
but enough of that.
Because that was something I had because I had a full-time job with benefits.
So
but my friend who cuts hair for a living, our husbands died very close together. She was back in the chair after her husband's suicide 7 days after. Because you don't cut hair, you don't get paid. You don't get paid, how do you pay your mortgage?
Right.
And that to me is atrocious.
Just to go back to Susan, she continues her story about the one person in her life who really does get her to face just how sad she is as a child. Let's play that clip.
My 8th grade English teacher fixed me with burning blue eyes as she handed out blank notebooks.
You've been doing well.
She said, "Write what you're feeling. Tell the truth. Write like nobody's reading." And just like that, I was invited to show up authentically to my grief and pain. It was a simple act, but nothing short of a revolution for me. It was this revolution that started in this blank notebook 30 years ago that shaped my life's work, the secret, silent correspondence with myself. Like a gymnast, I started to move beyond the rigidity of denial into what I've now come to call emotional agility. Tough emotions are part of our contract with life. You don't get to have a meaningful career or raise a family or leave the world a better place without stress and discomfort. Discomfort is the price of admission to a meaningful life.
Nora, emotional agility, do you interpret that phrase as having the language to talk about your grief or your problems? I know you're a big believer in using language to really pinpoint particular feelings, but do you think it's more than that?
I think it's the language piece, and it's the ability to sit with and feel and experience all of your emotions. And I think Susan called it, a form of self-gaslighting that she describes, of saying like, oh, well, I shouldn't feel that feeling, right? I shouldn't feel jealous. Oh, I shouldn't feel upset, when really, if you can identify your emotions as data, which is something that she says, your emotions are telling you what's important to you. It's telling you what you value. So she and I had this conversation where, and she was obviously reading my soul, deeply attacking me, where she's like, well, if you feel guilty, right, about not spending enough time with your kids, that tells me and tells you value, one of your values is spending time with your children. Like, what is wrong with that? It is not just language, but also like the permission to give yourself the space to feel things and to trace that feeling back to something.
Yeah, we talked about toxic optimism, as Susan puts it, but I was thinking, I recently read about something called tragic optimism, which really struck me. Yeah, isn't that good? It was. It's from an Austrian psychologist who was a Holocaust survivor. Who this idea that there is space to have good and bad feelings. That life is hard, as she puts it, and you can be hopeful and also feel pain.
Yes.
Very well.
All of it. All of it. You can and you will. It's the yes and. It's but wait, there's more. My dad was an infomercial writer. And so
really?
It's, wait, there's more for, 4 very difficult payments for the rest of your life. You will feel all this and more, and you will put it in this quiet blender and shake it up, and there's your life.
Okay, so continuing with this idea of life containing multitudes, the next talk is from Maysoon Zayed. She's a writer, an actor, a comedian. She's a co-founder of the New York Arab American Comedy Festival, which is pretty cool. She also has cerebral palsy, and Maysoon is very frank about her disability. Her talk is called I Got 99 Problems, Palsy is Just One.
name is Maysoon Zayed, and I am not drunk, but the doctor who delivered me was. He cut my mom 6 different times in 6 different directions, suffocating poor little me in the process. As a result, I have cerebral palsy, which means I shake all the time. Look. It's exhausting. I'm like Shakira meets Muhammad Ali. Now, I must warn you, I'm not inspirational. And I don't want anyone in this room to feel bad for me, because at some point in your life, you have dreamt of being disabled. Come on a journey with me. It's Christmas Eve. You're at the mall. You're driving around in circles looking for parking. And what do you see? 16 empty handicap spaces. And you're like, God, can't I just be a little disabled? Also, I gotta tell you, I got 99 problems and palsy is just one. If there was an oppression Olympics, I would win the gold medal. I'm Palestinian, Muslim, I'm female, I'm disabled, and I live in New Jersey. If you don't feel better about yourself, maybe you should.
All right, she's one of a kind.
She really is. She's so good.
I mean, this is a very different way of using humor to talk about pain that she felt. What are your thoughts as you're listening to this, Nora?
I mean, I always now am concerned about, is somebody trimming away the dark parts just for entertainment? But what I think Maysoon does so well is use the light parts to pull people in to the pain. And she does that so deftly.
Yeah, she talks about winning the oppression Olympics. And I mean, it's funny, but also it's on the nose because we do often turn hardship kind of into a competition, like comparing the terrible things that have happened to us, like almost ranking them.
Brilliant, right? That's what we're talking about. Like, she completely identified that.
Yes.
And I think there is a sliding scale of empathy. So if you feel like empathy is a finite resource and you didn't get enough of it when you were struggling, to watch somebody else get it can be very, very difficult. I remember, right after Aaron died, making the huge mistake of reading the comments on a Facebook post about his obituary. And so many of the comments were like, well, my husband died and no one gave a crap, or, well, who cares? People die every day. And I was so injured. And also I understood. I understood because I was getting a lot of attention. And most people, their suffering is quiet and invisible. And I experienced this with, I mentioned my friend earlier whose husband died by suicide. My husband died by brain cancer. And we have, our children are very similar ages. And, we took a trip together with our young children and people would ask, right? Like, oh, we'd, get to talking. Oh, well, our husbands are dead. Oh, how did they die? Well, when I say brain cancer, the response is always the same, Oh, that's horrible. Oh, that's horrible. My friend whose husband died of suicide experiences, he's horrible. What he did is horrible.
Oh, I see.
Or do you know Edith Eger? She's a Holocaust survivor and a psychotherapist, or maybe a psychologist. I don't know. She's a therapist of some kind. And when people would come to see her, they'd say like, "Oh, I can't complain about like my marriage. Like, you survived the Holocaust." And she's like, 1, it's my job, and 2, it's not a comparison, right? Like, it's not, these things we don't have to weigh them against each other. I don't have like a yardstick for what is worse, but we do, back to that categorization thing, we don't just want to categorize our feelings as good or bad. We want to categorize our experiences and then rank them, right? And you can rank your own experiences for sure. I can tell you that, my husband dying was way, way worse than when I fell down the stairs in the gym in high school and my backpack spilled open. And in 9th grade, that was the worst day of my life. Now, not so much. But we can't do it to each other. No one wins that game, and who would want to?
In just a minute, we continue the conversation with writer Nora McInerney about comedian Maysoon Zayed's talk. On the show today, life's rough edges. I'm Manoush Zomorodi, and you're listening to the TED Radio Hour from NPR. Stay with us. Hey everyone, just a quick thanks to our sponsor, Starbucks. Did you know that Starbucks is donating 100 million healthy coffee trees to coffee farms by 2025? They've been bred to resist coffee leaf rust, a devastating disease that can destroy coffee trees. Starbucks is investing in farmers and their communities to help them have a sustainable future growing coffee. Most people don't know that this is one of many commitments Starbucks has made to help make a positive impact on the planet. To learn more, visit starbucks.com/planet. This message comes from NPR sponsor Monday.com. When most of your work is trying to figure out who's working on what, you know there's a better way. Monday.com WorkOS gives organizations a powerful platform to run everything their teams do. You can easily access files, assign ownership, and share knowledge on one shared work OS. Over 100,000 organizations have said goodbye to long email threads and back-to-back meetings. To start your free 2-week trial, go to Monday.com.
This message comes from NPR sponsor Hyundai. Take the scenic route in the new Hyundai Santa Fe, the family SUV with available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you travel way off the beaten path. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
This message comes from NPR sponsor GoDaddy. Making a different future starts with you. That's why GoDaddy does more than help you find a name. You can create, sell, and get found online, so any small business can be a driving force to create change or build an empire. So whatever it is you have in mind that will help make a different future, find everything you need to get started at GoDaddy.com. Because the future isn't decided yet. It's up to us to make it happen. Start different at GoDaddy.com.
In stressful times, you want to spend your time checking out not just what's best, but what's best for you. We know you care about what you watch, what you read, and what you listen to. NPR's Pop Culture Happy Hour podcast is with you 5 days a week to make sure that time is well spent. Listen now to the Pop Culture Happy Hour podcast from NPR.
It's the TED Radio Hour from NPR. I'm Manoush Zomorodi. Today on the show, life's rough edges. We were just talking to writer Nora McInerney about comedian Maysoon Zayed's TED Talk. I got 99 problems, and palsy is just one. Maysoon speaks very bluntly about her disability and how it's been a long struggle to prove that she's talented.
I was like the pet lemur of the theater department. Everybody loved me. I did all the less than intelligent kids' homework. I got A's in all of my classes, A's in all of their classes. Every time I did a scene from The Glass Menagerie, my professors would weep. But I never got cast. Finally, my senior year, ASU decided to do a show called They Dance Real Slow in Jackson. It's a play about a girl with CP. I was a girl with CP. So I start shouting from the rooftops, I'm finally gonna get part. I have cerebral palsy. Free at last, free at last. Thank God almighty I'm free at last. I didn't get the part. Sherry Brown got the part. I went racing to the head of the theater department, crying hysterically like someone shot my cat, to ask her why. And she said it was because they didn't think I could do the stunts. I said, excuse me, if I can't do the stunts, neither can the character. This was a part that I was literally born to play, and they gave it to a non-palsy actress. College was imitating life. Hollywood has a sordid history of casting able-bodied actors to play disabled on screen. Disability is as visual as race. If a wheelchair user can't play Beyonce, then Beyonce can't play a wheelchair user. People with disabilities are the largest minority in the world, and we are the most underrepresented in entertainment.
I imagine her having this experience with people who knew her, who worked with her, learned alongside of her, wept at her performances, and you see them also not see her in so many ways. I cringe and I think about, where have I done that? And where am I doing this? Like, what deep harm are we doing when we can't see what someone is going through?
That is a very good point, because obviously Maysoon's is very visible. And in fact, she starts her talk by standing up and showing the audience how her body shakes, which kind of shocked me at first. But I thought also that is so generous, because I think many of us are very uneducated about this particular disability, about so many disabilities. Yeah. But you make a very good point that, there are so many disabilities that are not visible, whether that is mental illness or depression, PTSD. I mean, it goes back to your empathy scale, right? Like, how much empathy do we have for people or for hardship that is not visible?
Well, not much. Not much. It's obviously like much easier to address and talk about and acknowledge and empathize with the things that we can see. And I don't know what the answer is to cure this, the world of like being dummies, which is like, when I hear Maysoon's talk again, I think what dumb, harmful stuff have I done or perpetuated without knowing, based on not being able to like be humble enough to like ask a question or give people space to tell me what they need. By the way, and questions are like, why are you asking the question? Like, are you asking for that person or are you asking for yourself?
Right.
That's how I think about it, And so what questions have I asked only for myself and not for that person? And where do I lack humility?
I want to go back to this idea of the things that are not visible that are causing people grief, pain, or loss. And I think the last talk that you've chosen is actually might surprise people, but it is perfectly on topic, because it's about the things we don't talk about, which is people's financial situation. The talk is called How College Loans Exploit Students for Profit, and it's from Penn State professor Sajay Samuel. You have a college student in your life, I believe, Nora?
Yes. We've got a college freshman here.
So college is expensive.
College is expensive. And, like many students, like there was not money to save for him to go to college. So we are helping with the expenses that we can, but he chose his college based on affordability, based on the absolute lowest price point. And we are talking him through these really big life decisions, which is you're 19, you can go live on campus, but you will be taking out a pretty big loan to pay for, $14,000 worth of room and board. Would you like to do that? Or would you like to live at home with us and your little brothers and your little sister?
All right, let's hear from Professor Samuel about the effects of people, 18 years old taking on debt.
Of 100 people who enroll in any form of post-secondary education, 45 do not complete it in a timely fashion for a number of reasons, including financial. Of the 55 that do graduate, 2 will remain unemployed, and another 18 are underemployed. So, college grads earn more than high school grads, but does it pay for the exorbitant tuition and the lost wages while at college? Now even economists admit going to college pays off for only those who are completed. But that only because high school wages have been cut to the bone for decades now. For decades, workers with a high school degree have been denied a fair share of what they have produced. And had they received as they should have, then going to college would have been a bad investment for many. College premium, I think it's a high school discount. 2 out of 3 people who enroll are not going to find an adequate job. And the future for them doesn't look particularly promising, in fact, downright bleak. And it is they who are going to suffer the most punishing forms of student debt.
No, not yet.
Do you hear from a lot of listeners about debt, and particularly college debt?
Oh, yeah. Millennials, Gen X. I mean, we're all sold the same dream that Professor Samuel said or mentioned, which is, the way to get on that upward escalator in life is college, college, college. Since we were in kindergarten, everyone's talking about going to college, and you have to go to a good college, and what does that even mean? And but Manoush, I picked this talk because I know so many people, so many brilliant, wonderful people who will, it feels like, never be out from under their college debt. People who were marketed to from a very young age, told that this is the way to get up in the world, get ahead in the world, who took on immense debt without truly understanding what it means and what the impacts would be, believing that this would be the ticket to something else, when really what it's the ticket to is a crushing load of debt. And these are my peers. These are my friends. This is my husband, both my husbands. It does not have to be like this, but it is. And what it does is it makes you feel like a loser. It makes you feel like something is wrong with you, and there's nothing wrong with you. You participated in, the great mirage of American ideals.
So we have talked about shame, or the shame that comes with having debt, on the show before. And it's not just college debt. It's having a mortgage, it's health insurance, medical costs, which is something else that you've had to deal with a lot, right?
Oh, all of it. When my husband died, he was 35 years old. And it is so expensive to die. It is so expensive to be sick. We worked up until the very end, and I'm not kidding. And we had nothing. What we had was an online fundraiser. This is 2014, to help pay for bills, to help pay for a funeral. A funeral is so expensive. I didn't even feed people. I did beer and wine and light desserts, and then I got hammered. And it was a huge safety net, Manoush, a safety net made by friends and family, but mostly strangers. And I was so ashamed of it. I was so ashamed of knowing and having other people know that I couldn't do this. And there's nothing fair about that. Nothing.
Oh, I think money is so sensitive.
It's so sensitive.
And taboo to people. So what would your advice be to someone who is going through a huge financial crisis, in addition to dealing with other sorts of pain and trauma? What do you tell people?
Oh, I tell them that there's no timeline, that there's no rush, that there's no good way to do it or no right way to do it. And that, I often hear from people who are my dad died 3 days ago, but I think I'm doing pretty well. I'm like, great, just wait, today you're doing well, and that's fine. And also, and wait for it, because there's gonna be more. And the terrible thanks for asking is 100% just wish fulfillment from the year after Aaron's death, when I was like, I'm good, I'm fine, never been better. Look at me go. I'm wearing lipstick. I'm running a half marathon. You'd never know. My husband's death made me better. And what I really wish that I would have told people is that I was awful. I was terrible. It was horrible. It was the most numbing and the most excruciating pain I'd ever been in. And not everybody deserves the truth, but some people do. And the people who truly care about you, who want to be there for you, when they ask, you gotta tell them the truth. You have to tell them the truth, so that they can give you whatever they're capable of giving you.
So that's a big question. I think over the past year, a lot of us have had loss, but also a lot of us want to express our condolences to other people and really mean it. But it can be so hard. It can be awkward. What is the best way to say, I'm sorry for your loss, or show that you care, and have it count, Nora?
Have it count. Have it count. First of all, you never know. You never know, because we are unknowable creatures. And so the thing that you are you know what? This helped me so much, I'll do it for somebody else. somebody can receive that in a completely different way. And what you have to remember is it has nothing to do with you, and that's okay, right? And I tell people, like, to do what you can do and what you will do.
Yeah.
With the caveat that that has to be consistently, if you can, competently always, and humbly. So I woke up after Aaron's funeral, and it was Minnesota in December, so much snow. And I heard footsteps on my roof. And I was not alarmed because I often looked out my window and saw my neighbor Mark on his roof. He would sweep off the extra snow. You know, he was trying to prevent ice dams on his own house, and now he was on my roof sweeping snow off so that I wouldn't have an ice dam. I would never volunteer to do that for somebody, but that's what Mark could do, right? That was in his expertise. It's what he was willing to do. What I'm saying is, like, when you do something that is, it's not generous if you're counting the cost, if you're counting your time, if you're counting your money. So make it a thing that you just will do and that you can do. And then you just keep doing it without expectation from the person who's receiving it. And also with the openness that they could say, I hate carrot cake. Don't you ever bring a carrot cake to my house again? And you say, oh yeah, no problem. No problem.
So I think that brings me to my last question, which is, what do you say to the person who's listening right now who is grieving? Whether, I mean, I feel like inevitably that is potentially anyone who's listening because of the last year, whether it's because they lost someone or they lost their job or they feel like they just lost out because life changed so radically. What would you say to them? Like, you must have gotten some good advice during your grieving process. What would you share?
Oh, I got such beautiful advice. Because it wasn't advice. The best advice I got was not people telling me what to do, was not people telling me, a platitude or something that they thought would cure or fix it. It was people who could recognize and contextualize the loss. In the aftermath of losing Aaron, I got an email from my friend Mary Balcom, who really is my mom's friend, but
you'll take her.
My friend too now. Now that I'm widowed, I can be friends with any older woman. And Mary is, she had lost her husband and she had lost her son in very, very close succession, much like I lost my husband, and my father died right before Aaron did. And she wrote me an email, truly dashed off from her work email, and it said, Nora, I believe we have a sacred responsibility to live fully in the face of our losses. Period. Return. It's a bitch, though. And she signed her name, sent it off, and I thought, like, wow. Like, isn't that just the best summary that you have heard about moving forward? Just like, it is a sacred responsibility to live fully in the face of our losses, right? To wake up, to appreciate what we have alongside the longing for what we have lost. And it is sacred, and it's a bitch. Like, it sucks. Don't let anybody tell you it doesn't suck to wake up in a bed where the person who loved you more than anybody else used to sleep. Don't let anybody tell you that it doesn't suck to have to, walk through Target through a whole Mother's Day section and realize, like, I won't be a mother. Whatever the loss that you are carrying, like, you can hold those two things, that you have this sacred responsibility, and it's so hard. But it doesn't make you anything other than a person who is experiencing life.
That's Nora McInerney. She's an author and host of the podcast Terrible, Thanks for Asking. You can see her full talk and all of the talks from this hour at TED.com. many thanks to Nora and to you for being with us for this hour about life's rough edges. To learn more about the talks on today's show, go to ted.npr.org. And to see Nora's talk, along with hundreds more TED Talks, check out TED.com or the TED app. Our TED Radio production staff at NPR includes Jeff Rogers, Sanaz Meshkinpour, Rachel Faulkner, Diba Mohtasham, James Delahousie, J.C. Howard, Katie Monteleone, Maria Paz Gutierrez, Christina Kala, and Matthew Cloutier, with help from Daniel Shukin. Our intern is Janet Wuzhang Lee. Our theme music was written by Ramteen Arablouei. Our partners at TED are Chris Anderson, Colin Helms, Anna Phelan, and Michelle Quint. I'm Manoush Zomorodi, and you've been listening to the TED Radio Hour from NPR.
This message comes from NPR sponsor, the 2021 Subaru Forester, with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive and award-winning safety technology to give you extra confidence on every drive. Inside, it features a spacious interior with heated seats, AC vents, and USB ports, all available for second-row passengers as well as the front. The 2021 Subaru Forester. Welcome to the SUV for all you love. Learn more at Subaru.com.
So, you return.
The fort.
You took some time. That is the. Go. All life. So it behoove. Normally.
You talk.
So.
No. It is.
Sadly, Euthura, it is you who are mistaken.
Do you hear that, my...
So the time has come, has it?
You are weak. Ulthar is finished, and a new while I do like you, truly, I'm sure. I told you there was no...
Here! 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 Here!
You are too strong for me. I was a fool to think otherwise. I am at your mercy. I suppose I am. Something tells me that you are not like the other student. I was right the first time back at the canteen. I didn't think you were here to train. Not really. I should have realized that sooner. So what happens now? Will you show me mercy? Will you just let me leave? That's tempting, but I don't think I could. I suppose you could be right. All the things I wanted to do, all the wrongs I wanted to right, I haven't done any of it. All I've cared about is power and myself. You're right. Maybe what I needed most was peace after all. The Jedi I don't know if I can ever go back to them, but my place isn't here. Thank you. You have a destiny, my friend, and I wish you well on your way to it. May the Force...
You there! How is it that you're leaving Naga Sadow's tomb by yourself? You lie. Well, you...
But what if Master...
Don't be a...
Ikukuno no ba. Kuyami juz chikata na patogaya fulki gokora jiji. Gawanabot atagwa. Kagidora tikun watatimona iabola.
How can I help? Yes, I was when I relation. She once even a Jedi.
Hey there, Shankar here. During the credits of every episode of Hidden Brain, we take a moment to thank an unsung hero. Someone who's not on the staff of the show, but has helped us out immensely and deserves recognition. Over the years, many people
Welcome to the weekend edition of the Daily Stoic. Each weekday, we bring you a meditation inspired by the ancient Stoics, something to help you live up to those 4 Stoic virtues of courage, justice, temperance, and wisdom. And then here on the weekend, we take a deeper dive into those same topics. We interview Stoic philosophers. We explore at length how these Stoic ideas can be applied to our actual lives and the challenging issues of our time. here on the weekend when you have a little bit more space, when things have slowed down, be sure to take some time to think, to go for a walk, to sit with your journal, and most importantly, to prepare for what the week ahead may bring. I've told you about my morning routine. I get up early, take my kids for a walk, I journal, and also I intermittent fast. So I really don't have my first meal till, lunch. But I can kind of start eating around 10 or 11. So it's usually too early for lunch, too late for breakfast. So today's sponsor is actually something that's been part of that routine for me. Go Macro bars are great. I like them a lot. I just had a Smooth Sanctuary double chocolate and peanut butter chips, organic, vegan, gluten-free Go Macro bar. It was quite good. All Go Macro products are made with 100% renewable energy and sustainably sourced ingredients. There's a bunch of great flavors: maple sea salt, oatmeal chocolate chip, blueberry and cashew butter. There's even these smaller kids ones that my kids really love. Step up your snack game this spring. Treat yourself to some delicious macro bars. Get your hands on some of Go Macro's delicious macro bars today by going to gomacro.com using promo code STOIC for 30% off plus free shipping on all orders over $50. Hey, it's Ryan. I hope you guys have been enjoying these excerpts we've been doing from the Princeton University Press's Ancient Wisdom for Modern Readers series. I don't just want this podcast to be stuff from me, but I want to draw on great books, great ideas, introduce you and myself to philosophers I haven't read much of. Sextus Empiricus is one of those philosophers. He comes a little bit after the Stoics, born shortly around the time of the death of Marcus Aurelius. Along with Stoicism and Epicureanism, skepticism is one of the three major schools of ancient philosophy that claim to offer a way of living and thinking. And today's excerpt is from his works, and it's titled How to Keep an Open Mind. It's a fresh translation and collection of some of the best passages from Sextus Empiricus, the only Greek skeptic whose works have survived. This is from chapter 2, where Sextus talks about the 5 modes of skepticism. He explains how we get there, why they're important, and how do we suspend some level of judgment to get to this place of tranquility. I don't want you to think a skeptic is just someone who questions everything, everything's always uncertain, there's never any peace. That couldn't be further from the truth. Here we have some writings from Sextus Empiricus, not the same Sextus that Marcus mentions that he thanks in at the beginning of Meditations, but nevertheless, here is a great selection from Princeton University Press's Ancient Wisdom for Modern series. You can get the ebook and audiobook anywhere you get your digital books. And of course, I like the great hardcover versions as well. I was excited to get this one. Check it out. How to Keep an Open Mind, a selection of thoughts from the great Sextus Empiricus.
Chapter 2. Arguments to have up your sleeve. The modes. Continuing in Book 1 of Outlines, Sextus immediately follows his general overview with a survey of the modes, which are ready-made forms of skeptical argument. On the general modes of suspension of judgment. Section 31. Since we said that tranquility follows suspension of judgment about everything, the next thing for us to talk about would be how we get to suspension of judgment. It comes about, to speak in rather general terms, by putting things in opposition. We oppose things that appear to things that appear, or things thought to things thought, or interchanging them. Section 32. For example, things that appear to things that appear when we say, the same tower appears round from far away, but square when close up. Things thought to things thought, when in opposition to the person who maintains that there is providence given the order of the heavenly bodies. We put forward the fact that good people often do badly and bad people do well, and conclude from this that there is no providence. Section 33. And things thought to things that appear, as when, in opposition to the fact that snow is white, Anaxagoras put it that snow is frozen water, and water is black, and therefore snow is black. Thinking of it in another way, we sometimes oppose present things to present things, like the ones just mentioned. but sometimes present things to past or future things. For instance, when someone confronts us with an argument that we cannot undo, Section 34, we say to him, "Just as before the birth of the person who founded the school you belong to, its reasoning was not yet apparent as being sound, even though from nature's perspective it was actually there, so too it is possible that the argument opposing the one you have now presented is actually there from nature's perspective, but is not yet apparent to us, so that we shouldn't yet assent to an argument that now seems to be strong." Section 35. But in order for us to get a more exact view of these oppositions, I am going to set out the modes by which suspension of judgment is produced. I don't insist on either their number or their force. It's possible they are unsound, or that there are more than the ones I'm going to speak of. Of the 10 modes. Section 36. The older skeptics hand down some modes, usually 10 in number, by which suspension of judgment is thought to be produced. Sextus now gives a list of the 10 modes and various ways of classifying them. He then dwells at some length on the first mode, which focuses on differences in how things appear to humans and to other animals. We pick up the story with the second mode. Section 79. The second one, we said, was based on the differences among humans. For even if one agrees, for the sake of argument, that humans are to be trusted more than the non-rational animals, we shall find suspension of judgment coming on the scene as far as our own differences are concerned. The human being is said to be composed of two things, soul and body. And in both these respects, we differ from one another. With respect to the body, for example, in shape and in our individual mixtures. Section 80. A Scythian's body differs in shape from an Indian's body. And what creates this diversity, so they say, is a difference in which humors are dominant. And corresponding to the difference in which humors are dominant, the appearances come to be different too. Hence, there is also a lot of difference among them in the choice and avoidance of things out there. Indians like some things, and we like others. And liking different things is an indication that we get diverse appearances from the actual objects. Section 81. Our differences in terms of individual mixture mean that some of us digest beef more easily than rockfish and suffer diarrhea from the lousy wine of Lesbos. There was an old woman of Attica, they say, who consumed 30 drams of hemlock without ill effect, and Lysis took 4 drams of opium and came to no harm. Section 82. Demophon, Alexander's steward, would shiver when he was in the sun or in the bath, but was warm in the shade. Athenagoras of Argos was stung by scorpions and poisonous spiders and came to no harm. And the people called Selaeans are not hurt when they are bitten by snakes or asps. Section 83. Nor are the Tentyritai of Egypt hurt by crocodiles. Moreover, the Ethiopians who live on the Astapus River, on the other side of Lake Meroe, eat scorpions and snakes and the like without ill effect. And Rufinus of Chalcis drank hellebore, but didn't vomit. In fact, there was no purging at all. He consumed and digested it just like something normal. Section 84. Chrysermus the Hierophilian risked heart trouble if he ever consumed pepper. And Sotericus the surgeon had an attack of diarrhea if he ever smelled catfish frying. Andron of Argos was so immune from thirst that he could go through the Libyan desert without requiring a drink. The Emperor Tiberius could see in the dark. And Aristotle tells of a Thasian who had the impression that a phantom person was going in front of him all the time. Section 85. Since then, there is so much diversity among human beings in terms of their bodies, to make do with telling a few cases out of many. Chances are that humans also differ from one another in terms of the soul itself, for the body is a sort of replica of the soul, as the science of physiognomy shows. The biggest evidence of the great and endless difference in the thought of human beings is the disagreement in what is said by the dogmatists about, among other things, what we ought to choose and what we ought to avoid. Section 86. The pronouncements of the poets about these things are spot on. Pindar says, "One delights in the honors and crowns he wins with his storm-footed horses. For others, it's living in gold-encrusted mansions. Some even find joy in speeding over the sea swell in a ship." And the poet says, "Different men delight in different deeds." Tragedy is also full of this kind of thing. For instance, if fine and wise had the same nature for all, there wouldn't be conflict and strife among humans. And again, amazing that the same thing pleases some mortals while others hate it. Section 87. So, since choosing and avoiding are a matter of pleasure and displeasure are a function of sense perception and appearance, we can validly infer, when the same things are chosen by some and avoided by others, that they are not affected alike by the same things, since in that case they would have acted alike by choosing or steering clear of the same things. But if the same things affect them differently, given the difference among humans, suspension of judgment will likely be introduced on this score too. We'll maybe be able to say how each of the actual objects appears from the standpoint of each difference. But what it is in respect of its nature, we will not be able to state. Section 88. For either we're going to trust all humans or just some. But if we trust all, we'll be trying our hand at something impossible, accepting things that are opposed. But if it's just some, let them tell us who we must assent to. The Platonist will say Plato, the Epicurean Epicurus, and the others along the same lines. And so, being in a state of unresolved disagreement, they will again bring us round to suspension of judgment. Section 89. And a person who says that we must assent to the majority is proposing something childish. No one can consult all humanity and figure out what pleases the most. It could be that, among peoples we don't know, what for us is rare belongs to the majority, while what characterizes most of us is rare, such as most of them not feeling pain when bitten by poisonous spiders, while some of them feel pain just occasionally, and correspondingly with the other individual mixtures as mentioned before. Suspension of judgment, then, is also inevitably introduced because of the difference among humans. The 10 modes continue with many other types of conflicting impressions designed to generate suspension.
This message comes from NPR sponsor Hyundai. Take the scenic route in the new Hyundai Santa Fe, the family SUV with available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you travel way off the beaten path. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
This is the TED Radio Hour. Each week, groundbreaking TED Talks.
Our job now is to dream big.
Delivered at TED conferences.
To bring about the future we want to see.
Around the world.
To understand who we are.
From those talks, we bring you speakers and ideas that will surprise you.
You just don't know what you're going to find.
Challenge you.
We truly have to ask ourselves, why is it noteworthy?
And even change you.
I literally feel like I'm a different person.
Yes.
Do you feel that way?
Ideas worth spreading. From TED and NPR. I'm Manoush Zomorodi. Today on the show, life's rough edges and how we deal with them. Writer Nora McInerney has faced a lot of tragedy and hardship in her life. And she hates it when people try to make her feel better by suggesting that maybe everything happens for a reason.
It's the worst. To me, there'll never be a reason, and not a reason good enough for my husband to die painfully and brutally at the age of 35. That will never be. I will never look at my life and say, everything happens for a reason. And Aaron died so that I could be on the TED Radio Hour with Manoush Zomorodi.
Oh, God, that's awesome. So, Nora is the host of the podcast Terrible, Thanks for Asking, which shares stories from people going through some of the worst times in their lives. She has been on the show before, talking about her own worst moment, when her husband Aaron died from brain cancer, which she documented in a book and a TED Talk called We Don't Move On from Grief, We Move Forward with It. And today, she is our guide to a series of TED Talks about difficult and uncomfortable topics like death and pain, disability, and even debt. What do you think, Nora? Sounds like a super fun episode, right?
This is my ideal way to spend time, Manoush. I was made for this conversation.
And just for folks who maybe aren't familiar with your story or your TED Talk, can you share it briefly just to sort of fill people in?
Yeah, the career that I have truly comes from my most popular piece of writing, Manoush, is not a single book that I've ever written, okay? It is the obituary that Aaron and I wrote together. Permort Aaron Joseph, age 35, died peacefully at home on November 25th after complications from a radioactive spider bite that led to years of crime fighting and a years-long battle with the nefarious criminal named Cancer, who has plagued our society for far too long. We wrote before he died, which was unusual, and we wrote it not knowing that it would be published. Truly, we thought, oh, sure, someone will check this. But an obituary is an ad for your death. They'll publish anything you pay for. And we did not know. We were so delighted by that, and so many other people were too. And I got so many emails, so many messages from complete strangers after that obituary came out that I could not unsee just how unspecial I was, just how clear it was that this thing that I felt isolated me, set me apart from all of my peers, everybody, nobody knows how I feel, is really, that's just what made me a part of the world, that all these people had gone through something, not the exact same thing, but they had gone through something. And that knowing that I was not special, that was everything to me. It's that inbox, all those messages, that became the podcast Terrible, Thanks for Asking.
What does make you different, though, I would say, is that you are very good at articulating a lot of things that people might feel, but just don't know how to possibly put into words. And I think at this point, I'd love to play a clip of your TED Talk, if that's okay.
I'll listen to it. I'll cringe at the sound of my own voice like any human would. Grief is kind of one of those things like falling in love or having a baby or watching The Wire on HBO, where you don't get it, until you do it. And once you do it, once it's your love or your baby, once it's your grief and your front row at the funeral, you get it. You understand what you're experiencing is not a moment in time. It's not a bone that will reset, but that you've been touched by something chronic, something incurable. It's not fatal, but sometimes grief feels like it could be. And if we can't prevent it in one another, what can we do? What can we do other than try to remind one another that some things can't be fixed? And not all wounds are meant to heal. We need each other to remember, to help each other remember that grief is this multitasking emotion, that you can and will be sad and happy, you'll be grieving and able to love in the same year or week, the same breath. We need to remember that a grieving person is going to laugh again and smile again. If they're lucky, they'll even find love again. That yes, absolutely, they're going to move forward. But that doesn't mean that they've moved on.
Can you talk some more about that last idea, that moving on is not the same as moving forward? Because it's different, right?
Oh, it's so different. And I want to note that my best work is really, truly an act of passive aggression, and that's what this TED Talk was. This TED Talk was a way of, saying the things that I felt like I could not say when I was really in the depths of it, and creating something that people who are in really just knee deep, neck deep in hardship, in sorrow, had something that they could put on their Facebook page, that they could forward to somebody and say, it feels like this, please try to understand. Because I could feel the clock ticking. I could feel the clock ticking once the funeral was over, when fewer people started checking in or showing up, when what was still an emergency situation for me, raising a very small child on my own. I still had a mortgage. I still had so much to figure out. I could feel that, as people were, rightfully so, getting pulled back into the normalcy of their own lives, that I couldn't get there. And that part of my discomfort was making it very, very uncomfortable for other people. And a few times I did hear that explicitly, right? Like, you will move on. And all I could think of was like, I will not. And it's words, but what those words mean is, and what they imply and what they feel like, is saying, someday this won't matter. Someday Aaron won't matter. Someday the father of your firstborn child, it won't matter. And it will always matter. He will always matter. And it does feel like a particularly Western, particularly American thing to push people to move on, right? To get over it. And the minute, we see somebody appearing to be normal, we assume like that it's over for them. So all those people who I mentioned, Manoush, who had reached out to me, they were sharing stories. Some of these things that had happened decades before, years before. Some of them were like also very fresh in it, like me. And they were telling me about it because the people around them hadn't asked or assumed that it was over.
Yeah, and I guess one way that we often try to make each other or make ourselves feel better is to try and rationalize, like, maybe it was meant to be. Because it is kind of terrifying that bad things could happen to any of us at any moment.
Yeah, I think it feels better when you're on the outside to say, well, God, there had to be a reason, right? It feels like you're sort of, to me, that has always felt like a protective measure when you are on the outside. Like, there are certain things that just happen to other people, and it's for reasons. It could be God, just could be, fated in some way. But when you're in it and you hear that, for me, not for everybody, some people I think truly do find comfort in the everything happens for a reason. But most of the people, if not all that I've ever spoken to, really cite that as one of the most painful things. I have a friend who lost her son to suicide, and there was another person in her parish whose son had fallen into a river, and she had, run. She had scooped him up. She had saved him, and everybody was rushing to say, like, oh, that's, God had a plan for him. And what does that say to the people who lost their sons or their mothers or their children or their jobs or their sense of security? I can't love or believe in a God who says, like, well, you get a Tesla and you get a tumor. I can't roll with a God who's that crappy of a planner. That just does not feel good to me.
So you were getting all this somewhat lousy advice when you were grieving the loss of your husband. And is that why your podcast tries to do kind of the exact opposite? Like, you bring people on who have been through all sorts of hardship and you just let them tell their stories.
Yeah.
I want to share a clip from a recent episode. I'm thinking of the show called A Simple Choice with a guy named Mark. Can you tell us a little bit about Mark first?
Mark is one of those stories where if you were writing it as a piece of fiction, if you were writing this as a screenplay, everybody who read it would say, I'm sorry, no one's going to believe this. It's just too much.
Too much.
Right? Mark's story is that he lost his mother to cancer when he was very young. So he sort of postponed college to stay home with her. And then he married his high school sweetheart and was always afraid, always sort of waiting for the other shoe to drop. And it did, because his worst nightmare happened. His wife died too.
I wasn't even in the room the moment she took her last breath. I just spent a bunch of time with her on my own in there, and then just kind of like I had no idea what to do with myself. I ran out into the hallway and just walked around. I don't even know, like I can't pinpoint what I actually was doing or thinking at that time. It was just all a blur. After the memorial, I pretty much just took off and traveled by myself off and on for like 5 months, just here and there.
And who could blame him? Who would blame him? There's a very famous book by the Rabbi Harold S. Kushner called When Bad Things Happen to Good People. Because Kushner is a religious leader, you kind of expect him to say, hey, it's God's plan, but he kind of says the opposite, which is probably why people love this book. He says, and this is a quote, "Why do we have to insist on everything being reasonable? Why must everything happen for a specific reason? Why can't we let the universe have a few rough edges?"
On the show today, life's rough edges. In a minute, we'll return with writer Nora McInerney as she guides us through her favorite TED Talks that have helped her get through tough moments.
It is an absolute delight in the most brutal way.
I'm Manoush Zomorodi, and you're listening to the TED Radio Hour from NPR. Stay with us.
This message comes from NPR sponsor Vanguard, where you're more than just an investor, you're an owner. Head of Advice Methodology Joel Dixon says the ownership approach ensures client interests are prioritized above all else.
In driving success for our advice clients, whether it be a client directly or through an institution or a plan sponsor, or whether it's through an external financial advisor, what we are trying to focus on is what is under the control of each individual, how you personalize it to their situation, really focusing on the things that are under the control of the investor, I think gives a lot more potential peace of mind.
That's the value of ownership. Explore Vanguard advice at Vanguard.com or talk to your advisor. Investor-owned means fund shareholders own the funds which own Vanguard. Services are provided by Vanguard Advisors, Inc., a registered investment advisor.
I'm Yowei Shaw.
I'm Kia Miakanatis.
We're the hosts of the NPR podcast, Invisibilia.
You can think of Invisibilia kind of like a sonic blacklight.
When you switch us on, you will hear surprising and intimate stories.
Stories that help you notice things in your world that maybe you didn't see before.
Listen to the Invisibilia podcast from NPR.
It's the TED Radio Hour from NPR. I'm Manoush Zomorodi. On the show today, we are talking about life's rough edges with writer Nora McInerney. She's sharing a selection of her favorite talks, ones that deal with grief and people's hardest moments. Sort of Nora's specialty. You know, the premise of your podcast is in the very title, Terrible, Thanks for Asking. The idea that you don't always have to be super positive, which really kicks us off. It brings us to the first talk you chose to share with us from psychologist Susan David, and it's called The Gift and Power of Emotional Courage. Mm-hmm. Okay, so why this one?
I think that Susan, I'm just going to give Susan a little hype here. I think that Susan was ahead of all of the times. I think that Susan has been a one-woman drumbeat against toxic positivity for far longer than people have been willing to acknowledge that phrase. She has this very, very powerful notion of not categorizing feelings as good or bad, because we love labels, we love categorizing, but it also makes some feelings less appealing and therefore, quote unquote, less valuable than others.
And that is exactly, she explains in her upbringing that before she became a psychologist, she was a teenager growing up in South Africa, and she had a very sick father. And she tells the story of how she handled it.
My father died on a Friday. He was 42 years old and I was 15. My mother whispered to me to go and say goodbye to my father before I went to school. So I put my backpack down and walked the passage that ran through to where the heart of our home, my father lay dying of cancer. I told him I loved him, said goodbye, and headed off for my day. At school, I drifted from science to mathematics to history to biology as my father slipped from the world. From May to July to September to November, I went about with my usual smile. I didn't drop a single grade. When asked how I was doing, I would shrug and say, okay. I was praised for being strong. I was the master of being okay, refusing to accept the full weight of my grief. No one knew, and in a culture that values relentless positivity, I thought that no one wanted to know.
So Susan, as a teenager, showed her stiff upper lip. She just got on with it. I have to say that is definitely the culture I grew up with. How about you, Nora?
I mean, I grew up in the Midwest, and for me, especially with grief, it ended at a funeral. And that's something that I see in a lot of these conversations that I have with people, which is if you have not seen grief, if it has not been explained to you as a long-term chronic condition, you won't know how to do it, and you will think that something is wrong with you when you are just having a very human reaction to a human situation.
Yeah, you touched on it a little bit, but she even goes as far as to call it toxic optimism, as you said, and this idea that you're poisoning yourself by not having, acknowledging your own darker feelings. And she actually shares her research and other studies that suggest that not confronting your uncomfortable feelings can manifest in physical ways, like in the eating disorder that she mentions, or depression, anxiety. Let's play that clip.
In a survey I recently conducted with over 70,000 people, I found that a third of us, either judge ourselves for having so-called bad emotions, like sadness, anger, or even grief, or actively try to push aside these feelings. We do this not only to ourselves, but also to people we love, like our children. We may inadvertently shame them out of emotions seen as negative, jump to solution, and fail to help them to see these emotions as inherently valuable. Normal, natural emotions are now seen as good or bad. And being positive has become a new form of moral correctness. People with cancer are automatically told to just stay positive. Women to stop being so angry. And the list goes on. It's a tyranny. It's a tyranny of positivity. And it's cruel, unkind, and ineffective. And we do it ourselves, and we do it to others. Research on emotional suppression shows that when emotions are pushed aside or ignored, they get stronger. Internal pain always comes out. Always. And who pays the price? We do. Our children, our colleagues, our communities.
Oof, that one just hit me in the gut. I was thinking of one of my kids, being down in the dumps because COVID and stuck at home and can't see friends, and me being like, come on, it's fine. We did all these amazing things today. Let's go for a walk. And I feel bad when my kid feels bad, so I push it away. But that clearly is not always terribly helpful.
I mean, it's also a very human thing, Manoush. Like, what do we want to do? We want to be able to fix things. We want to be able to fix things, especially for the people we love, especially when the people we love are adorable, wonderful children who also, are like, slightly ungrateful. You're like, well, do you like having a house? Could be worse. Like,
it's true.
I mean, I remember telling my dad something like, I don't know, I was like criticizing him about something, and he was like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that, keeping you alive for 18 years wasn't enough. And I was like, oh, geez. Okay. When you say it that way, pretty good point, Dad. But, what I hear from Susan is that hurt people, and guess what? We do. like we do. If you are not given the space to process your feelings, like when she said it comes out, like, oh, it comes out. Think about all of the experiences that you've had with a person, where you're like, I'm sorry, why are you, ma'am, this is a Wendy's. Like, why are you losing your mind? And there's some unmet need there, right? Like there's something, it's not about the Frosty. It's just not.
Can I just ask you, like, I wonder how much, do we need institutions in some way to change our culture of dealing with loss? Like, I found it so interesting that I think just a couple weeks ago, New Zealand's parliament unanimously passed a law enabling parents who have a miscarriage or a stillbirth to take paid bereavement leave. I mean, a lot of people just get on with it, Nora, because they have to. They have to, as you say, like, pay the mortgage. They got to go to work and just, there's no time to grieve.
Yeah. We need much better systems, at least in the U.S., where, the standard bereavement leave is 3 to 5 business days, which meant that my dad was, I was back at work the Monday after his funeral and, making PowerPoints, doing the business stuff that I needed to do. And I was also not fully there, not fully present, not okay, and definitely also needed a job and needed to work. And it will always be struck at how that was a privilege because that was something I had because I had a full-time job with benefits. But my friend who cuts hair for a living, our husbands died very close together. She was back in the chair after her husband's suicide 7 days after because you don't cut hair, you don't get paid. You don't get paid, how do you pay your mortgage? And that to me is atrocious.
Just to go back to Susan, she continues her story about the one person in her life who really does get her to face just how sad she is as a child. Let's play that clip.
My 8th grade English teacher fixed me with burning blue eyes as she handed out blank notebooks. She said, "Write what you're feeling. Tell the truth. Write like nobody's reading." And just like that, I was invited to show up authentically to my grief and pain. It was a simple act, but nothing short of a revolution for me. It was this revolution that started in this blank notebook 30 years ago that shaped my life's work, the secret, silent correspondence with myself. Like a gymnast, I started to move beyond the rigidity of denial into what I've now come to call emotional agility. Tough emotions are part of our contract with life. You don't get to have a meaningful career or raise a family or leave the world a better place without stress and discomfort. Discomfort is the price of admission to a meaningful life.
Nora, emotional agility, do you interpret that phrase as having the language to talk about?
This message comes from NPR sponsor Hyundai. Take the scenic route in the new Hyundai Santa Fe, the family SUV with available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you travel way off the beaten path. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
This is the TED Radio Hour. Each week, groundbreaking TED Talks.
Our job now is to dream big.
Delivered at TED conferences.
To bring about the future we want to see.
Around the world.
To understand who we are.
From those talks, we bring you speakers and ideas that will surprise you.
You just don't know what you're going to find.
Challenge you.
We truly have to ask ourselves, like, why is it noteworthy?
And even change you.
I literally feel like I'm a different person.
Yes.
Do you feel that way?
Ideas worth spreading. From TED and NPR. I'm Manoush Zomorodi. Today on the show, life's rough edges and how we deal with them. Writer Nora McInerny has faced a lot of tragedy and hardship in her life. And she hates it when people try to make her feel better by suggesting that maybe everything happens for a reason.
It's the worst. To me, there'll never be a reason, and not a reason good enough for my husband to die painfully and brutally at the age of 35. That will never be, I will never look at my life and say, you know, everything happens for a reason. And Aaron died so that I could be on the TED Radio Hour with Manoush Zomorodi.
Oh, God, that's awesome. So Nora is the host of the podcast Terrible, Thanks for Asking, which shares stories from people going through some of the worst times in their lives. She has been on the show before, talking about her own worst moment, when her husband Aaron died from brain cancer, which she documented in a book and a TED Talk called We Don't Move On from Grief, We Move Forward with It. And today, she is our guide to a series of TED Talks about difficult and uncomfortable topics like death and pain, disability, and even debt. What do you think, Nora? Sounds like a super fun episode, right?
This is my ideal way to spend time, Manoush. I was made for this conversation.
And just for folks who maybe aren't familiar with your story or your TED Talk, can you share it briefly just to sort of fill people in?
Yeah, the career that I have truly comes from my most popular piece of writing, Manoush, is not a single book that I've ever written, okay? It is the obituary that Aaron and I wrote together. Permort Aaron Joseph, age 35, died peacefully at home on November 25th after complications from a radioactive spider bite that led to years of crime fighting and a years-long battle with the nefarious criminal named Cancer, who has plagued our society for far too long. We wrote before he died, which was unusual, and we wrote it not knowing that it would be published. Truly, we thought, oh, sure, someone will check this. But an obituary is an ad for your death. They'll publish anything you pay for. And we did not know that. We were so delighted by that, and so many other people were too. And I got so many emails, so many messages from complete strangers after that obituary came out that I could not unsee just how unspecial I was, just how clear it was that this thing that I felt isolated me, set me apart from all of my peers, everybody, nobody knows how I feel, is really, that's just what made me a part of the world, that all these people had gone through something, not the exact same thing, but they had gone through something. And that knowing that I was not special, that was everything to me. It's that inbox, all those messages, that became the podcast Terrible, Thanks for Asking.
What does make you different, though, I would say, is that you are very good at articulating a lot of things that people might feel, but just don't know how to possibly put into words. And I think at this point, I'd love to play a clip of your TED Talk, if that's okay.
I'll listen to it. I'll cringe at the sound of my own voice like any human would. Grief is kind of one of those things like falling in love or having a baby or watching The Wire on HBO where you don't get it until you get it, until you do it. And once you do it, once it's your love or your baby, once it's your grief and your front row at the funeral, you get it. You understand what you're experiencing is not a moment in time. It's not a bone that will reset, but that you've been touched by something chronic, something incurable. It's not fatal, but sometimes grief feels like it could be. And if we can't prevent it in one another, what can we do? What can we do other than try to remind one another that some things can't be fixed? And not all wounds are meant to heal. We need each other to remember, to help each other remember that grief is this multitasking emotion, that you can and will be sad and happy, you'll be grieving and able to love in the same year or week, the same breath. We need to remember that a grieving person is going to laugh again and smile again. If they're lucky, they'll even find love again. That yes, absolutely, they're going to move forward. But that doesn't mean that they've moved on.
Can you talk some more about that last idea, that moving on is not the same as moving forward? Because it's different, right?
Oh, it's so different. And I want to note that my best work is really, truly an act of passive aggression, and that's what this TED Talk was. This TED Talk was. This TED Talk was a way of, saying the things that I felt like I could not say when I was really in the depths of it, and creating something that people who are really just knee deep, neck deep in hardship, in sorrow, had something that they could put on their Facebook page, that they could forward to somebody and say, it feels like this, please try to understand. Because I could feel the clock ticking. I could feel the clock ticking once the funeral was over, when fewer people started checking in or showing up, when what was still an emergency situation for me, raising a very small child on my own. I still had a mortgage. I still had so much to figure out. I could feel that, as people were, rightfully so, getting pulled back into the normalcy of their own lives, that I couldn't get there. And that part of my discomfort was making it very, very uncomfortable for other people. And a few times I did hear that explicitly, right? Like, you will move on. And all I could think of was like, I will not. And it's words, but what those words mean is, and what they imply and what they feel like, is saying, someday this won't matter. Someday Aaron won't matter. Someday the father of your firstborn child, it won't matter. And it will always matter. He will always matter. And it does feel like a particularly Western, particularly American thing to push people to move on, right? To get over it. And the minute, we see somebody appearing to be normal, we assume like that it's over for them. So all those people who I mentioned, Manoush, who had reached out to me, they were sharing stories. Some of these things that had happened decades before, years before. Some of them were like also very fresh in it, like me. And they were telling me about it because the people around them hadn't asked or assumed that it was over.
Yeah, and I guess one way that we often try to make each other or make ourselves feel better is to try and rationalize, like, maybe it was meant to be. Because it is kind of terrifying that bad things could happen to any of us at any moment.
Yeah, I think it feels better when you're on the outside to say, well, God, there had to be a reason, right? It feels like you're sort of, to me, that has always felt like a protective measure when you are on the outside. Like, there are certain things that just happen to other people, and it's for reasons. It's could be God, just could be, fated in some way. But when you're in it and you hear that, for me, not for everybody, some people I think truly do find comfort in the everything happens for a reason. But most of the people, if not all that I've ever spoken to, really cite that as one of the most painful things. I have a friend who lost her son to suicide, and there was another person in her parish whose son had fallen into a river, and she had, run. She had scooped him up. She had saved him, and everybody was rushing to say, like, oh, that's, God had a plan for him. And what does that say to the people who lost their sons or their mothers or their children or their jobs or their sense of security? I can't love or believe in a God who says, like, well, you get a Tesla and you get a tumor. I can't roll with a God who's that crappy of a planner. That just does not feel good to me.
So you were getting all this somewhat lousy advice when you were grieving the loss of your husband. And is that why your podcast tries to do kind of the exact opposite? Like, you bring people on who have been through all sorts of hardship and you just let them tell their stories.
Yeah.
I want to share a clip from a recent episode. I'm thinking of the show called A Simple Choice with a guy named Mark. Can you tell us a little bit about Mark first?
Mark is one of those stories where if you were writing it as a piece of fiction, if you were writing this as a screenplay, everybody who read it would say, I'm sorry, no one's going to believe this. It's just too much.
Too much.
Right? Mark's story is that he lost his mother to cancer when he was very young. So he sort of postponed college to stay home with her. And then he married his high school sweetheart and was always afraid, always sort of waiting for the other shoe to drop. And it did, because his worst nightmare happened. His wife died too.
I wasn't even in the room the moment she took her last breath. I just spent a bunch of time with her on my own in there, and then just kind of I had no idea what to do with myself. I ran out into the hallway and just walked around. I don't even know, I can't pinpoint what I actually was doing or thinking at that time. It was just all a blur. After the memorial, I pretty much just took off and traveled by myself off and on for 5 months, just here and there.
And who could blame him? Who would blame him? There's a very famous book by the Rabbi Harold S. Kushner called When Bad Things Happen to Good People. Because Kushner is a religious leader, you kind of expect him to say, hey, it's God's plan, but he kind of says the opposite, which is probably why people love this book. He says, and this is a quote, "Why do we have to insist on everything being reasonable? Why must everything happen for a specific reason? Why can't we let the universe have a few rough edges?"
On the show today, life's rough edges. In a minute, we'll return with writer Nora McInerney as she guides us through her favorite TED Talks that have helped her get through tough moments.
It is an absolute delight in the most brutal way.
I'm Manoush Zomorodi, and you're listening to the TED Radio Hour from NPR. Stay with us.
This message comes from NPR sponsor Vanguard, where you're more than just an investor, you're an owner. Head of Advice Methodology Joel Dixon says the ownership approach ensures client interests are prioritized above all else.
In driving success for our advice clients, whether it be a client directly or through an institution or a plan sponsor, or whether it's through an external financial advisor, what we are trying to focus on is what is under the control of each individual, how you personalize it to their situation, really focusing on the things that are under the control of the investor, I think gives a lot more potential peace of mind.
That's the value of ownership. Explore Vanguard advice at Vanguard.com or talk to your advisor. Investor-owned means fund shareholders own the funds which own Vanguard. Services are provided by Vanguard Advisors, Inc., a registered investment advisor.
I'm Yowei Shaw.
I'm Kia Miakanatis.
We're the hosts of the NPR podcast, Invisibilia.
You can think of Invisibilia kind of like a sonic blacklight.
When you switch us on, you will hear surprising and intimate stories.
Stories that help you notice things in your world that maybe you didn't see before.
Listen to the Invisibilia podcast from NPR.
It's the TED Radio Hour from NPR. I'm Manoush Zomorodi. On the show today, we are talking about life's rough edges with writer Nora McInerney. She's sharing a selection of her favorite talks, ones that deal with grief and people's hardest moments. Sort of Nora's specialty. You know, the premise of your podcast is in the very title, Terrible, Thanks for Asking. The idea that you don't always have to be super positive, which really kicks us off. It brings us to the first talk you chose to share with us from psychologist Susan David, and it's called The Gift and Power of Emotional Courage. Mm-hmm. Okay, so why this one?
I think that Susan, I'm just going to give Susan a little hype here. I think that Susan was ahead of all of the times. I think that Susan has been a one-woman drumbeat against toxic positivity for far longer than people have been willing to acknowledge that phrase. She has this very, very powerful notion of not categorizing feelings as good or bad, because people we love labels, we love categorizing, but it also makes some feelings less appealing and therefore, quote unquote, less valuable than others.
And that is exactly, she explains in her upbringing that before she became a psychologist, she was a teenager growing up in South Africa, and she had a very sick father. And she tells the story of how she handled it.
My father died on a Friday. He was 42 years old and I was 15. My mother whispered to me to go and say goodbye to my father before I went to school. So I put my backpack down and walked the passage that ran through to where the heart of our home, my father lay dying of cancer. I told him I loved him, said goodbye, and headed off for my day. At school, I drifted from science to mathematics to history to biology as my father slipped from the world. From May to July to September to November, I went about with my usual smile. I didn't drop a single grade. When asked how I was doing, I would shrug and say, okay. I was praised for being strong. I was the master of being okay, refusing to accept the full weight of my grief. No one knew, and in a culture that values relentless positivity, I thought that no one wanted to know.
So Susan, as a teenager, showed her stiff upper lip. She just got on with it. I have to say that is definitely the culture I grew up with. How about you, Nora?
I mean, I grew up in the Midwest, and for me, especially with grief, it ended at a funeral. And that's something that I see in a lot of these conversations that I have with people, which is if you have not seen grief, if it has not been explained to you as a long-term chronic condition, you won't know how to do it, and you will think that something is wrong with you when you are just having a very human reaction to a human situation.
Yeah, you touched on it a little bit, but she even goes as far as to call it toxic optimism, as you said, and this idea that you're poisoning yourself by not having, acknowledging your own darker feelings. And she actually shares her research and other studies that suggest that not confronting your uncomfortable feelings can manifest in physical ways, like in the eating disorder that she mentions, or depression, anxiety. Let's play that clip.
In a survey I recently conducted with over 70,000 people, I found that a third of us, either judge ourselves for having so-called bad emotions, like sadness, anger, or even grief, or actively try to push aside these feelings. We do this not only to ourselves, but also to people we love, like our children. We may inadvertently shame them.
Support for This American Life comes from Wondery's new miniseries, Spy Affair. After Maria Butina's arrest in 2018, she was paraded as a Russian spy who allegedly used sex and lies to influence Republican and NRA officials. But Maria claimed she was just an activist and businesswoman. Was she a Russian foreign agent or an innocent victim who became Russia's scapegoat against America? Listen to Spy Affair on Apple Podcasts and decide for yourself.
Hi guys, Zoe Chase here. I just took a year off from my job at This American Life to make a new podcast. It's called The Improvement Association. It's 5 episodes. The last one comes out this week. It's about election fraud and accusations of election fraud, all in this one county in North Carolina. When I started reporting on this, I thought it'd be just like a normal story for This American Life, but it kept growing and growing and getting longer. At the beginning, I wasn't sure who to believe there or what the truth was. The real facts of what happened there versus what a lot of people there seem to believe, it took a while to figure out. Then, in the middle of my reporting on alleged election fraud in this one small county, alleged election fraud kind of blew up and became the most important political story in the country for a while, just before and after the presidential election. Which I was like, wait, a I'm already doing a story on this. I have things to say about election fraud accusations. Nancy was the same way. Nancy Updike. She made this podcast with me. We were both so excited to say what we were learning to you. The way things play out in North Carolina, in a county where everyone in politics knows everybody else, it is very personal. Lots of dramatic moments and double crosses and big personalities. Watching it all unfold was fascinating, disturbing, really surprising to me. And I hope it's that way for you too when you listen. The Improvement Association from Serial Productions and the New York Times. Again, the 5th and last episode comes out this week. You can hear them all for free. Search for it in your podcast app or wherever you get your podcasts.
A quick warning, there are curse words that are unbeeped in today's episode of the show. If you prefer a beeped version, you can find that at our website, thisamericanlife.org.
We all know how it is today. For most of a year, medical experts and government officials told us all to wear face masks. Half of us don't do it. Now that we finally have a vaccine, a third are hesitant to take it or say they definitely will not take it. But it wasn't always like this. Americans used to do what they were asked by medical authorities, mostly. Like when the 1918 flu pandemic hit the United States, killing similar numbers of Americans that COVID is killing today. Let's look at one American city that did a pretty good job minimizing deaths back then. Howard Markle writes about the history of American epidemics.
So a great example, the example I love to use is St. Louis, Missouri. And they had a very adept commissioner of health named Max Starkloff.
Commissioner of health is the local official, usually a doctor, who tells everybody what to do when there's an epidemic or other health emergency. For instance, Max Starkloff closed schools. He ended public gatherings of all sorts. He ordered people who were sick to be quarantined. Dr. Starkloff was a good political operator.
But he was also very good at communicating to the public and made twice daily statements that were reported in the newspapers. And you have to remember, back then, most newspapers had 6 or more editions per day, so they updated them much like CNN would update its stories.
What was his messaging? Do you know?
Yeah, it was like, be a good St. Louisian, I remembered, and don't spread the flu. It is a socially mediated disease, and we've got to work together.
Howard says Dr. Starkloff had all kinds of messages, telling people to wash their hands, don't cough on others. And because medicine was so primitive back then, they hadn't actually isolated the flu virus, so they had no way to confirm if you had it. They couldn't test you. So the only way they could keep track of the disease was if people who were sneezing and sick told authorities. So Starkloff would tell the public,
these are the symptoms that you need to call us about. You need to communicate this to us. That's where the word communicable disease comes from, by the way. Not so much that it's infectious, even though it is, but that one source is communicating it to a higher source, to a public health department.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So that works because if you can get people on board with that, they're self-isolating, they're self-reporting, they're self-quarantining, and so on. So that's good.
To be clear, not everybody was on board. There's pushback from the public in every American epidemic, Howard says. German immigrants rioted rather than get vaccinated in the 1880s. During the 1918 flu, 2,000 people showed up to protest a mandatory face mask law in California. But mostly, Howard Markle says, people complied. He says they trusted scientists more back then, even though scientists knew so much less than they know today. And also, remember, 1918, the country was at war. It was World War I, so there was a lot of patriotic, let's all pull together feeling in the country. But maybe the biggest reason that people listened to public health authorities back in 1918, self-interest. Avoiding public gatherings, quarantines. That was about all you could do to protect yourself and your loved ones, given the state of medicine back then. Most everybody knew somebody who died of infectious disease, Howard says. 2 of 5 babies died before their 5th birthday, many of them from infectious diseases. And Howard says epidemics were coming through every year or so, diseases we had no treatment for.
Whether there was a diphtheria or a whooping cough epidemic or occasional smallpox epidemics or measles epidemics, they were frequent enough that you were quite used to epidemics, particularly if you were a parent.
And used to the tactics to deal with them, used to quarantining and isolating and all that.
Right, because you didn't have anything else.
This is before the age of antibiotics. That doesn't happen until the 1940s. Antivirals don't come till way after that. I think all of us living today, when so many diseases are treatable, I think we forget what a different world that was. Like, for instance, if you got tuberculosis in New York City in the 1940s, they would send you to a TB ward to keep you from infecting anybody else. I had a neighbor who was born in 1927, and she told me as a kid, when she got the disease, she was sent to one of those wards to live on the Upper West Side. The building's actually still there. She said they told her when she arrived, okay, we don't know how to cure this, but we do know how to make you comfortable. Some of you live and some of you die. Good luck. Today, of course, things are so different. Howard Markle says there's never been an epidemic in America like the one we're going through right now.
None have come close to being as politicized as red versus blue on even the most mundane of scientific matters than this pandemic.
Yeah.
Not even close. It feels as if it's so baked in to the ideologies of so many Americans right now. It feels almost hopeless.
Well, today on our program, we have stories of public health experts trying to protect the public, telling us how to do things that'll save our lives in this moment when unprecedented numbers of us are not obeying them. We have 2 stories today. The first is about what it's like to do these jobs while getting so much pushback. The second, an expert on how to get through to Republican voters tries to convince them to take the vaccine, which is not easy. From WBEZ Chicago, it's This American Life. I'm Ira Glass. Stay with us. Act 1, hazardous to your health official. So, the way the system works in our country is that there are thousands of local public health officials in cities and counties across the country. In normal times, they test our drinking water, they make sure restaurants are sanitary, they enforce smoking bans, control mosquito populations in some places, run education campaigns like nutrition programs for new mothers. The specifics vary a little from state to state, but you get the idea. They oversee health conditions. And when there's a health emergency, like the outbreak of an infectious disease, they get special powers, broad powers, to quarantine, close down businesses, do what's necessary to keep it from spreading. And they're obligated to take action. This past year, like I've said, the public that they're protecting has made all that a lot harder to do. Keep in mind, these are not elected officials. They are public servants. They're government employees. Anna Maria Barry Jester, a reporter with Kaiser Health News, has a story about 2 of these public health officials in Santa Cruz County in California where she lives. A heads up before we start, some things in this story might not be right for children to hear. Here's Anna.
I've spent the last year talking to dozens of public health officials all over the country. I'd call to ask about COVID testing, contact tracing, or some other issue I was reporting on. And they'd often make an offhand comment about getting threatening calls in the middle of the night or emails that had detailed photos of their house with messages like, "Look out, we're coming for you." Most of these public health people didn't want to go into detail about it on the record. It was too scary. They worried that it'd only make them bigger targets. But these 2 officials in Santa Cruz County stood out because they not only agreed to talk, they were unusually candid. The first official I'm going to tell you about is Dr. Gail Newell. She's the county's health officer, sort of like the Fauci of Santa Cruz, but with more power. She writes the orders requiring masks, closing bars and restaurants. She's the public face of the COVID response. Gail is what you want in a health officer. No nonsense, uncompromising. In meetings with elected officials, she's known for shutting them down if they ask her to do something she doesn't think is right. She just says,
"It's not going to happen as long as I'm health officer."
How is that received?
I don't like to use that as a threat, but on the other hand, I'm really stubbornly persistent. And I really do believe that I'm in the right place at the right time to be of service to the community during this pandemic in this way.
When the pandemic hit last spring, Santa Cruz County was a total success story. Gail ordered one of the country's first stay-at-home orders on March 16th, when the federal government was still telling us not to wear masks and President Trump was suggesting COVID would just disappear with warmer weather. While COVID case numbers and deaths shot up in New York, New Orleans, and Detroit, the numbers in Santa Cruz County stayed very low. But at public meetings, Gail started seeing a level of anger she hadn't seen before in her career.
Wow, y'all supervisors are such uncaring assholes. This whole shelter in place is complete bullshit. Like, you are just terrible at your jobs.
This guy pointed at Gail. Santa Cruz County is lined with beaches. It's a place with a boardwalk and roller coasters and a big surf scene. Gail had closed them down to keep tourists away.
You have to allow police officers to basically be walking fascists. They have to go around and harass peaceful people for being on a beach, for being outside, for like hanging out with your friends. What good is being alive if you can't do anything? You want me to just stay inside, get fat, and watch Netflix and masturbate? That's literally all you are allowing us to do. So your hands are not tied, Dr. Newell. Just grow a spine.
In the spring, there were only a handful of COVID cases each week. Only 2 people in a county of more than 250,000 had died. But this crowd didn't see that as evidence of a job well done by Gail.
You are shutting down Santa Cruz because of 2 deaths. I don't care about how many tests there are. People are wandering around, not dying. This is fraud, economic terrorism.
The people going after Gail at these meetings were a small but vocal group. Many of them were from the north and central parts of the county, which are affluent and majority white. They weren't the people getting sick from COVID. Those cases were mostly in South County, which is majority Latino and where a lot of agricultural workers live. Protesters were hijacking public meetings like this all over the country. Gail wasn't terribly concerned. She kept forging ahead with her job, giving press conferences and pulling all-nighters. Then, in early May, the protests escalated from public to private. After weeks of getting nasty emails and voicemails from strangers, one Sunday, Gail was taking an afternoon nap to recover from her 80-hour work week. She called it her COVID Sabbath.
And all of a sudden, I heard all this racket. And so I peeped through a window and saw the group out in front. And they were singing, playing guitars, playing ukulele.
They're singing Gail to Jail. This is from a video the protesters posted online.
In some ways, it was amusing and creative, but then they would gather around my home on all sides and yell out threatening things.
She called 911 twice, but got a busy signal. So she called the sheriff on his cell phone. He sent patrol cars to her house.
I mean, I'm willing to be a public servant, but I don't think that includes having people trespass onto my private property and to disturb my Sunday afternoon nap in a way that felt dangerous to me. So I was quite worried for my family and for myself and our safety.
Protesters with ukuleles and flip-flops is very Santa Cruz. The county's about an hour south of San Francisco, with a stereotype as a crunchy, peace-loving, lefty paradise. But these protesters were aggressive. They broke down the gate to her neighborhood to get to her house. They showed up with bullhorns and sirens every Sunday for a month. The sheriff's department started sending regular patrols past Gail's house. Then, late in May, the next escalation happened, at a public meeting, in a packed room. A man started walking up to the podium and then made a beeline for Gail and lunged at her.
Clear the room. Excuse me, Chair, I'd ask that you clear the room.
That's a county official evacuating the room. 2 sheriff's deputies surrounded the man.
We're not going to accept that kind of behavior. We'll take a 5-minute recess. Take a recess, and we are clearing the room.
It happened so quickly that I didn't really know what was going on. And then suddenly I was surrounded by sheriff's deputies, and I was escorted out of the building. And I was told by the sheriff that I couldn't come to any more in-person meetings anymore.
The sheriff told you to do that? Can you tell me about that conversation?
Yeah, so the sheriff said that he didn't feel confident that he and his deputies would be able to protect me in public venues any longer, and that he recommended that I not appear in public anymore in meetings where people would know where I was.
Gail was now a public servant who could no longer appear before the public. She took the sheriff's advice to stop appearing in person at public meetings. She and the sheriff had a good relationship. She trusted his advice. And notably, he had enforced her lockdown orders. The county government had backed her up too. Maybe that shouldn't sound remarkable, but it is. In some other parts of the country, sheriffs and local governments were publicly disregarding their health officials' orders. The second health official I'm going to tell you about is Gail's boss, Director Mimi Hall. If Gail's the Tony Fauci of Santa Cruz, always on TV, Mimi's the bureaucrat behind the scenes. She runs the entire health department and has spent her whole 27-year career working in public health. She's a true believer, the kind of person who gets visibly excited talking about bureaucratic changes that make it easier to enroll in Medicaid. And she navigated the threats she was getting differently from Gail. Gail tends to be pretty cut and dry. Mimi is the feelings person. She has empathy for people, even when they're yelling obscenities at her.
My feelings of discomfort were coupled with compassion. And so while there were words used like communist and tyrant and fascist and a lot of accusations that there really wasn't a pandemic, I could always understand that these people came from their own place of fear, discomfort, anger, all of those things, and people need a place to put that.
Mimi was at that May meeting with Gail. On the one hand, she felt worried, but also she wasn't sure what to make of it.
The day that the person had lunged at her in the boardroom, we were offered sheriff's deputies escorts back to our office, which we appreciated. And then we were both offered escorts back home, and I declined. And part of the reason I declined is you're not sure. Is it really dangerous? You feel this feeling of, well, maybe we're overreacting, and you feel kind of silly.
Feeling silly or not, she did take some basic precautions. She started leaving her office at the county building every day by 7 p.m. That's when security guards left for the day.
That was kind of like my ticking time clock, right? And I have this habit of calling my husband from my office before I go down the stairs. And then we stay on the phone until I get to the bottom of the stairwell and then walk to my car. My car door is closed and it's locked.
All over the country, opposition to mask mandates and stay-at-home orders had been drawing together groups that didn't normally see eye to eye. Lefty radicals and right-wing extremists, libertarians and mom groups, small business owners and anti-vaxxers. They started adopting each other's rhetoric. On social media, anti-vaxxers posed with rifles and offered firearms training. This all made the landscape of who was lobbing the threats and what they were capable of even murkier and scarier. In June, things got much worse. A colleague of Mimi's, a sheriff's deputy, was killed when he was out on a call. This happened less than 2 miles from her home in the Santa Cruz Mountains. According to court records, a man linked to the Boogaloo Boys, an anti-government extremist group that wants to incite a civil war, shot at the deputy and other officers with an automatic rifle and threw a pipe bomb. Before this man was arrested, he got hit with crossfire and used his own blood to write Boog on the hood of a car. Mimi saw ambulances and police cars rushing to the scene and was stunned to find out that the alleged gunman lived so close to her and was an active duty sergeant in the Air Force. He's pleaded not guilty to murder.
I started wondering who around me thinks this way and how close are they? And so immediately we installed security cameras. And when we first installed those, I was looking at them constantly. It was like an obsession. When I was at work, oh my gosh, that made me so nervous for the kids to be at home. I was a nervous wreck.
Mimi urged Gail to get security cameras and couldn't believe how long it took her to install them. When the sheriff recommended they both get guns and firearm training, Mimi brought home a shotgun and built gates across her driveway. Gail didn't get a gun. Here's what Gail said about that decision.
I know the public health statistics. You're far more likely to die from a gunshot wound if you have a gun in the home. And I don't want to take that risk. I was also raised Mennonite, so I have very strong pacifist beliefs. I wouldn't ever have a gun in my home. And he recommended that I get a big dog. He asked me about my dog, and I said, well, he's deaf and he has no teeth. So he won't be very helpful.
Did you get the dog?
Did not get the dog either. We still have the old deaf dog. We have some pretty ferocious cats, though.
There's a privacy law in California that shields the home addresses of domestic abuse survivors and abortion providers. Last year, the governor expanded it to public health officials. Mimi signed up. Gail did too. The fact that it all got to this point surprised Mimi. She'd moved to Santa Cruz because she saw it as a refuge for her family. They used to live in Plumas, a politically conservative and white county in Northern California. She ran the public health department there and was constantly fighting with officials, especially when she had to roll out Obamacare. She told me they were also dealing with a lot of racism. She and her kids are Burmese American. They all hoped for a more peaceful life when they moved to liberal Santa Cruz. I talked to Mimi about this. And until this period, how had you seen yourself in the community and your role in it?
I just saw myself as a regular community member and a mom and a wife and I just lived my life. And it's really changed how free I feel to be my authentic self in the community. After Deputy Gutzweiler's death, so my daughter had made a Black Lives Matter sign and put it on the outside of our fence. And then we had a sign celebrating my other daughter's graduation and it had her name on it. We took all of those down. We just had nothing that said what we believe in or what we stand for, or nothing.
The majority of local public health officials in the country are women. I've talked to lots of them, and there's a recurring pattern. The harassment and threats they've been getting this year come almost exclusively from men. They're regularly called bitches and threatened with death. Their children and spouses are called out by name. Armed men have openly carried weapons outside of some of their homes. I didn't hear about that kind of harassment at all from their male colleagues. In the county next door to Santa Cruz, Santa Clara County, a female health officer got a steady stream of anonymous hate mail and death threats police believe came from a man with suspected ties to the Boogaloo Boys. Some of the letters had a Santa Claus stamp and an igloo, which is a known symbol for the movement. He included pornographic images of women and called her a Hitler bitch. Then in July, about a month after the sheriff's deputy was killed, Mimi got a letter with a Santa Claus stamp too. Police believe it's from the same man.
So it started off with, "Hey, CUNT." I mean, that's how it was addressed.
Wow.
And this letter was different because it said, I've shared your information widely on social media and among all my contacts. And one of the closing points in the letter said something like me dying a really slow death and that he would enjoy that.
She immediately called the sheriff's department and spoke with the deputy.
What he told me was, he said, "You know what? We've been following this guy for a while. We know who he is. We know where he works." They knew who he was. They told me he lived in Gilroy. The FBI is involved. He felt like they had good eyes on this person. So he wanted me to know that. So I felt a comfort level that it wasn't just some random person out there and they had no idea. But then one of the things that really struck me is he also said, "Yeah, I don't think he's a huge threat." And he said, "He's a dad. He has kids. He has a professional job and he drives a Tesla." As if any of those things make you less dangerous or less, out there. And I was just like...
What were you thinking?
I was like, opposite profiling, a white gentleman with a professional job who drives a Tesla. And then I thought, well, maybe he was telling me that just to make me feel better. I don't know, but that's what he told me, and it did not make me feel better.
Shortly after, officers arrested the guy after they watched him drop another letter in the mail. When they searched his home, they found 150 firearms, including semi-automatic rifles, thousands of rounds of ammunition, and materials for explosives. He's pleaded not guilty to charges of stalking and threatening a public employee. After the Santa Claus letter, Mimi basically stopped leaving her house. She wouldn't even go to her kids' school events on Zoom in case the other parents recognized her. And when she did have to go to the grocery store,
Support for This American Life comes from Wondery's new miniseries, Spy Affair. After Maria Butina's arrest in 2018, She was paraded as a Russian spy who allegedly used sex and lies to influence Republican and NRA officials. But Maria claimed she was just an activist and businesswoman. Was she a Russian foreign agent or an innocent victim who became Russia's scapegoat against America? Listen to Spy Affair on Apple Podcasts and decide for yourself.
Hi guys, Zoe Chase here. I just took a year off from my job at This American Life to make a new podcast. It's called The Improvement Association. It's 5 episodes. The last one comes out this week. It's about election fraud and accusations of election fraud, all in this one county in North Carolina. When I started reporting on this, I thought it'd be just like a normal story for This American Life, but it kept growing and growing and getting longer. At the beginning, I wasn't sure who to believe there or what the truth was. The real facts of what happened there versus what a lot of people there seemed to believe, it took a while to figure out. Then, in the middle of my reporting on alleged election fraud in this one small county, alleged election fraud kind of blew up and became the most important political story in the country for a while, just before and after the presidential election. Which I was like, wait, I'm already doing a story on this. I have things to say about election fraud accusations. Nancy was the same way, Nancy Updike. She made this podcast with me. We were both so excited to say what we were learning to you. The way things play out in North Carolina, in a county where everyone in politics knows everybody else, it is very personal. Lots of dramatic moments and double crosses and big personalities. Watching it all unfold was fascinating, disturbing, really surprising to me, and I hope it's that way for you too when you listen. The Improvement Association, from Serial Productions and the New York Times. Again, the 5th and last episode comes out this week. You can hear them all for free. Search for it in your podcast app or wherever you get your podcasts.
A quick warning, there are curse words that are unbeeped in today's episode of the show. If you prefer a beeped version, you can find that at our website, thisamericanlife.org.
We all know how it is today. For most of a year, medical experts and government officials told us all to wear face masks. Half of us don't do it. Now that we finally have a vaccine, a third are hesitant to take it or say they definitely will not take it. But it wasn't always like this. Americans used to do what they were asked by medical authorities, mostly. Like when the 1918 flu pandemic hit the United States, killing similar numbers of Americans that COVID is killing today. Let's look at one American city that did a pretty good job minimizing deaths back then. Howard Markle writes about the history of American epidemics.
So a great example, the example I love to use is St. Louis, Missouri. And they had a very adept Commissioner of Health named Max Starkloff.
Commissioner of Health is the local official, usually a doctor, who tells everybody what to do when there's an epidemic or other health emergency. For instance, Max Starkloff closed schools. He ended public gatherings of all sorts. He ordered people who were sick to be quarantined. Dr. Starkloff was a good political operator.
But he was also very good at communicating to the public and made twice daily statements that were reported in the newspapers. And you have to remember back then, most newspapers had 6 or more editions per day. So they updated them much like CNN would update its stories.
What was his messaging? Do you know?
Yeah, it was like, be a good St. Louisian, I remember, and don't spread the flu. It is a socially mediated disease, and we've got to work together.
Howard says Dr. Starkloff had all kinds of messages, telling people to wash their hands, don't cough on others. And because medicine was so primitive back then, they hadn't actually isolated the flu virus, so they had no way to confirm if you had it. They couldn't test you. So the only way they could keep track of the disease was if people who were sneezing and sick told authorities. So Starkloff would tell the public,
these are the symptoms that you need to call us about. You need to communicate this to us. That's where the word communicable disease comes from, by the way. Not so much that it's infectious, even though it is, but that one source is communicating it to a higher source, to a public health department.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So that works because if you can get people on board with that, they're self-isolating, they're self-reporting, they're self-quarantining, and so on. So that's good.
To be clear, not everybody was on board. There's pushback from the public in every American epidemic, Howard says. German immigrants rioted rather than get vaccinated in the 1880s. During the 1918 flu, 2,000 people showed up to protest a mandatory face mask law in California. But mostly, Howard Markel says, people complied. He says they trusted scientists more back then, even though scientists knew so much less than they know today. And also, remember, 1918, the country was at war. It was World War I, so there was a lot of patriotic, let's all pull together feeling in the country. But maybe the biggest reason that people listened to public health authorities back in 1918, self-interest. Avoiding public gatherings, quarantines. That was about all you could do to protect yourself and your loved ones, given the state of medicine back then. Most everybody knew somebody who died of infectious disease, Howard says. 2 of 5 babies died before their 5th birthday, many of them from infectious diseases. And Howard says epidemics were coming through every year or so, diseases we had no treatment for.
You know, whether there was a diphtheria or a whooping cough epidemic or occasional smallpox epidemics or measles epidemics, you know, they were frequent enough that you were quite used to epidemics, particularly if you were a parent.
And used to the tactics to deal with them, used to quarantining and isolating and all that.
Right, because you didn't have anything else.
This is before the age of antibiotics. It doesn't happen until the 1940s. Antivirals don't come till way after that. I think all of us living today, when so many diseases are treatable, I think we forget what a different world that was. Like, for instance, if you got tuberculosis in New York City in the 1940s, they would send you to a TB ward to keep you from infecting anybody else. I had a neighbor who was born in 1927, and she told me, as a kid, when she got the disease, she was sent to one of those wards to live on the Upper West Side. The building's actually still there. She said they told her when she arrived, okay, we don't know how to cure this, but we do know how to make you comfortable. Some of you live, and some of you die. Good luck. Today, of course, things are so different. Howard Markel says there's never been an epidemic in America like the one we're going through right now.
None have come close to being as politicized as red versus blue on even the most mundane of scientific matters than this pandemic.
Yeah.
Not even close. It feels as if it's so baked in to the ideologies of so many Americans right now. It feels almost hopeless.
But today on our program, we have stories of public health experts trying to protect the public, telling us all to do things that'll save our lives in this moment when unprecedented numbers of us are not obeying them. We have 2 stories today. The first is about what it's like to do these jobs while getting so much pushback. The second, an expert on how to get through to Republican voters tries to convince them to take the vaccine, which is not easy. From WBEZ Chicago, it's This American Life. I'm Ira Glass. Stay with us. Tag 1, hazardous to your health official. So, the way the system works in our country is that there are thousands of local public health officials in cities and counties across the country. In normal times, they test our drinking water, they make sure restaurants are sanitary, they enforce smoking bans, control mosquito populations in some places, run education campaigns like nutrition programs for new mothers. The specifics vary a little from state to state, but you get the idea. They oversee health conditions. And when there's a health emergency, like the outbreak of an infectious disease, they get special powers, broad powers, to quarantine, close down businesses, do what's necessary to keep it from spreading. And they're obligated to take action. This past year, like I've said, the public that they're protecting has made all that a lot harder to do. Keep in mind, these are not elected officials. They are public servants. They're government employees. Anna Maria Barry Jester, a reporter with Kaiser Health News, has this story about 2 of these public health officials in Santa Cruz County in California where she lives. A heads up before we start, some things in this story might not be right for children to hear. Here's Anna.
I've spent the last year talking to dozens of public health officials all over the country. I'd call to ask about COVID testing, contact tracing, or some other issue I was reporting on. And they'd often make an offhand comment about getting threatening calls in the middle of the night or emails that had detailed photos of their house with messages like, "Look out, we're coming for you." Most of these public health people didn't want to go into detail about it on the record. It was too scary. They worried that it'd only make them bigger targets. But these two officials in Santa Cruz County stood out because they not only agreed to talk, they were unusually candid. The first official I'm going to tell you about is Dr. Gail Newell. She's the county's health officer, sort of like the Fauci of Santa Cruz, but with more power. She writes the orders requiring masks, closing bars and restaurants. She's the public face of the COVID response. Gail is what you want in a health officer. No nonsense, uncompromising. In meetings with elected officials, she's known for shutting them down if they ask her to do something she doesn't think is right. She just says,
"It's not going to happen as long as I'm health officer."
How is that received?
I don't like to use that as a threat, but on the other hand, I'm really stubbornly persistent. And I really do believe that I'm in the right place at the right time to be of service to the community during this pandemic in this way.
When the pandemic hit last spring, Santa Cruz County was a total success story. Gail ordered one of the country's first stay-at-home orders on March 16th, when the federal government was still telling us not to wear masks and President Trump was suggesting COVID would just disappear with warmer weather. While COVID case numbers and deaths shot up in New York, New Orleans, and Detroit, the numbers in Santa Cruz County stayed very low. But at public meetings, Gail started seeing a level of anger she hadn't seen before in her career.
Wow, y'all supervisors are such uncaring assholes. This whole shelter in place is complete bullshit. Like, you are just terrible at your jobs.
This guy pointed at Gail. Santa Cruz County is lined with beaches. It's a place with
You have to allow police officers to basically be walking fascists. They have to go around and harass peaceful people for being on a beach, for being outside, for like hanging out with your friends. What good is being alive if you can't do anything? You want me to just stay inside, get fat, and watch Netflix and masturbate? That's literally all you are allowing us to do. So your hands are not tied, Dr. Newell. Just grow a spine.
In the spring, there were only a handful of COVID cases each week. Only 2 people in a county of more than 250,000 had died. But this crowd didn't see that as evidence of a job well done by Gail.
You are shutting down Santa Cruz because of 2 deaths. I don't care about how many tests there are. People are wandering around not dying. This is fraud, economic terrorism.
The people going after Gail at these meetings were a small but vocal group. Many of them were from the north and central parts of the county, which are affluent and majority white. They weren't the people getting sick from COVID. Those cases were mostly in South County, which is majority Latino and where a lot of agricultural workers live. Protesters were hijacking public meetings like this all over the country. Gail wasn't terribly concerned. She kept forging ahead with her job, giving press conferences and pulling all-nighters. Then, in early May, the protests escalated from public to private. After weeks of getting nasty emails and voicemails from strangers, one Sunday, Gail was taking an afternoon nap to recover from her 80-hour work week. She called it her COVID Sabbath.
And all of a sudden, I heard all this racket. And so I peeped through a window and saw the group out in front. And they were singing, playing guitars, playing ukulele.
They're singing Gail to Jail. This is from a video the protesters posted online.
In some ways, it was amusing and creative, but then they would gather around my home on all sides and yell out threatening things.
She called 911 twice, but got a busy signal. So she called the sheriff on his cell phone. He sent patrol cars to her house.
I mean, I'm willing to be a public servant, but I don't think that includes having people trespass onto my private property and to disturb my Sunday afternoon nap in a way that felt dangerous to me. So I was quite worried for my family and for myself and our safety.
Protesters with ukuleles and flip-flops is very Santa Cruz. The county's about an hour south of San Francisco, with a stereotype as a crunchy, peace-loving, lefty paradise. But these protesters were aggressive. They broke down the gate to her neighborhood to get to her house. They showed up with bullhorns and sirens every Sunday for a month. The sheriff's department started sending regular patrols past Gail's house. Late in May, the next escalation happened at a public meeting in a packed room. A man started walking up to the podium and then made a beeline for Gail and lunged at her.
Clear the room. Excuse me, Chair. I'd ask that you clear the room.
That's a county official evacuating the room. 2 sheriff's deputies surrounded the man.
We're not going to accept that kind of behavior. We'll take a 5-minute recess. Take a recess, and we are clearing the room.
It happened so quickly that I didn't really know what was going on. And then suddenly I was surrounded by sheriff's deputies, and I was escorted out of the building. And I was told by the sheriff that I couldn't come to any more in-person meetings anymore.
The sheriff told you to do that? Can you tell me about that conversation?
Yeah, so the sheriff said that he didn't feel confident that he and his deputies would be able to protect me in public venues any longer, and that he recommended that I not appear in public anymore in meetings where people would know where I was.
Gail was now a public servant who could no longer appear before the public. She took the sheriff's advice to stop appearing in person at public meetings. She and the sheriff had a good relationship. She trusted his advice. And notably, he had enforced her lockdown orders. The county government had backed her up too. Maybe that shouldn't sound remarkable, but it is. In some other parts of the country, sheriffs and local governments were publicly disregarding their health officials' orders. The second health official I'm going to tell you about is Gail's boss, Director Mimi Hall. If Gail's the Tony Fauci of Santa Cruz, always on TV, Mimi's the bureaucrat behind the scenes. She runs the entire health department and has spent her whole 27-year career working in public health. She's a true believer, the kind of person who gets visibly excited talking about bureaucratic changes that make it easier to enroll in Medicaid. And she navigated the threats she was getting differently from Gail. Gail tends to be pretty cut and dry. Mimi is the feelings person. She has empathy for people, even when they're yelling obscenities at her.
My feelings of
in video games, they've got a new offender now.
If you paid attention to the game...
Oh, God, it's too far. It went too far. No! It's happening with anime, too. What? Is it going to be the case that every single anime with a military is now like a fascist anime? Is it going to be the case that... Can I not just want to have like bad guys sometimes that are like orcs? Or did they say in Magic the Gathering that they were going to get rid of all of the bad races, that they weren't going to do that anymore? Or am I mixing this up with something else? Was it D&D? Lefties say Batman is a fascist now. An entire race of humanoids that are just evil for its own sake doesn't make sense from a world-building perspective. Who are you to say that? What do you mean? Evil fantasy races who are evil just because they're dumb? I mean, it depends on what kind of fantasy you're looking at, right? Like, I don't know. I feel like there's like a dichotomy of like fantasy. I feel like on one end, no, Lord of the Rings fans might get mad when I say this. You've got like Lord of the Rings on one end, and then you've got like Game of Thrones on the other. Not everything has to be like one or the other, right? Like, I think Game of Thrones was cool because at least for the first 4 or 5 seasons, there were no like super good or bad guys. There were no good or bad races. There were no good or bad gods. Like everything was like very like, could go one way or the other. Everybody had their motivations. Everybody had their faults. Everybody had their virtues. Like it was cool. I like that. That's cool. I really appreciated that in Game of Thrones. I really, really like that. But you know what? Other times, it's also cool to watch like a ranger and an archer and a dwarf with a hammer just fuck up a bunch of like evil bad orcs that are just evil and bad, and you just watch them kill everything, and it's cool, and that's all you want to see. You just want to see like you just want to see some dude like go and kill a bunch of like fucking dudes. Like that's it. Like, why is that like sometimes that like really basic type of like basic good versus evil narratives are cringe? No, I mean like you can enjoy both for any purpose, right? Every single shonen anime is this. Usually it's just like basic good and evil. But it's more cool if they're evil and bad because they have some actual motivation to be evil, would be much better, right? It just depends. It depends on the type of fantasy that you're watching. Not everything has to be some ultra fleshed out, ultra like over-explained, like super nuanced thing. Like sometimes you just have bad guys and good guys and it's just like mindless basic shit that you can watch, right? Like, I'm trying to think. What was Vincent's motivation in Cowboy Bebop? Didn't he literally just want to fucking like run the Red Dragons and just be like the top bad guy. Like even Cowboy Bebop, which is considered a good anime. Vincent's a pretty was it not Vincent? It's Vicious. Vincent was the name of the guy in the movie. Even Vincent in the movie though just wanted to kill everybody, right? Like even Vincent in the movie just wanted to kill everybody. And then Vicious was I think most of the bad guys like Cowboy Bebop were fairly one-dimensional with some exceptions. But that doesn't make it bad. Not to mention the fact, Destiny, but you personally always complain about very black and white stuff in shows. Destiny always wanting more complicated, non-one-dimensional story. It depends on what I'm watching, but that's not true. I enjoy a lot of really simplistic shit sometimes. It just depends on what we're looking at. I tend to fall on the Game of Thrones side more. I appreciate more fleshed out stuff, but I can appreciate the other side for what it is too. I watch a ton of fucking anime, and shit is usually pretty basic in terms of what the characters are and what they represent in that. Not to mention the fact that if we got rid of bad races, well, what's next? All right, well, we're gonna go kill these guys are all part of the Thieves Guild. We're not gonna kill orcs anymore. We're just killing thieves. So basically, in your world, it's just okay to kill with no justification the socioeconomically disadvantaged that have to turn to a lifestyle of robbery in order to sustain themselves because the elite ruling feudal class wasn't able to provide them what they needed. Where do you go? And I'm not even joking. Now, 5 years ago, I might have made a statement like that unironically, but I totally could see it going, or I might have made that statement ironically, but I totally could see that would be the next step. Right? That basically, I feel like in 5 years, the only acceptable media is going to be shit like fucking, Disco Elysium or whatever, or whatever, where it's Cyberpunk. So you start off as this lonely worker working for this big, bad, evil corporation. We call them the Corporos. The Corporos are the evilest guys. Basically what they do is they capture baby seals and they rape them all day in order to create this ultra form of energy that pollutes like never before. And the pollution only affects the homes of poor black people. And it only helps the rich white people. This is and this is gonna be and your mission is to find the king seal. And what you find out is the king seal sold his people down the road a long time ago because the evil Corporos promised him a lot of money and pollution. And he wanted that and he hates black people. And you're rise up as the one lone savior to help all these poor impoverished minorities against the evil capitalist overlords. And it's Jesus Christ, oh my God, please fuck me, dude, Jesus. The problem is from the inherent evil. Random evil villains is completely fine, but the issue is when it's inherent to their race, it reinforces bad shit. But I could make just the opposite argument. I could say them being inherently evil is a good thing because it means that we don't have to worry about analyzing the other conditions, right? If the orcs weren't, here's a thing, okay? You know what? Here you go. Boom. I'm gonna pass this joke off as my own because most of you are too young to have ever watched Clerks, okay? Listen up. One of the most horrendous, unethical actions in all the history of all of science fiction was the destruction of the second Death Star, okay? That thing was under construction. Who knows how many builders, engineers, architects had all been brought in to do work on that shit, and they blew the entire fucking thing up, and every motherfucker on that thing died, okay? Now, if those were all just fucking orcs, okay, well, that's fine. They're all bad, but they weren't orcs. Instead, they were people. They were human beings. Now, what is the more troubling implication? That there's some evil race of just fucked up orc shit that we have to kill sometimes because they get in the way? Or that every single person that we kill, we need a fleshed out, complicated reason to do it. Otherwise, we're literally encouraging some genocidal madman spree or whatever, you know? Those people blew up an entire fucking planet. Not the people that were building the second Death Star. But the Empire were fascists? Yeah, but the Empire doesn't have... I would watch the second Clerks. I would watch that Clerks clip, but now I don't want my YouTube to get DMCA'd. That example fucking sucks anyways, because in D&D, being part of an evil race is not automatically evil. Literally, the most popular D&D character of all time is a good drow. But they're saying you're making one of the good ones dog whistle. I just here's my problem, okay? And I understand that this is a high expectation to set, but I don't think it's binary. I think you can do this in stages, okay? It is essential. We need to be able to separate art from nonfiction. This is an essential life skill. If you can't do it, then fuck off. Go away. Don't watch media and don't talk about it and don't do anything. Just go listen to Twinkle Twinkle Little Star and let the adults watch stuff, okay? Go do something else. Nobody likes you. Nobody wants your input. Nobody wants your criticism. Nobody cares what you think, what you feel, what you have to say. Just fuck off and go do something else, okay? I can sit and watch a ton of stuff, and I know there are people that can sit and play games that are violent or watch movies where some of the characters might be homophobic, where some of the people might say or do bad things, and you can walk away at the end and be like, okay, you know what? That was a fun thing of media to enjoy. I understand. You know what? Anita Sarkeesian said it best, okay? We can be critical of some media, but we can also enjoy it at the same time simultaneously, okay? It's okay sometimes. We can analyze some media. We'll be like, yeah, there might be some problematic aspects of this, but overall this is a good thing. I don't think we need to eliminate every single possible potential, maybe possibly bad thing in every single future piece. Like, it's just so stupid. Like, what the fuck is the goal? In 2025, we get like every movie is now Blue's Clues or some shit? Like, how do you feel about games that glorify mass killings? Like, oh wait, is this the, this is hatred. I thought it was gonna be the no Russians.
Aim is not important. What is important is what I'm going to do. I just fucking hate this world. And
Isn't this game banned on Twitch? Were you not allowed to play this on Twitch? I don't remember. Or was it Bully? I feel like it was a long time ago. Or maybe neither was. The awful thing about the evil race argument is how blacks are systemically conflated with orcs for some reason. Yeah, true. I wonder, fuck, dude, I know this must have happened in a classroom at least one time where you've got like 27 white kids and like 3 black kids, and a whole bunch of the white kids are raising their hand and like, this is problematic. And the professor's like, what do you mean? And all the white kids are like, well, I mean, like, orcs are clearly stand-ins for blacks. Like, is this really more? And like the black people are like, wait, what? What the fuck? And all the white kids are like, yeah. The orcs are basically the blacks in Lord of the Rings, right? Like, yeah, it's totally fucked up, right? And it's like, wait a second. I don't know. Fuck me, dude. Fuck! What do you think about races like the trolls in World of Warcraft? Pretty blatantly a stereotype of the Caribbean people, but is it really racist? I don't know. I think that once the stereotypes start to hit on like real life things, then I think it has the possibility of being problematic, but not necessarily. So, let's see if we can give, okay, hold on. Let's see if I can give what I think might be like a positive example of kind of playing on stereotypes, but maybe doing so in a positive way. So like, obviously if you've seen the Black Panther, right? The idea that there's like a country named Wakanda and they do like these African like ceremonial tribal dances and all this shit that seem reminiscent of like a racist white caricature of like African tribal people. But in reality, the way that it's presented in the movie doesn't make them look like, subhuman Neanderthal fucks or whatever. Like it seems like they have their own civilization. They've got their own blah, blah, blah. So in that case, like maybe playing on those stereotypes there or playing on those caricatures can be somewhat positive or somewhat not problematic. We'll say that, right? However, if you had a video game where there was just like a race of people that like owned gas stations, and every time you went in, they used like super stereotypical Chinese accents or whatever, and they were just mean to you. Like, well, what is happening here? What is the, like, is the creator of this just trying to like signal to me how much he hates Asian people, right? Then I could see that being problematic, Thoughts on the images of goblins in one of the Harry Potter movies? So for some things, I feel like people look really hard. Like, I feel like sometimes people try to like reverse racism things. Like, were goblins, like the Gringotts people, were they actually based on Jews? That's a real bank not put in for the movie? Oh. It was filmed in a pre-existing building. Oh, okay. Well, I guess the real bank was anti-Semitic. Like, I watched all of Harry Potter. I was a huge fan of Harry Potter, and I never got the feeling that they were supposed to be stand-ins for Jewish people. Yeah, sometimes it feels like people are just searching like really, really, really hard. Like if you look hard enough, like everything is problematic. That's the problem, I think. And then we get into these weird fucking worlds where people are trying to make AAVE lists where you're not allowed to say like slang or I don't know. Destiny, this Magic the Gathering card had the database ID of 1488. Look at its name, image, and text. This card is a little bit different because I'm pretty sure that the author or the artist for this card was literally a neo-Nazi. Isn't it more than saying any race is inherently bad versus just saying orcs equal blacks? I mean, you can make them another color you want too, though. Although, like, I think that, like, there's, like, 3 stages where, like, the racism is conquered, okay? Stage 1 is all black people are horrible, evil people. And then, like, stage 2 is like, okay, let's push back. Now all white people are horrible, evil people. And I feel like we need to get to stage 3 where it's like, okay, some black people and some white people could be good and evil. I feel like we need to get to that. I feel like we need to get to that third part. A more clear example of this is the way that women are portrayed in popular media, where you have like, now that we're in the empowering woman arc, It has to be that like all of the women are incredibly powerful, incredibly capable, incredibly adept, no problems, no issues. You've got Rey from Star Wars, you've got Captain Marvel, where these people like never have any problems and never go blah, blah, blah. And then all the men around them can be like incompetent or stupid or just not as capable as they are. And it feels like they're so scared of showing like a woman have like any possible like negative trait associated with them that they just have to become unstoppable gods. And it's like, okay, come on. Like really, can't we just... You think Alien and Kill Bill had good women protagonists? Yes. I grew up watching, somehow I ended up watching like a decent number of movies that had really good female protagonists. I don't know how we went backwards on that. Ripley in the Alien movies was really, really good. And then the bride, what was her name? It wasn't Beatrice, right? What was her name? She was a really good protagonist as well. Oh, and Sarah Connor was in the Terminator movies too. Yeah, was it Beatrix? Oh, it was. In the Terminator movies was also a really good. The Boston Metal. I don't know if it's only in video games, but at least in terms of video game media, women never really seem to be portrayed as weak in any of the Japanese RPGs that I played. I'm trying to think. I don't think that was ever the case. Like your female party members are always just as capable. Sometimes in games like Final Fantasy Tactics, sometimes they're knights. In games like Final Fantasy X, sometimes they summon creatures or spells or whatever that could destroy the world. In Final Fantasy VII, it could be people that summon like the entire thing. Yeah, in Metal Gear Solid 3, you literally have the boss who's like the strongest soldier like in all time. Terra from Final Fantasy VI. In Shining Force, you had female members of your party that were like knights and archers and shit. It seemed like, your main characters in a lot of in every Resident Evil game, or in a lot of Resident Evil games, Parasite Eve, you had Aya Brie, and Parasite Eve 1 and 2. I never got that. You had Zelda in Ocarina of Time, who arguably spends, I guess, some of the game captured, but she's, I think Sheik was supposed to be pretty good. Wasn't he? Fuck. I'm trying to remember if Sheik ever did anything impressive or if Sheik was just a sneaky person that snuck around. Oftentimes I feel like strong female characters are a strong male character, but a girl? Well, but wait, what should the difference be? I don't know. Usually in Japanese stuff, it's more like there's slut-shaming stuff going on. Women that are more forward are considered less desirable and more reserved. Oh, that might be the case, but I don't know. I never picked any of that up in any of the JRPGs I've played. Yeah, Kerrigan and StarCraft is pretty based, and that's Western media, so I don't know what happened. It felt like it wasn't always the case, but at least for me growing up, there were lots of representations of like very strong, very compelling, very multi-dimensional like female protagonists. And you didn't have to have like the huge, but I guess a lot of this like JRPGs and shit weren't like mainstream media. I guess in the mainstream, it was still typically like your James Bonds, your your Jason Bournes, your everything was like very male-centric in mainstream media. In terms of racing games, I think Ellie and The Last of Us was pretty good. Oh yeah, for sure. Destiny is the way women are treated in anime feel a little annoying to you. I've noticed a lot of times that women, even if they're real strong, are written to fight other women. Oh, women in anime are treated like dog shit. But anime is like a whole other world of, that's why I'm not saying Eastern media or Eastern entertainment or Japanese media or I'm saying JRPGs. I think in JRPGs, the representation of women are pretty good. In anime, they're usually just fuck objects that sometimes can cast spells, but mainly only exist to serve the needs of the protagonist almost every single time. Would you say that AOT handled women well at least then? I don't know, maybe. Yeah, probably, I guess. AOT was pretty neutral with all the characters in terms of how people were presented, yeah. From a gender point of view, now from like, were these good, compelling, interesting characters? We're probably not, but. Are we just running out of or getting worse at creating good stories? I think we can still create good stories. The mass commodification of media is probably a problem when it comes to getting new stuff that's popular and interesting, though. The Quartering made 100 vids to attack Brie Larson. The Quartering is obsessed with Brie Larson. It's really crazy to me. He's like her #1 fan. Going wide and shallow with content is a safer bet. How do you solve a problem like this? Honestly, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think capitalism and art work together very well. I think it runs counterintuitive to each other a lot. Why do you think capitalism and art contradict each other? Because I think art is probably good when it's like pushing boundaries, and pushing boundaries is inherently uncomfortable and involves a lot of failure. And when it comes to capital investment, you're looking for your safest investments that get you the highest possible, safest return. So if I can fund like a new project with a new story, with new actors and new people, or I can fund like the 37th reboot of Spider-Man. I'm just dumping my money to Spider-Man because it's the safer investment every single time. Capital investment in terms of art, yeah, it's not good. Imagine if we applied the same kind of type of mentality to housing, right? Well, we can build 10 houses. Should we build 10 boring houses that can house people and have like water and electricity? Or should we try a new crazy fucking house, but it might collapse, but it would be so cool to try, right? Well, obviously your money's going into the safe housing, right? You're not going to do the crazy shit. But in art, you kind of want to push the crazy shit, right? Is that true of any investment? Yeah, generally, yeah. But that's okay. But generally, that's good. We usually want safe and stable, like profitable, like good for society type of stuff. But the problem with art is that I think that a lot of the advancements in art kind of are pushing at the edges. And a lot of that pushing is going to fail. It isn't going to work well. In some ways, we are still doing okay in society because a lot of the tools to create art have been made so much cheaper. So like I can download Reason and in 2 hours I can put together what would have literally been an entire fucking studio full of racks. And I can do it all on my computer. So in some ways it's gotten easier, but yeah. Remember to hit that like and subscribe, and don't forget the notification bell so that my videos show up right in your feed.
So when they blew it up, no problem. Evil's punished.
Second time around?
The second time.